11. October 1955. Mosasu kept a photograph of the wrestler Rikidozan taped to the inside lid of his trunk, where he kept his special things, like his favorite comics, old coins, and his father's eyeglasses. Unlike the Korean wrestler, Mosasu did not like to get too close to his opponent and tussle for too long. Rikidozan was known for his famous karate chop, and similarly, Mosasu had deadly aim with his strikes. Over the years, he had hit many different kinds of boys. He had hit them when they called him names, when they picked on his friend Haruki, when they hassled his mother or grandmother at their confectionery stall at Tsuruhashi Station. By this time, Sunja had gotten used to the notes and visits from teachers, counselors, and angry parents. There was little she could do to stop her son from fighting, and she was terrified that he would get into serious trouble or argue with the wrong boy. After each incident, Yoseb and Noah would speak to him, and the fighting would stop for a while. Nevertheless, once incited, Mosasu would pound anyone who deserved it. When Sunja asked him what happened, she could always expect two things from him: a sincere apology to her and his family for bringing them shame, and the defense that he didn't start it. Sunja believed him. By nature, her boy, who was 16, was not violent. He avoided fights when he could, and for as long as he could. But when things got bad, he would put a stop to the harassment with a quick, effective punch to the instigator's face. Mosasu had broken the noses of several boys and blackened as many eyes. By now, only a stubborn fool or a new bully at school would bother Mosasu. Even the teachers respected the boy's physical authority, and everyone knew that he did not abuse his power and preferred to be left alone. To keep him out of trouble, Mosasu was required to go to the confectionery stand after school. Kyungi stayed at home with Yoseb, and Noah wanted Mosasu to help their mother and grandmother. When the family had enough money to buy a store, it was hoped that Mosasu would help his mother and grandmother run it. Mosasu did not want to do this. Working in the market was women's work, and though the boy respected the women, he did not want to make candy or sell taiyaki for the rest of his life. For now, he did not mind helping his mother and grandmother by fetching more coal for the box stove beneath the taiyaki griddle and candy burner. At the end of the day, Sunja and Yangjin were relieved to have a strong boy to push the carts home, since they had been working since dawn. However, between the hours of 4 and 7, there wasn't enough for Mosasu to do, because Sunja and Yangjin were able to cook the sweets and handle the customers without him. It was never that busy then. It was a late fall afternoon, when business was exceedingly slow, and the market women were busy talking to each other since there were so few customers. Mosasu made excuses about getting some kimbap on the other side of the market, and no one seemed to mind. Mosasu went to see Chiaki, the girl who sold socks. She was an 18-year-old Japanese orphan whose parents had died in the war. She lived and worked with her elderly grandparents, who owned the large sock store. Petite and curvy, Chiaki was a flirt. She didn't like other girls very much and preferred the company of the boys who worked in the market. Chiaki teased Mosasu because she was 2 years older than he was, but of all the boys she liked, she thought he was the most handsome. It was a pity, she thought, that he was Korean, because her grandparents would disown her if she dated him. They both knew this, but there was no harm in talking. When Chiaki's grandparents went home in the afternoon and left her alone to manage and close the shop, Mosasu or other boys came by to keep her company. Chiaki had quit school years before because she hated all the stuck-up girls who ruled the school. Besides, her grandparents couldn't see the point in her finishing. They were arranging her marriage to the tatami maker's second son, who Chiaki thought was boring. Chiaki liked sharp dressers who talked a good game. Despite her interest in boys, she was very innocent and had never done anything with a boy. She would inherit her grandparents' store, and she was pretty enough to get a guy to take her to a cafe if she wanted. Her value was obvious, and what she liked best was to make a man give her his devotion. When Mosasu knocked on the doorframe of the stall and handed her his grandmother's famous taiyaki still warm from the griddle, Chiaki smiled and licked her lips. She smelled it appreciatively at first, then took a little bite. Oishii, oishii, Mosan. Thank you so much, she said. A handsome young man who can make sweets. You are perfect, ne? Mosasu smiled. She was adorable. There was no one like her. She had a reputation for talking to a lot of guys, but he still enjoyed being in her company. Also, he'd never seen her with another guy, so he didn't know if the rumors were true. She had a cute figure and wore a berry-colored lipstick, which made her small mouth look delicious. "How's business?" he asked. "Not bad. I don't care. I know we made enough for the week because grandfather said so." "The sandal lady is looking at us," Mosasu said. Watanabe-san owned the store opposite Chiaki's, and she was best friends with Chiaki's grandmother. "That old bat? I hate her. She's going to tell grandmother about me again, but I don't care." "Are you going to get in trouble for talking to me?" "No. I'll only get in trouble if I keep letting you give me sweets," she said. "Well, I'll stop then." "Yada!" Chiaki took another bite of her cake and shook her head like a willful little girl. They both looked up when a young man dressed like an office worker stopped in front of the shop. Chiaki gestured to the empty stool in the corner of the shop, and Mosasu sat down and busied himself with the newspaper. "May I help you, sir?" Chiaki asked the man. He had been by earlier when her grandparents were there, but had returned. "Did you want to see those black socks again?" "You remember me?" the man said excitedly. "Sure. You were here this morning." "A pretty girl like you remembered me. I like that. I'm glad I came back for you." Mosasu looked up from the paper, then looked down again. "How many would you like?" "How many do you have?" "At least 20 pairs, your size," she said. "Sometimes a person would buy 10 pairs. Once, a mother bought 2 boxes for her son who was at university." "I'll take 2, but I'll take more if you put them on me." Mosasu folded the paper and glanced at the man, who didn't seem to notice his irritation. "I'll wrap up these 2, then," Chiaki said. "What's your name?" he asked. "Chiaki." "I have a cousin with that name." "Gosh, you are very beautiful. You got a boyfriend?" Chiaki got quiet. "No? I think you should be my girlfriend then." The man put money in her hand and held it. Chiaki smiled at him. She had dealt with this sort of fellow before, and she knew what he was implying. She pretended not to understand. Mosasu was jealous, but she didn't mind. She stuck out her chest a little. In the bathhouse, the older women always stared at her high, round breasts and told her she was lucky. The man stared exactly where Chiaki wanted him to and said, "Nice. When can I pick you up tonight? I'll buy you some yakitori." "You can't," she said, putting the money away in the cash box. "You're too old for me." "You little tease." "You're not my type," Chiaki said, unafraid. "You're too young to have a type. I make good money, and I know how to fuck." The man pulled her to him and put his hands on her behind and squeezed her. "Nice and full back there. Good tits, too. Close the shop, let's go." Mosasu got up from his chair quietly and walked over to the man. He hit him square in the mouth as hard as he could. The man fell over, and blood poured down his lip. From the pain in his knuckles, Mosasu knew that he had loosened some of the man's teeth. "You should take the socks and go home now," he said. The man stared at the blood on his blue shirt and trousers, as if the blood belonged to someone else. "I'm calling the police," he said. "Go ahead. Call the police," Chiaki said to the man. She waved frantically to the sandal lady, who was now rushing over. "Mosan, go now," she said. "Hurry, get out. Go. I'll deal with this." Mosasu walked briskly toward the confection stand. The police found him in no time. Only a few minutes before, Mosazu had come back to the stall with blood on his hand and told his mother and grandmother what had happened to Chiaki. The police officer confirmed the story. Your son hit a gentleman who was buying some socks. This sort of behavior warrants an explanation. The young lady said that that man was trying to molest her and your son was protecting her, but the customer denies it, the officer said. Goro-san, the pachinko parlor owner, who was heading to the stand for his afternoon snack, rushed toward them when he saw the policeman. Hello, officer. He winked at Sunja. Is everything okay? Goro asked. Mosasu sat on the old wooden stool by the cart, looking guilty for troubling his mother and grandmother. Mosasu was defending a young lady who works at the sock store from a man who grabbed her. Mosasu hit him in the face, Sunja said calmly. She kept her head high and refused to apologize for fear of admitting guilt on his behalf. Her heart was pounding so hard that she thought they could hear it. He was only trying to help. Yangjin nodded firmly and patted Mosasu's back. Machi? Goro said, laughing. Is that right, officer? Well, that's what the young lady said in the shop, and Watanabe-san agreed with her version of the events. The man who was hit denies it, but I've heard from some other store owners that he is a creep who often bothers the younger girls who work here. The police officer shrugged. Nevertheless, the man thinks his jaw is broken. His 2 lower teeth are loose. I wanted to warn the young man that he can't just hit people even if they're wrong. He should have called the police. At this, Mosasu nodded. He had been in trouble before, but no one had ever called the police. All his life, he had known about his father, who had been wrongfully imprisoned. Lately, Noah was warning him that since the Koreans in Japan were no longer citizens, if you got in trouble, you could be deported. Noah had told him that no matter what, Mosasu had to respect the police and be very deferential, even if they were rude or wrong. Only a month ago, Noah had said a Korean had to be extra good. Once again, Mosasu felt bad for messing up and dreaded the look of disappointment that would surely appear on Noah's face. Goro considered the boy and Sunja one of his favorite ajumas in the market. Officer, I know this family. They're very hardworking, and Mosasu is a good kid. He won't get in trouble again. Right, Mosasu? Goro stared directly at Mosasu. Hai, Mosasu replied. The officer repeated his speech about how citizens should never take the law into their own hands, and Mosasu, Sunja, and Goro nodded as if the officer were the emperor himself. After he left, Goro lightly smacked Mosasu in the back of the head with his felt hat. Mosasu winced, but of course it hadn't hurt. What are you going to do with this boy? Goro asked the women, both exasperated and amused. Sunja looked at her hands. She had tried everything she could, and now she had to ask a stranger. Yosef and Noah would be angry with her, but she had to try something else besides what they were doing now. Could you help him? Sunja asked. Could he work for you? You wouldn't have to pay him very much. Goro waved her away and shook his head, and turned his attention to Mosasu. That was all he needed to hear. Listen, you're going to quit school tomorrow morning and start working for me. Your mother doesn't need this shit. After you tell the school that you're done, you're going to head to my shop and you're going to work very hard. I'm going to pay you what you deserve. I don't steal from my employees. You work, you get paid. You got it? And stay away from the sock girl. She's trouble. Does your parlor need a boy? Sunja asked. Sure, but no fighting. That's not the only way to be a man, he said, feeling sorry for the kid who didn't have a father. Being a man means you know how to control your temper. You have to take care of your family. A good man does that. Okay? Sir, you are gracious to give him a chance. I know he'll work. I can see that, Goro said to Sunja, smiling. We'll make him a pachinko boy and keep him off the streets. Mozazu got up from his stool and bowed to his new boss. 12. March 1956. Goro was a fat and glamorous Korean, notably popular with beautiful women. His mother had been an abalone diver in Jeju Island, and in the neighborhood of Ikaino, where Goro lived in a modest standalone house by himself, there was talk of Goro having once been an agile and powerful swimmer. That said, it was rather difficult to imagine him doing much beyond telling funny stories and eating the tasty snacks he liked to fix for himself in his kitchen. There was something plush and sensual about his thickly rounded arms and swollen belly. It might have been the smoothness of his clear, tawny skin, or the way he fit into a well-made suit, resembling a self-satisfied seal gliding across a city street. He was a good talker, the sort of man who could sell lumber to a woodcutter. Though he made plenty of money from his 3 pachinko parlors, he lived simply and preferred to avoid expensive habits. He was known for being generous with women. For 6 months, Mozazu had been working for Goro in his main pachinko parlor, doing whatever was needed. In that time, this 16-year-old had learned more about the world than in all his years of school. Making money was 10 times easier and more pleasant than trying to stuff the kanji he had no use for in his head. It was a tremendous relief to forget the dry books and exams. At work, nearly everyone was Korean, so nothing stupid was said about his background. At school, Mozazu hadn't thought that the taunts had bothered him much, but when the mean remarks had utterly disappeared from his daily life, he realized how peaceful he could feel. He hadn't had a single fight since he started working for Goro. Each Saturday evening, Mozazu handed his pay envelope to his mother, who, in turn, gave him an allowance. She used what she needed for the household expenses, but she was saving as much as she could because Mozazu wanted to be his own boss one day. Each morning, Mozazu rushed to work and stayed as late as he could keep his eyes open. He was happy just to sweep up the cigarette butts or to wash the dirty teacups when Kayoko, the kitchen girl, was busy. It was a mild morning in March, only a couple of hours after dawn. Mozazu ducked into the back door of the shop and found Goro setting up the pins on his chosen machine. Each day, before the store opened, Goro would gently tap a few straight pins on the vertical pachinko machines with his tiny rubber-coated hammer. He was tapping the pins very, very slightly to alter the course of the metal balls to affect the machine's payout. You never knew which machine Goro would choose or which direction Goro would direct the pins. There were other pachinko parlors in the area that had decent businesses, but Goro was the most successful because he had a kind of touch, a true feel for the pins. The minuscule adjustments he made were sufficiently frustrating to the regular customers who studied the machines before closing hours for better payouts in the morning, yet there was just enough predictability to produce attractive windfalls, drawing the customers back to try their luck again and again. Goro was teaching Mozazu how to tap the pins, and for the first time in his life, Mozazu had been told that he was a good student. "Good morning, Goro-san," Mozazu said, running into the shop. "Early again, Mozazu. Good for you. Kayoko has made some chicken rice. You should eat some breakfast. You're a big kid, but you need to fill out some more. Women like to have something to grab onto." Goro laughed heartily, raising his eyebrows. "Isn't that so?" Mozazu smiled, not minding the teasing. Goro-san talked to him as if Mozazu, too, had many women when in fact he'd never once been with a girl. "My mother made soup this morning, so I already ate. Thank you." Mozazu sat down beside his boss. "How is your mother?" "Good, good." Despite Noah's strict disapproval of Mozazu working in a pachinko parlor, Sunja had relented in the end. She had allowed him to work with Goro, a widely respected man in Ikaino. Mosazu had fought against other schoolboys so often that she'd feared for his safety and let him leave school for good. Mosazu would never finish school, but Noah was still trying to get into Waseda, and this was the family consolation. At least one of the boys would be educated like their father. "How's her business? Sugar is an addictive substance. Good for making money, ne?" He laughed while tapping gently at one pin, then another. Mosasu nodded. He was proud of the confectionery stall his mother, aunt, and grandmother ran in the open market by the train station. They wanted to have a proper shop of their own, but they'd have to wait until they had the money to buy the building, because no one would rent good locations to Koreans. Mosasu wanted to make enough money to pay for Noah's tutoring and to buy his mother a beautiful shop. Goro handed Mosasu the hammer. "Try it." Mosasu tapped the pins while Goro watched him. "So last night, I met my lady friend Miyuki, and we drank too much. Mosasu, don't be like me and spend all your free time with fast girls," Goro said, smiling. "Well, unless they're very pretty, huh?" "Miyuki-san is pretty," Mosasu said. "So ne. Beautiful tits and a stomach like a mermaid. Women are so tasty, like candy. I don't know how I'll ever settle down," Goro said. "Then again, I don't see why I should. You see, Mosasu, I don't have a mother or father anymore. And though this makes me sad, no one cares enough for me to get married and is willing to arrange it." He nodded, not looking at all troubled by this. "And who were you out with last night?" Goro asked. Mosasu smiled. "You know I was here until the closing. Then I went home." "So you didn't even chase Kayoko around the kitchen?" "No," Mosasu laughed. "Ah, yes, I suppose that was me. Poor girl. She is so very ticklish. Not bad looking, and will one day have a fine figure, but for now, she is too young. One day, someone will buy her some rouge and powder, and she will leave us. And so this is the way of women." Mosasu couldn't understand why his boss would be interested in the kitchen girl when he regularly escorted actresses and dancers. "Kayoko is perfectly suitable for tickling, however. She has a cute laugh." Goro knocked against Mosasu's knee with his own. "You know, Mosasu, I like having you kids here. It makes this place feel more jolly." Goro kept Mosasu at the main shop because he had a wonderful energy about him. Goro could now afford to hire enough employees in all his shops. It wasn't that long ago that, as a new owner, he did the same work Mosasu did. Goro looked up and down at the boy and frowned. Mosasu looked at his boss, puzzled. "You wear the same white shirt and black trousers each day. You look clean, but you look like a janitor. You have 2 shirts and 2 pairs of trousers, isn't that so?" Goro said this kindly. "Yes, sir." Mosasu glanced down. His mother had ironed his shirt the night before. He didn't look bad, but Goro-san was right. He didn't look important. There was no extra money for clothing. After food, tutoring, and transportation, Uncle Yoseb's doctor's bills ate up all their spare cash. He'd been getting worse and remained in bed most of the day. "You need some more clothes. Let's go," Goro shouted. "Kayo-chan, I'm going to go out with Mosasu for a few minutes. Don't let anyone in, okay?" "Yes, sir," Kayoko shouted from the kitchen. "But I need to put the trays of balls out and sweep the front. The machines need to be cleaned, and I wanted to help Kayoko with the hand towels." Mosasu listed his morning duties, but his boss was already at the door. "Mosasu, come on! I don't have all day. You can't look like that anymore," he shouted while smiling, not the least bit ruffled by the boy's confusion. The woman who answered the small wooden door was surprised to see the tall boy standing by her customer, Goro-san. Mosazu recognized Haruki's mother immediately. He'd never been to his friend's house before, but had met her on the street several times, and Haruki had introduced her to him. Totoyama-san, hello. Mosazu bowed deep from the waist. Mosazu-san, hello. Welcome. I heard that you were working for Goro-san. Goro smiled. He is a good boy. I'm sorry to come so early, Totoyama-san, but Mosazu needs a few things. As Mosazu entered, he was surprised by the smallness of the living quarters. The space was a third the size of his house. It was basically one small room, divided by a wall-to-wall screen. The front part held the sewing machine, dressmaker's dummies, work table, and fabrics. Some sort of sandalwood incense covered the shoyu and mirin smells from cooking. The room was meticulously clean. It was hard to believe that Haruki lived somewhere so cramped with his mother and brother. Seeing this made him miss his friend more. Mosazu had not seen Haruki since he left school and started work. Mosazu is going to be my new morning foreman, my youngest one yet. Eh? Mosazu said out loud. But a foreman cannot look like a boy who cleans the machines and passes out hand towels and cups of tea, Goro said. Totoyama-san, please make him 2 proper jackets and matching trousers. Totoyama nodded gravely, unspooling her measuring tape to gauge the size of his shoulders and arms. With a stubby pencil, she took notes on a pad made out of used wrapping paper. Mama! Mama! Can I come out now? It was the voice of a larger male, but with the pleading tone of a small boy. Excuse me, my son is curious. We don't usually have customers so early in the morning. Goro-san waved her away, letting her check on her son. When she left the room, Goro made a sad face. The boy is... Mosazu nodded, because he knew about Haruki's younger brother. It had been almost 6 months since he had last seen Haruki, who was still in school. Haruki wanted to become a police officer. Neither had realized that school had made their relationship possible until one of them left. There had been no chance to see him since Mosazu worked all the time. The sliding walls between the rooms were made of paper and thin slats of wood, and Goro and Mosazu could hear everything. Daisuke-chan, Mama will be right back, ne? I'm in the next room. You can hear me, ne? Mama, is brother back home from school? No, Daisuke-chan. Haruki left only an hour ago. We must wait for him patiently. He will not be home until much later. Mama has to make some jackets for Haruki's good friend. Can you stay here and do your puzzle? Is this Mosasu-san? Startled at hearing his name, Mosasu glanced at the closed screen door. I want to meet him, Mama. This is the Korean boy. Can I meet him, please? Brother says Mosasu curses. I want to hear that. Daisuke burst out laughing. Goro patted Mosazu's back, as if he was trying to assure him somehow. Mosazu could feel Goro's sympathy and kindness. Oh, Mama! I want to meet the Korean friend. Oh, Mama, please? Suddenly it got quiet, and Totoyama's voice lowered to a low murmur like a bird cooing. Daisuke-chan, 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 she chanted. Haruki's mother repeated his name until the boy quieted. You should stay here and do your puzzle and help Mama, okay? You are my good child. Haruki will be home in a few hours. He will want to see your progress on your puzzles. Yes, Mama, yes. I will play with my top first. Then I will do my puzzles. Can we have rice today, do you think? If we have customers, can we have rice? Sometimes you buy rice when we have customers. I want a big rice ball, Mama. Later, Daisuke-chan. We will talk later. Daisuke-chan, 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 she murmured. Totoyama returned to the room and apologized. Goro said it was nothing. For the first time, Mosazu saw that Goro could look troubled. He smiled a lot at Totoyama, but his downward-sloping eyes showed his anguish at the sight of her stoic yet gentle face. "Maybe you should make the boy 2 jackets, 2 sets of trousers, and a proper winter coat. He's always wearing some shabby thing. I want my customers to see that the employees of my shops are neat and well-dressed." Goro-san handed her some bills, and Mosasu turned away. He looked for signs of his friend in the tiny room, but there were no photographs, books, or images. There was a portrait-sized mirror on the wall beside the curtained dressing area. "I will send Kayoko later today so you can make her something that matches Mosasu's uniform. I think they should wear a striped tie or some striped thing that matches the other. I saw that in a Tokyo parlor last month. She should wear a neat dress with an apron. Maybe the apron should be striped. What do you think? Well, I'll leave that to you. She should have 2 or 3 uniforms made. They should be sturdy." Goro peeled off some more bills and put them in her hands. Totoyama bowed and bowed again. "It is too much," she said, looking at the money. Goro gestured to Mosasu. "We should go back now. The customers will be itchy to touch their machines." "Goro-san, I shall have the jackets and trousers ready by the end of the week. I will work on the coat last. Mosasu-san will come again to try on the jacket, please. Can you come by in 3 days?" Mosasu glanced at Goro-san, who nodded firmly. "Come along, Mosasu. We mustn't keep the customers waiting." Mosasu followed his boss out the door, unable to find out anything about his friend, who would be suffering through morning classes about now. Totoyama bowed when they left and remained at the threshold until they turned the corner and could no longer see her. She shut the door tight and locked the door behind her. There would be money for rent and food that month. Totoyama sat down in front of her door and cried from relief. 13. 1957. "There has to be a way to raise that money," Kyung-hee said. "We have whatever's left from the savings for the shop," Yang-jin said. "It's mostly gone," Sunja whispered. Trying to save money while paying medical bills was like pouring oil into a broken jar. The women were speaking in low voices in the kitchen for fear of waking Yoseb. His latest skin infection made him itch terribly and kept him from resting. He had only just gone to bed after taking a large draught of Chinese medicine. The herbalist had given him a very strong dose this time, and it had worked. After all these years, the women were used to paying a lot for the medications, but this concoction had been shockingly expensive. Regular medicines no longer worked for his ailments, and he continued to suffer a great deal. Mosasu, who gave his full pay envelope each week to his mother, said that whatever they had left after living expenses should go toward the best possible care for Uncle Yoseb. Noah felt the same way. Despite the family's thrift and diligence, the savings seemed to vanish with each visit to the pharmacy. How would they pay for Waseda? At last, Noah had passed the entrance exam. This should have been a good day, perhaps the greatest day in the family's life, but they didn't know how to pay for even a portion of his first tuition bill. Also, the school was in Tokyo, and he would need room and board in the most expensive city in the country. Noah intended to continue working for Hoji-san up until almost the first day of school, then get a job in Tokyo while going to university. Sunja didn't know how that could be possible. Koreans didn't get jobs so easily, and they knew no one in Tokyo. Noah's boss, Hoji-san, was furious that his best bookkeeper was going to quit working to study something as useless as English literature. Hoji-san would never help Noah get a job in Tokyo. Kyung-hee thought they should buy another cart and set up in another part of town to try to double their earnings, but Yoseb could not be left alone. He could no longer walk. The muscles in his legs had atrophied so much that what had once been thick, powerful calves were now bony stalks, sheathed with scabs. He was not asleep, and he could hear them. The women were in the kitchen worrying about Noah's tuition. They were worried when he was studying for his exams, and now that he had finally passed, they were worried about how they would pay. Somehow, they had to live without Noah's salary, come up with the cost of the boy's education, and pay for his medicines. It would have been better if he were dead. Everyone knew it. As a young man, the only thing Yosef had wanted to do was to take care of his family, and now that he was helpless to do so, he could not even die to help them. The worst thing had happened. He was eating up his family's future. Back home, in the olden days, he could have asked someone to carry him off to the mountains to die, perhaps to be eaten by tigers. He lived in Osaka, and there were no wild animals here. Only expensive herbalists and doctors who could not help him get well, but rather keep him from just enough agony to fear death more while hating himself. What surprised him was that as he felt closer to death, he felt the terror of death, its very finality. There were so many things he had failed to do. There were even more things he should never have done. He thought of his parents, whom he should never have left, his brother, whom he should never have brought to Osaka, and he thought of the job in Nagasaki he should never have taken. He had no children of his own. Why did God bring him this far? He was suffering, and in a way he could manage that, but he had caused others to suffer, and he did not know why he had to live now, and recall the series of terrible choices that had not looked so terrible at the time. Was that how it was for most people? Since the fire, in the few moments when he felt clear and grateful to breathe without pain, Yosef wanted to see the good in his life, but he couldn't. He lay on his well-laundered pallet, dwelling on the mistakes that seemed so obvious in hindsight. He was no longer angry at Korea or Japan. Most of all, he was angry about his own foolishness. He prayed that God would forgive him for being an ungrateful old man. Softly, he called out, "Yobo." He didn't want to wake the boys, who were sleeping in the back room, and Changho, who slept in the room by the front door. Yosef tapped the floor gently in case Kyungi could not hear him. When he saw her at the threshold, he asked her to bring Sunja and Yangjin. The three women sat on the floor by his pallet. "You can sell my tools first," he said. "They're worth something. Maybe they'll pay for his books and his moving fees. You should sell all the jewelry you have. That will help too." The women nodded. Among the three of them, they had 2 gold rings left. Mosazu should ask his boss, Goro-san, for an advance against his salary equal to Noah's tuition, room, and board. And the 3 of you and he can work down the debt. During the school breaks, Noah can find whatever temporary jobs he can get and save. The boy has to go to Waseda. He deserves to go. Even if no one hires Koreans here, with his degree he can go back to Korea and work for a better salary. Or move to the United States. He'll know how to speak English. We have to think of his education as an investment. He wanted to say more. He wanted to apologize for not providing for them and for the expense he caused them, but he couldn't say these things now. "The Lord will provide," Kyungi said. "He's always taken care of our every need. When the Lord saved your life, he saved our lives. Send Mosazu to me when he comes home. I'll tell him that he must ask for an advance from Goro-san so he can pay for the tuition." Sunja shook her head slightly. "Noah won't allow his younger brother to pay for his tuition," she said. "He's already told me so." She didn't look at him while speaking. "Kohansu has said that he would pay for the tuition and board. Even if Mosazu got an advance—" "No! That's the foolish talk of an unthinking woman. You can't take that bastard's money. It's filthy." "Shh," Kyungi said gently. "Please, don't get upset." She didn't want Kim Chang-ho to hear them talking about his boss. "Noah said that he'll get a job in Tokyo, and it's true. He did say that Mosazu cannot pay for the tuition, that he'll manage. You know Noah won't go if Mosasu pays. I should be dead, Yoseb said. I'd rather be dead than listen to this. How can that boy work and go to a school like Waseda? Impossible. A boy who studied hard like this must go. I'll ask Koro-san myself if Noah can borrow the money. I'll tell Noah that he has to take it from him. But we don't know if Koro-san will lend it, and asking him could hurt Mosasu's job. I don't want to let Kohansu pay for the fees either, but how else? We can make it a loan, and we can pay it back in increments so that Noah doesn't owe him anything, Sunja said. Borrowing from Koro-san and hurting Mosasu's future in Pachinko is far better than taking money from Kohansu, Yoseb said firmly. That Kohansu is bad. Taking money from him for Noah, and there will be no end to him. He wants to control the boy. You know that. For Koro-san, it's just money. But why is Goro's Pachinko money cleaner than Kohansu's money? Kohansu owns construction companies and restaurants. There's nothing wrong with those things, Kyung-hee said. Shut up. Kyung-hee pursed her lips. The Bible said that a wise person must rein in his tongue. Not everything you wanted to say should be said. Sunja said nothing as well. She had never wanted to ask anything from Hansu before, but she reasoned that it would be preferable to ask a man who had already offered the money than to bother a total stranger. Goro had already been so gracious to Mosasu, and Mosasu was very happy in his job. She didn't want to bring shame to Mosasu, who had only just started out. The boy had been talking of opening his own parlor one day. Besides, she knew that Noah wouldn't allow Mosasu to borrow that money. Yoseb could insist all he wanted, but Noah would not listen to this. How about Kim Chang-ho? Can he help? Youngjin asked. That man works for Kohansu. Chang-ho doesn't have that kind of money, and if he got it, he would have gotten it from his boss. These debts are not easy, but Koro-san is the best option. He won't charge some exorbitant rate or hurt Noah. Mosasu will be fine, Yoseb replied. I'm going to rest now. The women left the room and closed the door. The next day, Hansu asked Noah to come by his office in Osaka with his mother. That same evening, without telling the family, the mother and son went to see Hansu. The office had 2 receptionists, dressed in matching black suits and crisp white shirts, and one of them brought them tea in thin blue porcelain cups on a lacquer tray lined with white gold foil. The waiting area was filled with beautiful floral arrangements. As soon as Hansu's call ended, the older one ushered them into Hansu's immense wood-paneled office. Hansu sat on a tufted black leather chair behind a mahogany partner's desk from England. Congratulations, Hansu said, getting up from his big chair. I'm so glad you could come. We should go have sushi. Can you go now? No, thank you. We have to get home, Sunja replied. Noah glanced at his mother, wondering why she wouldn't go to dinner. They didn't have any plans. After the meeting, they would likely just go back home and eat something simple that Aunt Kyung-hee had made. I asked you to come today because I want Noah to know that he has achieved something great, not just for himself or his family, but for all Koreans. You are going to university, and to Waseda, an excellent Japanese university. You are doing everything a great man can do in his time. You are pursuing your education. So many Koreans could not go to school, but you kept studying and studying. And even when the exams were not good, you persevered. You deserve a great reward. How wonderful. I'm so proud, so proud. Hansu beamed. Noah smiled shyly. No one had fussed nearly this much. Everyone at home had been happy, but mostly they had been anxious about the cost. Noah had been concerned, too, about the money, but he felt that somehow everything would be okay. He had worked since high school, and he would keep working even at Waseda. After getting into Waseda, he felt like he could do anything. He didn't mind working in any kind of job as long as he could go to classes and study. I'm sorry to ask this, but a while ago you had said that you may be able to help Noah with the fees, Sunja said. Do you think you could help us? Oma, no. Noah flushed. I can get a job. That's not why we're here. Kim-san said that Ko-san wanted us to come by to congratulate me, ne? Noah was surprised by his mother's request. She didn't like to ask for anything. She didn't even like taking free samples at the bakery. Noah, I'm asking for a loan. We would pay everything back with interest, Sunja said. She hadn't wanted to ask now, but it was better this way, she thought. Now he would know the terms from the beginning. There was no way to do this perfectly, so she just had to say it. The tuition is due now, and if you could help us, then we can write up a loan paper, and I will stamp it with my hanko. I brought it. Sunja nodded for emphasis. For a second she wondered, what would she do if he said no? Hansu laughed and shook his head dismissively. That's not necessary. And Noah need never worry about tuition, board, and fees. I've already taken care of it. As soon as I heard the great news from Kim Chang-ho, I sent the money to the school. I called my friend in Tokyo and found a good room near the school, which I will take you to see next week. Then I asked Kim Chang-ho to ask you and Noah to come by so I could invite you to dinner. So now, let's go eat sushi. The boy deserves a magnificent meal. Hansu looked at Sunja's face with pleading in his eyes. He wanted so much to celebrate his son's great accomplishment. You sent the money? And found a room in Tokyo? Without my permission? It's supposed to be a loan, she said, feeling more anxious. Sir, it is far too generous. My mother is right. We should return that money to you. I will get a job in Tokyo. Perhaps you can help me with that rather than pay my fees. I'd like to earn it myself. I feel like I can do that. No, you have to study. You had to take that exam again and again, not because you are not smart. You are very smart. You didn't have the time to study like a normal student. You took much longer than you needed because you didn't have schooling, and you had to work full-time to support your family. You didn't have all the proper tutoring that the average Japanese middle-class child would have had. And during the war, you were in that farm without any lessons. No, I will no longer watch idly while you and your mother pretend that the rules of human performance do not apply to you. A hard-working scholar should not have to worry about money. I should have forced my way earlier. Why should it take many more years for you to graduate from school? Do you want to be an old man by the time you finish Waseda? You study and learn as much as you can. I will pay, Hansu said, laughing. Do it my way. Be smart, Noah. This is what I can do for the next generation as a responsible Korean elder. Noah bowed. Sir, you have been very kind to our family. I'm very grateful. Noah looked at his mother, who remained seated quietly by his side. Her hands twisted the handle of her homemade canvas bag, stitched from Moses's leftover coat material. He felt sorry for her, because she was a proud woman, and this was humiliating for her. He knew she wanted to pay for his tuition. Noah, can you go outside and ask Mieko-san to call the restaurant for us? Hansu asked. Noah looked again at his mother, who seemed lost in her heavily upholstered chair. Oma? Sunja glanced up at her son, who was already standing by the door. She could see that he wanted to go to dinner with Hansu. The boy looked so handsome and pleased. She couldn't imagine what this must have meant to him. Noah had not refused Hansu. He had already accepted the money because the boy wanted so much to go to this university. In her mind, she could hear Yoseb yelling at her, to stop this now, that she was a foolish woman who had not thought this through. But the boy, her first child, was happy. He had done this tremendous, near impossible thing, and she could not imagine unmaking it to the thing it was yesterday, before he had passed. This glittering, brilliant object that could be taken away at a moment's notice through lack of money. She nodded, and her son understood that they would dine with Hansu. When the door closed, Hansu and Sunja were alone in its office. She tried again. I want this to be alone, and I want papers so I can show Noah that I paid for his school. No, Sunja, this I get to do. He's my son. If you don't let me do this, I will tell him. Are you crazy? No. Paying for his school is nothing to me financially, but it is everything to me as his father. You're not his father. You don't know what you're saying, Hansu said. He is my child. He has my ambition. He has my abilities. I will not let my own blood rot in the gutters of Ikaino. Sunja gathered her bag and got up. Yoseb was not wrong, and she could not take this back. Let us go, then. The boy is waiting outside. He must be hungry, he said. Hansu opened the door and let her out first. 14. December 1959. On a Saturday morning, when the others would be at work, Kyungi wanted to go to church. Missionaries from America who spoke Japanese but not Korean were visiting their church, and the minister had asked her to help him greet them since her Japanese was so good. Normally, she couldn't get out of the house because she wouldn't leave Yoseb by himself, but Changho offered to watch Yoseb. It wouldn't be for very long, and Changho wanted to do one last thing for her. Changho sat cross-legged on the warm floor near Yoseb's bedding to help him do some of the stretches the doctor had recommended. You've made up your mind, then, Yoseb said. Brother, I should go. It's time I went home. Really? Tomorrow? In the morning. I'll take the train to Tokyo, then head to Niigata from there. The ship leaves next week. Yoseb said nothing. His face contorted a little in pain as he lifted his right leg toward the ceiling. Changho kept his right hand beneath Yoseb's thigh to steady him down slowly. They switched to the left leg. Yoseb exhaled audibly after doing 2 more sets. If you wait until I die, then you can take my ashes and bury me there. That would be a good thing, I suppose. Though I think it doesn't much matter in the end. You know, I still believe in heaven. I believe in Jesus, even after all this. I suppose being married to Kyungi will do that. Her faith brought me closer to the Lord. I am not a good man, but I believe that I am saved. My father once said that when you die and go to heaven, you get your body back. I can finally get rid of this one. That will be good. And I feel ready to go home, too. Changho put his right arm beneath Yoseb's head, and Yoseb raised his arms above his head slowly, then lowered them. His arms were much stronger than his legs. Brother, you can't talk that way. It's not time. You're still here, and I can still feel the power in your body. Changho grasped Yoseb's good hand, which was unmarred by burns. He could feel the man's delicate bones. How had he survived for so long? And if you wait until I die, then you can marry her, Yoseb said. But you can't take her there. I ask that of you. What? Changho shook his head. I don't trust the communists. I wouldn't want her to go back home when they're in charge. And this can't last forever. Japan will be a rich country again soon, and Korea won't always be divided. You still have your health. You can make money here and take care of my... Yosef couldn't say her name then. I've made her suffer so much. She loved me when I was just a boy. I always knew that we'd be together, even when we were kids. She was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. You know, I've never wanted to be with another woman. Ever. Not just because she's so lovely, but because she's so good. Never, not once did she complain about me, and I have not been a husband to her for such a long time. He sighed. His mouth felt dry. I know you care for her. I trust you. I wish you didn't work for that thug, but there aren't that many jobs here. I understand. Why don't you just wait until I die? The more he said these things, the more Yosef felt that it was right. Stay here. I'll die soon. I feel it. You're needed here, too. You can't fix that country. No one can. Brother, you're not going to die. No, I must. We must try to build a nation again. We can't only think of our own comfort. Even as Yosef said this, Chang-ho felt the possibility of being with her again, something he had given up. As Kyung-yi walked home from church, she saw Chang-ho sitting on the bench in front of the convenience store, a block from the house. He was reading a newspaper and drinking juice from a glass bottle. Chang-ho was friendly with the owner, and he liked this quiet spot beneath the tarpaulin awning on the busy intersection. Hello, she said. Kyung-yi was happy to see him. Is he okay? It's not easy being cooped up, is it? Thank you so much for watching him. I better go back. You stay. He's fine. I just stepped out. Before he went to sleep, he asked me to get him some papers for when he wakes up. He wanted me to get some air. Kyung-yi nodded and turned from him to rush home. Sister, I was hoping I'd get a chance to speak with you. Oh? Let's go back home. I better start dinner. He'll be hungry. Wait, can you sit with me? Can I get you a juice from the store? No, I'm all right. She smiled at him and sat down, her hands folded over her lap. She was wearing her winter Sunday coat over her navy wool dress with her nice leather shoes. Without delay, Chang-ho told her what her husband said, almost word for word. He was nervous, but he knew he had to do it now. You could come with me. The first ship leaves next week, but we can go later. Korea needs more people who have the energy to rebuild a nation. We're supposed to get our own apartment with all the latest appliances, and we'll be in our own country. White rice 3 times a day. We can take his ashes there, and we can visit your parents' graves. Do a proper chesa. We can go home. You can be my wife. Stunned, Kyung-yi said nothing. She could not imagine that Yosef would have offered her to him, but she could not imagine that Chang-ho would lie to her. The only thing that made sense was that Yosef was worried enough about her to suggest such a plan. After the meeting at the church broke up, she had asked the minister to pray for Chang-ho's journey and well-being in Pyongyang. Chang-ho didn't believe in God or Christianity, but Kyung-yi had wanted to pray for him because she didn't know what else she could do for him. If the Lord watched over him, then she would not worry. He had told her that he was leaving only a week ago, and it was difficult to think of him being gone, but it was the right thing. He was a young man who believed in building a great country for others. She admired him because he didn't even have to go there. He had a good job and friends. Pyongyang wasn't even his home. Chang-ho was from Gyeongsang-do. It was she who was from the north. Is it possible? He asked. But you said that you wanted to go. I thought you'd marry someone back home. But you know that I've cared, that I do. Kyung-yi looked around. The shopkeeper of the convenience store was seated in the back and couldn't hear them over the noise of his radio program. On the road, a few cars and bicycles passed by, but not many, because it was Saturday morning. The red and white pinwheels attached to the store awning spun slowly in the light winter breeze. "If you said it is possible, you can't talk that way," she said softly. She didn't want to hurt him. All these years, his adoration and kindness had nourished her, but had also caused her anguish because she could not care for him in that way. It was wrong to do so. "Chang-ho, you have a future. You must find a young woman and have children. There isn't a day when I don't feel heartbroken that my husband and I couldn't have them. I know it was the Lord's plan for me, but I think you might have some. You'd make a wonderful husband and father. I couldn't ask you to wait. It would be sinful." "It's because you don't want me to wait. Because I would if you told me to." Kyung-hee bit her lip. She felt cold suddenly and put on her blue wool mittens. "I have to make dinner." "I leave tomorrow." "Your husband said I should wait." "Isn't that what you wanted? For him to give you permission? Wouldn't that make it okay in the eyes of your God?" "It isn't up to Yoseb to change God's laws. My husband is alive, and I wouldn't want to hasten his death. I care for you very much, Chang-ho. You have been the dearest friend to me. I'm not sure if I can bear it when you go, but I know we're not supposed to be man and wife. To even talk about it while he is alive cannot be right. I pray that you'll understand." "No, I don't understand. I will never understand. How could your faith allow such suffering?" "It isn't just suffering. It isn't. I pray that you will forgive me, that you will—" Chang-ho laid down the juice bottle carefully on the bench and got up. "I'm not like you," he said. "I'm just a man. I don't want to be holy. I'm a minor patriot." He left, walking away from the direction of the house, and didn't return until late in the evening when everyone was asleep. Early in the morning, when Kyung-hee went to the kitchen to get water for Yoseb, she saw that Chang-ho's room door was open. She looked in, and he was gone. The bedding had been folded neatly. Chang-ho had never had many possessions, but the room looked even more empty without his pile of books, his extra pair of glasses resting on top of them. The family was supposed to have accompanied him to Osaka Station to see him off, but he had taken an earlier train. Kyung-hee stood by his door, crying, when Sunja touched her arm. She was wearing her work apron over her nightclothes. "He left in the middle of the night. He told me to tell everyone goodbye. I only saw him because I got up to make candy. Why didn't he wait until we could go with him to the train station? He said he didn't want to make a fuss. He said he had to go. I tried to make him breakfast, but he said he'd buy something later that he couldn't eat. He wanted to marry me. After Yoseb died, Yoseb had told him that it was okay." "Omo," Sunja gasped. "But that's not right, is it? He should be with someone young. He has a right to have children. I couldn't give him any. I don't even have blood anymore." "Maybe you're more important than children." "No, I could not disappoint two men," she said. "He is a good man." Sunja held her sister-in-law's hand. "You told him no?" Her sister-in-law's face was wet with tears, and Sunja wiped it with the corner of her apron. "I have to get water for Yosef," Kyung-hee said, remembering suddenly why she'd gotten out of bed. "Sister, he would not have cared about children. He would have been happy to have just been with you. You are like an angel in this world." "No, I'm selfish. Yosef isn't." Sunja didn't understand. It was selfish to keep him here, but I did because he meant so much to me. I prayed every day for the courage to let him go, and I know the Lord wanted me to let him go. It cannot be right to have two men care for you that way and to allow it." Sunja nodded, but it didn't make sense. Were you supposed to have only one person in your life? Her mother had her father and no one else. Was her person Hansu or Isak? Did Hansu love her, or had he just wanted to use her? If love required sacrifice, then Isak had really loved her. Kyungi had served her husband faithfully without complaint. There was no one as kind-hearted and lovely as her sister-in-law. Why couldn't she have more than one man love her? Why did men get to leave when they didn't get what they wanted? Or had Changho suffered enough waiting? Sunja wanted her sister-in-law to make Changho wait, but it wouldn't have been Kyungi if she made him do so. Changho had loved someone who would not betray her husband, and perhaps this was why he had loved her. She could not violate who she was. Kyungi moved toward the kitchen, and Sunja followed, a few steps behind. Morning sunlight broke through the kitchen window, and it was hard to see straight ahead, but the light cast a glowing outline around her sister-in-law's slight frame. 15. Tokyo, 1960. It took some time, but after 2 years at Waseda, Noah finally felt comfortable about his place there. Always an excellent student with good habits, after a few hiccups and several thoughtful attempts, Noah learned how to write English literature papers and take university-level exams. University life was glorious in contrast to secondary school, where he had learned and memorized many things he no longer valued. None of his requirements even seemed like work. Waseda was pure joy to him. He read as much as he could without straining his eyes, and there was time to read and write and think. His professors at Waseda cared deeply about the subjects they taught, and Noah could not understand how anyone could ever complain. Hansu had procured for him a well-appointed apartment and gave him a generous allowance, so Noah did not have to worry about housing, money, or food. He lived simply and managed to send some money home each month. "Just study," Hansu had said. "Learn everything. Fill your mind with knowledge. It's the only kind of power no one can take away from you." Hansu never told him to study, but rather to learn, and it occurred to Noah that there was a marked difference. Learning was like playing, not labor. Noah was able to buy every book he needed for his classes, and when he couldn't find one at the bookstore, all he had to do was go to the immense university library, which was deeply underutilized by his peers. He didn't understand the Japanese students around him because they seemed so much more interested in things outside of school rather than learning. He knew well enough from school's past that the Japanese didn't want much to do with Koreans, so Noah kept to himself, no different than when he was a boy. There were some Koreans at Waseda, but he avoided them too, because they seemed too political. During one of their monthly lunches, Hansu had said that the leftists were a bunch of whiners, and the rightists were plain stupid. Noah was alone mostly, but he didn't feel lonely. Even after 2 years, he was still enthralled with just being at Waseda, with just having a quiet room to read in. Like a man starved, Noah filled his mind, ravenous for good books. He read through Dickens, Thackeray, Hardy, Austen, and Trollope, then moved on to the continent to read through much of Balzac, Zola, and Flaubert, then fell in love with Tolstoy. His favorite was Goethe. He must have read The Sorrows of Young Werther at least half a dozen times. If he had an embarrassing wish, it was this. He would be a European from a long time ago. He didn't want to be a king or a general. He was too old for such simple wishes. If anything, he wanted a very simple life filled with nature, books, and perhaps a few children. He knew that later in life, he also wanted to be let alone to read and to be quiet. In his new life in Tokyo, he had discovered jazz music, and he liked going to bars by himself and listening to records that the owners would select from bins. Listening to live music was too expensive, but he hoped that one day, when he had a job again, he would be able to go to a jazz club. At the bar, he would have one drink that he'd barely touch to pay for his seat. Then he'd go back to his room, read some more, write letters to his family, then go to sleep. Every few weeks, he saved some of his allowance and took an inexpensive train ride home and visited his family. At the beginning of each month, Hansu took him for a sushi lunch to remind Noah of his mission in the world for some higher purpose that neither could articulate fully. His life felt ideal, and Noah was grateful. That morning, as he walked across the campus to his George Eliot seminar, he heard someone calling his name. "Bando-san! Bando-san!" A woman shouted. It was the radical beauty on campus, Akiko Fumeki. Noah stopped and waited. She had never spoken to him before. He was, in fact, a little afraid of her. She was always saying contrary things to Professor Kuroda, a soft-spoken woman who had grown up and studied in England. Though the professor was polite, Noah could tell that she didn't like Akiko much. The other students, especially the females, could barely tolerate her. Noah knew it was safer to keep his distance from the students that the professors disliked. In the seminar room, Noah sat one seat away from the professor, while Akiko sat in the very back of the room below the high windows. "Ah, Bando-san, how are you?" Akiko asked, flushed and out of breath. She spoke to him casually, as if they had talked many times before. "Well, thank you. How are you?" "So, what do you think of Eliot's final masterpiece?" she asked. "It's excellent. Everything by George Eliot is perfect." "Nonsense. Adam Bede is a bore. I almost died reading that thing. Silas Marner is barely tolerable." "Well, Adam Bede was not as exciting or developed as Middlemarch, but it remains a wonderful depiction of a brave woman and an honest man." "Oh, please." Akiko rolled her eyes, and she laughed at him. Noah laughed too. He knew she was a sociology major, because everyone had had to introduce himself or herself on the first day of class. "You have read everything by George Eliot?" "That's impressive," he said, never having met anyone else who had done so. "You're the one who's read absolutely everything. It's sickening, and I'm almost irritated at you for doing so. But I admire it too. Although, if you like everything you read, I can't take you that seriously. Perhaps you didn't think about these books long enough." She said this with a serious face, not in the least bit concerned about offending him. "So ne," Noah smiled. It had not occurred to him that any book that a professor would choose and admire could be inferior, even in relation to that author's own works. Their professor had loved Adam Bede and Silas Marner. "You sit so close to the professor. I think she's in love with you." In shock, Noah halted. "Kuroda-san is 60 years old, maybe 70. Noah moved toward the building door and opened it for her. "You think women want to stop having sex just because they're 60? You're absurd. She's probably the most romantic woman in Waseda. She's read far too many novels. You're perfect for her. She'd marry you tomorrow. Oh, the scandal. Your George Eliot married a young man too, you know. Although her groom did try to kill himself on their honeymoon." Akiko laughed out loud, and the students who were walking up the staircase to their classroom stared at her. Everyone seemed puzzled by their interaction, since Noah was almost as famous as the campus beauty, but for being aloof. Once in their classroom, she sat at her old seat in the back, and Noah returned to his seat by the professor. He opened his notebook and retrieved his fountain pen, then looked down at the sheet of white paper lined in pale blue ink. He was thinking about Akiko. She was even prettier up close. Kuroda-san sat down to give her lecture. She wore a pea-green sweater over her Peter Pan collar white blouse and a brown tweed skirt. Her tiny feet were shod with a childish pair of Mary Janes. She was so small and thin that she gave the impression that she could almost fly away like a sheet of paper or a dry leaf. Kuroda-san's lecture was primarily an extensive psychological portrait of the heroine in Daniel Deronda, the self-centered Gwendolyn Harleth, who changes as a result of her suffering and the goodness of Daniel. The professor put great emphasis on a woman's lot being determined by her economic position and marriage prospects. Unsurprisingly, the professor compared Gwendolyn to the vain and greedy Rosamund Vincy of Middlemarch, but argued that in contrast, Gwendolyn achieves the Aristotelian Anagnorisis and Peripeteia. Kuroda-san spent most of the lecture on Gwendolyn. Then right before the period ended, she spoke a little about Mira and Daniel, the Jews of the book. Kuroda-san gave some background on Zionism and the role of Jews in Victorian novels. Jewish men are often seen as exceptionally brilliant, and the women are often beautiful and tragic. Here, we have a situation where a man does not know his own identity as an outsider. He is like Moses, the infant in Genesis, who learns that he is Jewish and not Egyptian. As Kuroda-san was saying this, she glanced at Noah, but he was not aware of it because he was taking notes. However, when Daniel learns that he is indeed a Jew, Daniel is free to love the virtuous Mira, another talented singer like his Jewish mother, and they will go east to Israel. Kuroda-san sighed quietly, as if she was pleased by Eliot's ending. So are you saying that it is better for people to only love within their race? That people like the Jews need to live apart in their own country? Akiko asked, without raising her hand. She did not seem to believe in that formality. Well, I think George Eliot is arguing that there is great nobility in being Jewish and wanting to be part of a Jewish state. Eliot recognizes that these people were often persecuted unfairly. They have every right to a Jewish state. The war has taught us that bad things happen to them, and that can't happen again. The Jews have done no wrong, but the Europeans... Kuroda-san spoke more quietly than usual, as if she was afraid that someone might overhear her and she would get in trouble. It is complicated, but Eliot was far ahead of her contemporaries to think about the issue of discrimination based on religion, ne? There were 9 students in the class, and everyone nodded, including Noah, but Akiko looked irritated nonetheless. Japan was an ally of Germany, Akiko said. That is not a part of this discussion, Akiko-san. The professor opened her book nervously, wanting to change the subject. Eliot is wrong, Akiko said, undeterred. Maybe the Jews have a right to have their own state, but I see no need for Mira and Daniel to have to leave England. I think this nobility argument, or a greater nation for a persecuted people, is a pretext to eject all the unwanted foreigners. Noah did not look up. He found himself writing down everything Akiko said, because it upset him to think that this could be true. He had admired Daniel's courage and goodness throughout the book, and he had not thought much about Eliot's political design. Was it possible that Eliot was suggesting that foreigners, no matter how much she admired them, should leave England? At this point in the course, everyone in the room despised Akiko, but suddenly he admired her courage to think so differently and to suggest such a difficult truth. He felt lucky to be at a university, and not in most other settings, where the person in charge was always right. Nevertheless, until he really listened to Akiko disagree with the professor, he had not thought for himself fully, and it had never occurred to him to disagree in public. After class, he walked home alone, deep in thoughts of her, and he knew he wanted to be with her, even if it would not be easy. The following Tuesday, before the seminar began, Noah went early to class to claim the chair next to hers. The professor tried not to show that she was hurt by this defection, but of course, She was. 16. Osaka, April 1960. At some point in the past 4 years, Mosasu had worked as a foreman in all 6 of Goro's pachinko parlors. Goro had opened new parlors in rapid succession, and Mosasu had helped him to start each new one. Mosasu was 20 years old, and he did little else but mind the shops and fix whatever needed fixing, while Goro scouted for new locations and came up with inspired ideas for his growing empire, which oddly seemed to work out. In business, Goro could not miss, it seemed, and he credited some of his good fortune to Mosasu's willingness to labor without ceasing. It was April, and early in the morning, when Mosasu arrived at the manager's office at Paradise 6, the newest pachinko parlor. "Ohayo, the car is waiting. I'm taking you to Totoyama-san's for new clothes. Let's go," Goro said. "Maji? Why? I have enough suits for this year and next. I'm the best-dressed foreman in Osaka," Mosasu said, laughing. Unlike his brother Noah, Mosasu had never cared for nice clothing. He wore the well-tailored clothes Goro wanted him to wear, only because his boss was fastidious about how his staff should look. Goro's employees were an extension of himself, he believed, and Goro was strict about their personal hygiene as well. Mosasu had too much to do, and he didn't feel like going down to Totoyama-san's place. He was eager to phone the newspapers to put out ads for more workers. Paradise 6 needed men to work the floor on the late shift, and since the interiors of Paradise 7 would be finished in a month, he had to start thinking about hiring for 7 as well. "You have the right clothes for a foreman, but you'll need new suits to be the manager of 7. "Eh? I can't be the manager of 7, Mosasu replied, startled. "That's Okada-san's job." "He's gone." "What? Why? He was looking forward to being manager." "Stealing." "What? I don't believe it." "Hondo desu," Goro said, nodding. "I caught him. I had suspected it, and it was confirmed." "That's terrible." Mosasu couldn't fathom anyone stealing from Goro. It would be like stealing from your father. Why did he do that? "Gambling. He owed some goons money. He said he was going to pay me back, but the losses got bigger and bigger. You know. Anyway, his mistress came by this morning to apologize for him. She's pregnant. He finally gets her pregnant, then loses his job. Moron." Oh, shit. Mosasu recalled all the times Okada had spoken of wanting a son. Even a daughter would do, he said. Okada was crazy about kids and pachinko. Even with all his experience, no pachinko parlor in Osaka would hire him if Goro had gotten rid of him for stealing. No one stole from Goro. Did he say he was sorry? Of course. Cried like a child. I told him to get out of Osaka. I don't want to see his face anymore. So ne, Mosasu said, feeling bad for Okada, who had always been nice to him. He had a Korean mother and a Japanese father, but he always said he felt like a full Korean because he was such a passionate man. Is his wife okay? Mosasu knew Goro got along with both women. Yeah, his wife and his mistress are fine, Goro replied. But I told the mistress that he shouldn't show up around here. I wouldn't be so nice next time. Mosasu nodded. Let's go to Totoyama-san's. I'm tired of feeling sad. Seeing Totoyama's girls will cheer me up, Goro said. Mosasu followed his boss to the car. He knew enough not to ask about his new salary. Goro didn't like to talk about money, strangely enough. The manager's salary would be better than that of a foreman. Mosasu had been saving carefully for his mother's confection shop, and they were pretty close to having enough to buy a small store near the train station. With Uncle Yosib's health worsening, Aunt Kyung-hee couldn't make candy to sell when she was home. With only his mother and grandmother working in the stall, and with Noah in his 3rd year at Waseda in Tokyo, any extra money would be good for the family, he figured. Each Saturday evening, Mosazu felt proud handing his mother his fat pay envelope. She tried to increase his allowance, but he had refused, except for his bus fare. He didn't need much, since he ate his meals at the employee cafeteria, and Koro bought him his work clothes. Mosazu worked 7 days a week and slept at home. If it was very late, he slept in one of the spare employee dorm rooms at the parlors. The shop door shut behind them after they exited. "Boss, I don't know. Do you think the guys will listen to me? Like the way they do Okada?" Mosazu asked. It wasn't that Mosazu wasn't ambitious. It was that he enjoyed being the morning or evening foreman at the shops. He was very good at it. Being a manager was more serious. Everyone looked up to the manager. He would be in charge whenever Goro wasn't there. Okada was almost 35 and tall like a baseball player. "I'm flattered and grateful, but I think some of the other managers might—" "Shut up, kid. I know what I'm doing. You're smarter than the other managers, and you know how to solve problems by yourself. This is the most important shop. If I'm running around checking the others, I need you to be sharp." "But 7 is going to need almost 50 employees. How am I supposed to find 50 men?" "Actually, you're going to need at least 60 men and 20 pretty girls for the prize counters." "Really?" Mosazu was always game for Koro's outlandish plans, but this seemed a bit much, even for him. "How will I find—" "You will. You always do. And you can hire any kind of girl you want for the prize counters. Okinawans, Borakumin, Koreans, Japanese, I don't care. They just have to be cute and pretty. But not so slutty they'll scare the men. The girls are always important. Ha! I didn't realize that the dorm could accommodate so many. You worry a lot. That's why you'll be perfect." Goro smiled widely. Mosazu thought about that and had to agree. No one worried about the shops nearly as much as he did. In the car ride to Totoyama's workshop, the driver and Goro talked about wrestling, while Mosasu sat quietly. In his mind, he was making lists of all the things that had to be done for 7. As he pondered over which of the men he would shuffle around from the other shops, he realized that maybe he was ready after all to become a manager of a shop, and it made him smile a little. Goro was never wrong. Maybe he wasn't wrong about him either. Mosazu wasn't smart like his brother, who was now studying English literature at Waseda in Tokyo, and who could read thick novels in English without a dictionary. Noah wanted to work for a real Japanese company. He wouldn't have wanted to work in a pachinko parlor. Noah thought that after the family bought the confectionery, Mosasu should work with the family. Like most Japanese, Noah thought pachinko parlors were not respectable. The car stopped in front of a squat red brick building that had been used as a textile factory before the war. A large persimmon tree shaded the gray metal door. As Goro's exclusive uniform maker, Totoyama had earned and saved enough to move her shop here from her home-come-workshop near Ikaino. She and her sons, Haruki and Daisuke, now lived in 3 of the back rooms, and she used the rest of the building as the workroom. She employed 6 assistants who worked 6 days a week filling the orders for uniforms. By word of mouth, she had picked up work from other Korean business owners in Osaka and now made uniforms for yakiniku restaurants and other pachinko parlors in the Kansai region. But Goro's work always came first, because it was he who had told the others to hire her. When Goro rang the bell, Totoyama answered the door herself. A hired girl, another apprentice, brought them hot, fragrant tea and imported wheat biscuits on a lacquered tray. Totoyama led Mosasu to the mirror so she could take his measurements. With pins in her mouth, she measured the width of his long arms. "You are getting thinner, Mosasu-san," Totoyama said. "So ne," he answered. Goro-san tells me I need to eat more. Goro nodded as he munched on the biscuits and drank a second cup of kenmaicha. He was seated on a cedar bench covered with indigo fabric-covered cushions. He felt peaceful, watching Totoyama work. He always felt better when he solved problems. Okada had turned out to be a crook, so we got rid of him. Now he was going to promote Mosasu. The large and airy workroom had been whitewashed recently, but the wood floors were shabby and old. The floors were cleaned each day, but the morning's bits of fabric and thread littered the areas around the work tables. In the slant of light from the skylight, a pale column of dust motes pierced the room. A long workroom was lined with 6 sewing machines, and a girl sat behind each one. They tried not to look at the men, but couldn't help being drawn to the young one who came by the shop at least once a year. Mosasu had grown noticeably more attractive. He had his father's purposeful gaze and welcoming smile. He liked to laugh, and this was one of the reasons why Goro liked the boy so much. Mosasu was enthusiastic, not prone to moodiness. He was wearing a foreman's uniform that had been made in this workshop, and the girls who had worked on his clothing felt connected to him in this way but could hardly admit this. They knew he didn't have a girlfriend. "There's a new face here," Goro said, folding his arms over his chest. He scanned the girls carefully and smiled. He got up from his seat and walked toward them. He bowed deeply, and this was funny because he was such an important person. The girls rose up simultaneously and bowed. Goro shook his head and made a silly face, scrunching up his nose to make them laugh. "Sit, sit," he said. He had a kind of comic facility combined with a physical smoothness. To make the women laugh, he could walk while wiggling his shoulders. He was a stout little man with funny movements who liked flirting with all kinds of women. You remembered him. You wanted him to like you. Because he could be silly, it was possible to forget that he was a powerful businessman and wealthy enough to own 7 pachinko parlors. With a word, he could make grown men leave Osaka for good. "Eriko-san, Reiko-san, Midori-san, Hanako-san, and Motoko-san, ne?" Goro recited their names perfectly, then stopped in front of a new girl. "Goro desu," he said, presenting himself to the new girl. "You have lovely hands." "Yumi desu," the young woman replied, slightly annoyed at him for distracting her from her sewing. Totoyama looked up from her measurements and frowned at the new girl. Yumi's sewing was neater than the others, but she was often too purposely aloof, taking lunch alone or reading during her breaks rather than talking. Her skills and personal nature were secondary to the fact that she had to respect Goro-san, to humor him even. To Totoyama, Goro-san was a great man who was truly good. Though he joked with girls, he was never inappropriate. Goro had never asked any of the girls out, or done any of the bad things her other male customers had tried to do. Yumi had been working for her for 2 months. From her papers, Totoyama knew she was Korean, but Yumi went by her past name and never brought up her background. Totoyama didn't care about a person's background as long as the employee did her job. Yumi was an elegant girl with good skin and a high bosom. She did not have a good figure for a kimono, but had the sort of curves that men liked. It was natural that Goro-san would have noticed her. "Goro-san, so Mosasu-san is the new manager of 7? Totoyama asked. "How wonderful for such a young man." Mosasu looked down, avoiding the looks of curiosity and wonder in the eyes of the seamstresses, except for Yumi, who continued her sewing. "Yes. Mosasu-san will need 3 dark suits, and use good fabric, please. He will need some nice neckties, something different from the others, something elegant, older-looking." Mosasu stood in front of the 3-way mirror and noticed Yumi, who was working diligently. She was lovely. Her shoulders were thin and wide and her neck long, reminding him of an illustration of a swan on a box of detergent. When Totoyama finished taking Moses's measurements, the men returned to the car. "Yumi-san, the new girl is very pretty. Terrific ass," Goro said. Moses nodded. Goro laughed. "Finally, some interest from the hard-working boy. She'd be a good one for you." The following week, when he returned alone for another fitting, Totoyama was finishing up with a customer and asked Yumi to get him his suit. Yumi handed him the partially finished suit and pointed to the dressing room behind the indigo fabric curtain. "Thank you," he said in Japanese. She said nothing at all, but stood there coolly, waiting to be discharged from her duties by Totoyama. When Mosasu came out, Yumi was standing in front of the mirror, holding a scarlet wool pincushion. Totoyama was still occupied with another customer on the other side of the room. Yumi looked at his neckline and cocked her head. The lapel needed some work, she noticed. "I'm Mosasu Boku. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yumi frowned at the lapel and pulled out a pin from the cushion to mark the place. "You're not going to poke me, are you?" he said, laughing. Yumi walked behind him to check the yoke. "You're not going to speak to me? Really?" "I'm not here to speak with you. I'm here to check your fit." "If I buy you dinner, maybe you can find a few words from me," Mosasu said, repeating a line he'd heard Goro use on women. Mosasu had never asked a girl out. He was a manager now at Paradise 7. A girl might find that impressive, he thought. "No dinner, no thank you." "You have to eat." This was another one of Goro's stock phrases. "You finish work around 7:30. I know, because I've been here before to pick up uniforms." "I go to school after work. I don't have time for nonsense." "I'm nonsense?" "Yes." Moses smiled at her. She didn't talk like anyone he knew. "What are you studying, anyway?" "English." "I know English. I can help you." "You don't know English." "Hello, Miss Yumi. My name is Moses Park." "How are you?" He repeated the lines he'd practiced with Noah from his English books. "What kind of weather are you having in Tulsa, Oklahoma?" he asked. "Is it rainy or dry?" "I like hamburgers. Do you like hamburgers? I work at a place called Paradise." "Where did you learn that? You didn't even finish high school," Yumi said. "How do you know that?" he smiled. "Never mind," she said, seeing Totoyama approaching them. "Miss Yumi, do you like the fascinating novels of Mr. Charles Dickens? He is my brother's favorite author. I think his books are very long. There are no pictures in his books." Yumi smiled a little, then bowed to her boss before pointing out the areas that needed work. She bowed again before leaving them to return to her sewing machine. "I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, Mosasu-san. How are you? How is Goro-san?" Mosasu answered her politely, and when she was nearly done with the pins, he turned and sneezed dramatically, curving his back as if to bend forward and ripping the carefully basted seams. "Oh, I'm a fool. I'm so sorry," he said, glancing at Yumi, who was trying not to laugh. "Should I come back tomorrow or the next day? I may be able to come by before you close." "Oh, yes, please," Totoyama said, assessing the torn seams, oblivious to the two young people studying each other. "We'll have it ready for you by tomorrow night." 17. October 1961. Mosasu leaned against the maple tree opposite Totoyama-san's workshop, his profile only slightly obscured by its trunk. This was their arranged meeting place. 3 nights a week, Mosasu met Yumi after work. For over a year, he'd been accompanying her to the English class at the church, then heading back to her rented room where she'd fix them a simple dinner. Often they would make love before Mosasu returned to Paradise 7, where he worked until closing, before falling asleep in his quarters at the employee dormitory. It was already October, and though the early evening breezes had yet to lose the supple warmth of summer, the leaves on the trees were beginning to turn gold and shiny. The tall tree above him formed a burnished metallic lace against the blurry evening sky. Laborers and other men in uniform were returning home from work, and small children popped out of their homes to greet their fathers. In the past year, the road where Totoyama had her new workshop had improved, with families moving into the abandoned houses near the river. A local vegetable seller had done so well in his once desolate spot that he was now able to rent the adjacent lot for his brother-in-law to sell dry goods. The new bakery, selling Portuguese-style sponge cakes, which perfumed the street invitingly, had achieved sufficient fame in Osaka to command long lines each morning. The seamstresses at Totoyama-san's were working later than usual, so Mosasu studied his crumpled list of homework words. He never thought much of his memory when he was at school, but he found that he was able to remember English words and phrases very well. His recall was useful for impressing Yumi. Unlike most girls, who cared about gifts of cash, dresses, or trinkets, Moses's girlfriend cared only about learning. Yumi seemed happiest with him when he gave the right answers when their teacher, the Reverend John Merriman, called on him. Yumi, who wanted to live in America, believed that she had to learn English well if she was to live there one day. There was only a little natural light left to read by, but when a man's shadow passed over him, he couldn't make out the words on the page. Noticing the solemn pair of men's work shoes a few paces from him, Mosasu glanced up. "Is it possible that you are studying, Mo-san? Honto?" "Hey, Haruki!" Mosasu shouted. "Is that you? I haven't seen you since I don't know when." He clasped his friend's hand heartily and shook it. "I'm always asking your mother about you. She's real proud of you. Not like she's bragging, but, you know, in her quiet, polite Totoyama-san way. Look at you, Haruki, the police officer." Mosasu whistled at Haruki's academy uniform. "You look really serious. Makes me want to commit a crime. You're not going to tell on me, right?" Haruki smiled and hit Mosasu on the shoulder lightly with his fist, feeling shy around his old school friend. It had been difficult to keep away from Mosasu, but Haruki had done so because his feelings for him had been too strong. There had been other infatuations over the years and encounters with strangers. Recently, there was a fellow at the academy, Koji, another tough and funny guy. As he had done with Mosasu, Haruki did his best to keep away from Koji, because he knew well enough to draw a thick line between what was public and what was private. "What the hell are you doing around here? Don't you live near the academy?" Haruki nodded. "I have the week off." "So? When do you become a cop? I mean, detective." Mosasu chuckled, pretending to bow formally. 2 years. Upon seeing Mosasu by the maple tree, Haruki had been afraid to cross the street. The mere image of him had been overwhelming. As a boy, Haruki had worshipped Mosasu, who had saved him from the anguish of school. When Mosasu had dropped out to work for Koro-san, then disappeared into his job, Haruki felt the loss like a deadly punch to the chest. After Mosasu left to work at the Pachinko parlors, the sheep, witches, and ghouls of their high school emerged to the fore, forcing Haruki to retreat to any available sanctuary. During his free periods, he had filled his burgeoning sketchbooks with pencil drawings in the safety of a kind-hearted art teacher's classroom. Home was always the same. His younger brother would never grow up, and his mother could never quit working until her eyes failed. His art teacher, whose husband and brothers were police detectives, had given Haruki the suggestion to go to the police academy. Interestingly, the teacher had not been wrong. Haruki loved the academy with its rules and hierarchy. He did what he was told to do, and he did it very well. Also, It was easier just to start again in a new place where no one knew you. "Why are you standing out here?" Haruki asked. The sun was very low, and its orange-red color moved him. "I'm waiting for Yumi." "She works for your mother." "No one's supposed to know about us, though. Of course, I don't think your mother would care. I'm not such a terrible guy." "I won't say anything," Haruki said, thinking that Mosasu had become more appealing. He had always admired Mosasu's smooth brow, the strong nose, and neat white teeth, but in his manager's suit, he looked like a grown man in charge of his life. Haruki wanted to follow him. The workshop windows were still brightly lit, and the girls labored with their dark heads bowed at their work tables. Mosasu could imagine Yumi's thin fingers flying across the fabric. When she focused on her work, Yumi could not be distracted. She was like that about everything, and could be left alone working for hours. Mosasu couldn't imagine being so quiet all the time. He would miss the bustle of the Pachinko parlor. He loved all the moving pieces of his large, noisy business. His Presbyterian minister father had believed in a divine design, and Mosasu believed that life was like this game, where the player could adjust the dials, yet also expect the uncertainty of factors he couldn't control. He understood why his customers wanted to play something that looked fixed, but which also left room for randomness and hope. "Do you see her?" Mosasu pointed with pride. "There. She's the fourth desk from the—" "Yumi-san." "Yes, I've met her. She's a good seamstress. A very elegant person. You're lucky," Haruki said. "And how's your work? Have you made your fortune?" "You should come by. I'm at Paradise 7 now. Come tomorrow. I'm there all day and night nearly, except for when I meet Yumi and take her to the English class." "I don't know. I have to see my brother while I'm home. I hear he's been a little down. That's why I came home. Mother said he's getting a little strange. Not giving her trouble or anything, but she says that he talks less and less. The doctors don't know what to do. They want him to go live in an institution. They say he might be happier living with other people like himself, but I doubt that. Those places can be—" Haruki sucked wind between his clenched teeth. Of course, Mother would never allow it. Daisuke is a very good child. Haruki said this quietly, having known for as long as he could remember that Daisuke would be his responsibility after his mother could no longer care for him. Who Haruki married would be determined by her willingness to be good to Daisuke and his aging mother. Yumi says that it might be good for him in America. Then again, she thinks everyone is better off in America. She says it's not like it is here in Japan, where a person can't be different. Mosasu thought his girlfriend was irrationally biased in favor of America and anything from America. Like his brother Noah, Yumi thought English was the most important language and America was the best country. Yumi says there are better doctors in America, Mosasu shrugged. That's probably true. Haruki smiled, having often wished that he could live somewhere else, where he didn't know anyone. As Yumi walked toward the meeting spot, she recognized her employer's older son. It would have been awkward to turn around, so she stayed her course. "You know Haruki-san," Mosasu said to Yumi, smiling. "He was my only friend in high school. And now he'll be fighting crime." Yumi nodded, smiling uncomfortably. "Yumi-san, it's good to see you again. I'm grateful to you that I got to see my friend again after so many, many years." "You are home from the academy, Haruki-san." Yumi kept her posture both formal and demure. Haruki nodded, then made excuses about Daisuke waiting for him at home. Before leaving them, however, Haruki promised to visit Mosasu at the Pachinko parlor the following morning. Their English class met in the large conference room in the offices of the new Korean church, built recently, with large donations from some wealthy yakiniku families. Despite his European name, the teacher, John Merriman, was a Korean who had been adopted as an infant by American missionaries. English was his first language. As a result of his superior diet, rich in both protein and calcium, John was significantly taller than the Koreans and Japanese. At nearly 6 feet, he caused a commotion wherever he went, as if a giant had descended from heaven. Though he spoke Japanese and Korean proficiently, he spoke both languages with an American accent. In addition to his size, his mannerisms were distinctly foreign. John liked to tease people he didn't know well. And if something was funny, he laughed louder than most. If it hadn't been for his patient Korean wife, who possessed masterful nunchi and was able to explain to others tactfully that John just didn't know any better, he would have gotten into trouble far more often for his many cultural missteps. For a Presbyterian pastor, John seemed far too jovial. He was a good man, whose faith and intelligence were irreproachable. His mother, Cynthia Merriman, an automobile tire heiress, had sent him to Princeton and Yale Divinity School, and to his parents' delight, he had returned to Asia to spread the gospel. His lovely coloring was more olive than golden, and his fringed, ink-black eyes, constantly bemused, invited women to linger in his presence. A girl normally hard to win over, Yumi admired her teacher, whom all the students called Pastor John. To her, John represented a Korean being from a better world, where Koreans weren't whores, drunks, or thieves. Yumi's mother, a prostitute and alcoholic, had slept with men for money or drinks, and her father, a pimp and a violent drunk, had been imprisoned often for his criminality. Yumi felt that her 3 elder half-sisters were as sexually indiscriminate and common as barn animals. Her younger brother had died as a child, and soon after, at 14 years old, Yumi ran away from home with her younger sister and somehow supported them with small jobs in textile factories until the younger sister died. Over the years, Yumi had become an excellent seamstress. She refused to acknowledge her family, who lived in the worst sections of Osaka. If she spotted a woman who had even a passing resemblance to her mother on any street, Yumi would cross to the other side or turn around to walk away. From watching American movies, she had decided that one day she would live in California and planned on becoming a seamstress in Hollywood. She knew Koreans who had returned to North Korea and many more who had gone back to the South, yet she could not muster any affection for either nation. To her, being Korean was just another horrible encumbrance, much like being poor or having a shameful family you could not cast off. Why would she ever live there? But she could not imagine clinging to Japan, which was like a beloved stepmother who refused to love you. So Yumi dreamed of Los Angeles. Until Moses, with his swagger and enormous dreams, Yumi had never let a man into her bed, and now that she had attached herself to him, she wanted both of them to go to America, to make another life where they wouldn't be despised or ignored. She could not imagine raising a child here. The English class had 15 pupils who attended 3 nights a week. Until Moses showed up, Yumi had been Pastor John's best student. Moses had an enormous advantage over her, since he had been unintentionally studying with his brother, Noah, for years by being his at-home English quiz partner, but Yumi did not mind. She was relieved that he was better than she was at this, that he made more money than she did, and that he was relentlessly kind to her. Each class began with Pastor John going around the room asking each person a series of questions. "Moses," Pastor John said in his teaching voice, "how is the Pachinko parlor? Did you make a lot of money today?" Moses laughed. "Yes, Pastor John. Today I earned lot money. Tomorrow I make more. Do you need money?" "No, thank you, Moses. But please remember to help the poor, Moses. There are many among us." "The Pachinko money isn't mine, Pastor John. My boss is rich, but I am not a rich man yet. One day I will rich." "You will be rich," Yes, I will be rich man, Pastor John. A man must have money. John smiled at Moses kindly, wanting to disabuse him of such idolatrous notions, but he turned to Yumi. Yumi, how many uniforms did you make today? Yumi smiled, and color rushed to her face. Today, I made 2 vests, Pastor John. John moved on to the others, encouraging the reserve students to talk to each other as well as to the class. He wanted the Koreans to speak well. He wanted no one to ever look down on them. He had left his beautifully comfortable life in Princeton, New Jersey, because he felt sorry for the impoverished Koreans in Japan. In his wonderful childhood, filled with the warmth of his loving parents, he had always felt bad for the Koreans who had lost their nation for good. People like Moses and Yumi had never been to Korea. There was always talk of Koreans going back home, but in a way, all of them had lost the home in their minds for good. His parents had adopted him alone, and he had no known siblings. Because John had always felt so happy with his parents, he'd felt guilty that many others hadn't been chosen the way he was. Why was that? He wanted to know. There were unhappy adoptions, to be sure, but John knew his lot was better than almost anyone's. Chosen was always the word his mother had used with him. We chose you, our darling John. You had the loveliest smile, even as a small baby. The ladies at the orphanage loved holding you because you were such an affectionate child. Teaching English class wasn't part of his job as a pastor. He didn't proselytize his students, most of whom were not parishioners. John loved the sound of English words, the sounds of Americans talking. He wanted to give this to the poor Koreans in Osaka. He wanted them to have another language that wasn't Japanese. Like his students, John was born in Japan to Korean parents. His biological parents had left him with their landlord. John didn't know how old he was exactly. His parents had given him the birthday of Martin Luther, November 10th. The only fact he knew about his birth parents was that they had left their rented room in the early hours of the morning without paying the rent and had left him behind. His adoptive mother said this must have been because the landlord had money and shelter, and wherever his biological parents were going, they may not have been able to give these things to him. Their sacrifice of leaving him was an act of love, his mother had said every time John had asked about them. Nevertheless, whenever John saw an older Korean woman or man who could be the age of his parents, he wondered. He could not help it. He wished he could give them money now, for John was a very wealthy man, and he wished he could meet his biological parents and give them a house to keep them warm and food to eat when they were hungry. As Pastor John teased the 2 sisters in the back about their fondness for sweets, Mosesu knocked his knee gently against Yumi's. Mosesu had long thighs, and he had to move his thigh only a little to graze the skirt fabric covering Yumi's pretty legs. She tapped him back in slight annoyance, though she did not mind. Pastor John had asked the younger sister about what she did when it rained, and instead of listening to the girl stumble in English, casting about for the word umbrella, Mosesu found himself staring at Yumi. He loved to look at her soft profile, the way her dark, sad eyes met her high cheekbones. Moses, how can you learn English if you are just staring at Yumi? John asked, laughing. Yumi blushed again. Behave, she whispered to Mosesu in Japanese. I cannot stop, Pastor John. I love her, Mosesu declared, and John clapped in delight. Yumi looked down at her notes. Will you 2 marry? Pastor John asked. Yumi appeared stunned at this question, though she shouldn't have been. Pastor John was liable to say anything. She will marry me, Mosesu said. I am confident. What? Yumi cried. The women in the back were near tears laughing. Two men in the middle of the class pounded on their desks, cheering loudly. "This is fun," John said. "I think we are witnessing a proposal." Proposal means an invitation to marry. "Of course you will marry me, Yumi-chan. You love me, and I love you very much. We will marry, you see," Motosu said calmly in English. "I have plan." Yumi rolled her eyes. He knew she wanted to go to America, but he wanted to stay in Osaka and open his own pachinko parlor in a few years. He intended to buy his mother, aunt, uncle, and grandmother a huge house when he was rich. He said that if they wanted to move back to Korea, he would make so much money that he would build them castles. He couldn't make this kind of money in Los Angeles, he'd explained. He couldn't leave his family, and Yumi knew this. "You and I love each other. So ne, Yumi-chan." Moses smiled at her and took her hand. The pupils clapped loudly and stamped their feet as if watching a baseball game. Yumi bent her head down, mortified by his behavior, but she couldn't be angry at him. She could never be angry with him. He was the only friend she'd ever had. "We'll have to plan a wedding then," John said. 18. Tokyo, March 1962. "Is he married?" Akiko asked. Her eyes brightened with anticipation. "Yes, he's married, and his wife is expecting in a few months," Noah answered, almost flattening his voice. "I want to know more about your family. Come on," she pleaded. Noah got up to get dressed. She couldn't help it. Akiko was training to be a sociologist. She collected pieces of data, and her lover was her favorite puzzle. Yet the more she inquired, the more reticent he grew. When he answered her in his pithy manner, she had the habit of saying, "So," as if the facts of his life were something marvelous to behold. Everything about him was fascinating to her. But Noah didn't want to be fascinating. He wanted just to be with her. He didn't mind when she turned her headlights on strangers. It was far more interesting to hear her attempts at demystifying others. He was Akiko's first Korean lover. In bed, she wanted him to speak Korean. "How do you say pretty?" she'd asked just a few hours before. "예쁘다." Such a simple word felt strange in his mouth when he said it to her. Akiko was stunning. Pretty wouldn't suffice in describing her beauty. "아름답다," he should have said, but Noah didn't. She was an excellent social scientist not to have asked for the Korean word for love, because he would have no doubt revealed his hesitation in the translation. Not wishing to be a specimen under her glass, Noah didn't talk about his mother, who had peddled kimchi and later confections so he could go to school, or his father, who died from harsh imprisonment during the colonial era. These aspects of his biography had happened a long time ago as far as he was concerned. He wasn't ashamed of his past. It wasn't that. He resented her curiosity. Akiko was a Japanese girl from an upper-class family who had grown up in Minami Azabu. Her father owned a trading company, and her mother played tennis with expatriates in a private club. Akiko adored rough sex, foreign books, and talking. She had pursued him, and Noah, who had never had a serious girlfriend before, did not know what to make of her. "Come back to me," she said flirtatiously, fingering her white cotton top. Noah retreated to the futon. After making love between classes, they had been lolling in Noah's rented room, an exceptionally large living space for a university student, with 2 square windows that let in the morning light, an immense floor space for a double futon and a furry beige rug. Thick piles of novels covered his large pine desk: Dickens, Tolstoy, Balzac, and Hugo. The fancy electric lamp with the green shade glass was off. Noah couldn't have conceived of anything as nice as this room and could not believe his luck at the incredibly low rent. Hansu's friend was the landlord, and it had come furnished with new, elegant things, ideal for a student studying literature and English. Noah had had to bring only his clothes packed in his father's old suitcase. Akiko claimed that none of the other students lived in a place as nice, even if they lived at home in Tokyo. She lived in a beautiful apartment with her family in Minami Azabu, but in a room half the size of his. She spent all her free time between classes at his place. Her things were on his desk, in his bathroom, and in his closet. The commonplace idea that girls were neater than boys was not true in her case. Despite Akiko's best efforts, Noah couldn't do it again so soon. Embarrassed, he finished dressing. She, too, rose to fix herself a cup of tea. There was no kitchen here, but Noah had an electric kettle that Hansu had bought for him. All Noah had to do was study, Hansu had said. Learn everything you can. Learn for all the Koreans, for every Korean who couldn't go to a school like Waseda. Hansu paid the tuition in full before the start of each term. Freed from worrying about money, Noah studied more fervently than he ever had. He reread books and studied as many critical essays as he could find. His only relief from work was this lovely girl whom he had fallen for. She was brilliant, sensual, and creative. "What is he like?" Akiko asked, sprinkling tea leaves into the iron teapot. "Who?" "Ko Han-soo, your benefactor. You're leaving me in 10 minutes to meet him. You do this on the 1st of the month." Noah hadn't told her, but of course she had guessed. Akiko wanted to meet Hansu. She had asked numerous times if she could tag along, but Noah did not think it was appropriate. "He's a good friend of the family, I told you. My mother and grandmother knew him before they came to Japan. He's from Jeju, which is not very far from Busan. He owns a construction company." "Is he good-looking?" "What?" "Like you. Korean men are really good-looking." Noah smiled. What could he say to this? Of course, not all Korean men were good-looking, and not all Korean men were bad-looking either. They were just men. Akiko liked to make positive generalizations about Koreans and other foreigners. She reserved her harshest words for well-off Japanese. Akiko put down her teacup and pushed him down on the futon playfully, and Noah fell on his back. She straddled him and removed her shirt. She wore a white cotton bra and panties. She looked so beautiful, he thought. Her black hair fell like glossy, iridescent feathers around her face. "Is he like you?" She rubbed against him. No, we're very different." Noah exhaled and removed her gently from his hips, puzzled himself by his answer. I don't know. He's a generous man. I told you before. He doesn't have a son, and his daughters don't want to go to university, so he has been supporting me. I intend to pay him back. He's helped my family in difficult times. He's my benefactor, that's all." "Why do you have to pay him back? Isn't he loaded?" "I don't know." Noah went to get his socks from the dresser. "It doesn't matter. It's a debt. I will pay him back." "Don't you want to stay with me?" Akiko removed her brassiere to reveal her champagne glass-sized tits. "You are tempting me, my beauty," he said, "but I must get going. I will see you tomorrow, ne?" There was absolutely no time to have sex again, he told himself, even if he could get another erection, which he doubted. "Can't I come and meet him, No-chan? When will I meet your family?" "He's not my family, and I don't know. I haven't met yours either." "You don't want to meet mother and father. They're racists," she said. "Honto desu." "Oh," Noah said. "I will see you tomorrow. Lock up, please." The sushiya was less than a mile away from his place. The interior was recently repaneled in fresh cedar, and the walls gave off the scent of clean new wood. Hansu preferred to meet Noah here each month, in the private room in the back. No one ever disturbed them except to bring them course after course of exceptional delicacies, brought in from various remote fishing villages in Japan. Normally, the two men talked about his classes, because Hansu was curious about what it was like to attend such a wondrous and fabled university. He had never attended secondary school or university. Hansu had taught himself both how to read and write Korean and Japanese from books, and as soon as he could afford it, Hansu had hired tutors to learn the kanji and hanja necessary to read difficult Japanese and Korean newspapers. He knew many rich men, strong men, and brave men, yet he was most impressed with educated men who could write well. He sought friendships with great journalists because he admired their well-composed thoughts and points of view on the issues of the day. Hansu did not believe in nationalism, religion, or even love, but he trusted in education. Above all, he believed that a man must learn constantly. He loathed waste of any kind, and when all three of his daughters forsook school for baubles and gossip, he grew to despise his wife, who had allowed this to happen. The girls had good minds and unlimited resources, and she had let them throw these things away like garbage. The girls were lost to him, but he now had Noah. It thrilled him that Noah could read and write English so beautifully, a language he knew was essential in the world. Noah had recommended books to him, and Hansu had read them because he wanted to know the things his son knew. The young man's extraordinary scholarship was something Hansu knew he had to nurture. Hansu was not sure what he wanted Noah to do when he graduated. He was careful not to say too much, because it was clear that Noah had some of his own ideas. Hansu wanted to back him, the way he wanted to back good business plans. The two sat cross-legged on the pristine tatami floor with a low acacia wood table between them. "You should have more of the sea urchin. The chef had it brought for us from Hokkaido last night," Hansu said. He enjoyed watching Noah, a poor student, eat these rare things that he himself consumed regularly. Noah nodded in appreciation and finished his portion. He didn't enjoy eating this way, or even this kind of food. Noah knew how proper Japanese people behaved and could imitate their mannerisms faultlessly, so he ate whatever was put in front of him and was grateful. However, he preferred to eat a nourishing bowl of simple food quickly and be done with it. He ate the way most working Koreans did. Tasty food was merely necessary fuel, something to be eaten in a rush so you could return to your work. Well-off Japanese considered this sort of eating, high volume, strong flavors, and deliberate speed, nothing short of vulgar. In his benefactor's presence, Noah aped the ruling class Japanese, not wishing to disappoint Hansu, yet Noah was simply not interested in food or sitting still very long for a meal. Akiko teased him about this as well, but they did not go to luxurious restaurants, so it was of little consequence in their relationship. Noah liked being with Hansu, but it was tedious watching another person drink while eating so little. Obviously, Hansu could drink a great deal and somehow manage a successful construction company, but Noah was suspicious of any form of drinking. As a little boy on his way to school, he used to have to step over grown men who were sleeping off their drunken binges from the night before. When he worked as a bookkeeper for the real estate company in Ikaino, he had seen many fathers unable to pay the rent, resulting in their families being thrown out of their homes, the trouble having started with a few harmless drinks on payday. And every winter, homeless alcoholic Koreans froze to death near the Sumida River, their bodies unaware of the deadly frost. Noah didn't drink. Hansu could drink bottles of sake or soju without any visible effect, so in accordance with Korean tradition, Noah poured his elder's drink, cup after cup, dragging the precious meal out even further. As Noah was pouring the sake into the oribe sake cup, the gentle knock on the paper screen door startled him. "Enter," Hansu said. "Excuse me, Kosan," said the young waitress who had no makeup on. She wore a simple indigo day kimono with a mushroom-colored obi. "Yes?" Hansu said. Noah smiled at the waitress, who looked and behaved like a well-mannered girl child. "There is a lady who said she would like to say hello to you." "Really?" Hansu said. "To me?" "Yes," the waitress nodded. "Very well," Hansu said. Few people knew that he ate at this restaurant. It was possible that one of his boss's secretaries was bringing a private message for him, but that was odd, because more commonly, young men from the company were sent on such errands. Hansu's driver and bodyguard were outside the restaurant standing guard. They would have prevented anyone dangerous from reaching him. They would have examined her for certain. The waitress closed the door, and in a few moments knocked again. This time, Noah rose to his feet and opened the door himself. It felt good to stretch his legs. "Akiko," Noah said, his mouth momentarily agape. "Hello," she said, standing by the waitress, waiting to be invited in. "Is this your friend, Noah?" Hansu asked, smiling at this gorgeous thing who looked Japanese. "Yes." "Welcome. Please, have a seat. You wanted to see me?" "Noah thought I should stop by and say hello to his benefactor, so I came by at his insistence," Akiko said, smiling. "Yes," Noah said, not sure why he was agreeing to this story, but lacking an alternative narrative. "I should have mentioned that Akiko might be stopping by. I'm sorry if I took you by surprise." "Not at all. I'm very happy to meet a friend of Noah. You must join us for lunch." Hansu looked up at the waitress, who was still standing by the door. "Please, bring another setting and a sake cup for Noah's friend," Hansu said, feeling both curious and pleased that the boy would want him to meet his girlfriend. He wanted to welcome her. Immediately, a place setting and a wine cup appeared before her. The chef himself brought them a dish of fried oysters sprinkled with transparent flakes of English salt. Noah poured Hansu a cup of wine. Then Hansu poured a cup for Akiko. "To new friends," Hansu said, raising his cup. 19. The young couple remained standing by the restaurant door as Hansu got into his car. Akiko and Noah bowed deep from the waist in the direction of the rear passenger seat, where Hansu was seated. The chauffeur closed the passenger door, bowed to the couple, then got behind the wheel to take Hansu to his next meeting. "I don't see why you're so upset," Akiko said, still smiling like a proper Japanese schoolgirl, though Hansu was already gone. "Kosan is wonderful. I'm glad I met him." "You lied," Noah said, his voice trembling. He didn't want to speak for fear of saying something awful, but he couldn't help himself. I didn't invite you to the lunch. Why did you say that to Kosan? The lunch could have turned out badly. This man is important to our family. He's supporting my education. I owe him a great deal." "Nothing happened. It was an ordinary lunch with relatives at a fancy sushiya. Big deal. I've been to dozens of them. I behaved perfectly. He liked me," Akiko said, puzzled by his irritation. She had always been confident of her ability to win grown-ups over. "Are you ashamed of me?" Akiko asked, laughing, strangely delighted to be having a fight with Noah, who was normally so calm and silent that she didn't know what went through his mind. Besides, it was his fault. He was so difficult to understand. She'd felt compelled to go to this lunch without an invitation. She hadn't done it to upset him. He should have been pleased that she cared enough about him to get to know his friends. You would have never let me. I was right to go." She touched his arm, and he moved away. "Akiko, why do you always have to be right? Why do you always have to have the upper hand? Why can't I decide when and where you can meet someone personal to me? I would never do this to you. I would respect your privacy," Noah sputtered, and he put his hand over his mouth. Akiko stared at him, not understanding. She was not used to a man saying no to her. His cheeks were flushed. He was having trouble getting the words out. This wasn't the same man who could explain difficult passages of her sociology text to her or help her with her statistics homework. Her gentle and wise Noah was furious. "What is it? Is it that you are embarrassed that you are Korean?" "What?" Noah took a step back. He looked around to see if anyone could hear their argument. "What are you saying?" He looked at her as if she was deranged. Akiko grew calm, and she spoke slowly. "I am not embarrassed that you are Korean. I think it's great that you are Korean. It doesn't bother me at all. It might bother any ignorant person or even my racist parents, but I love that you are Korean. Koreans are smart and hardworking, and the men are so handsome," she said, smiling at him like she was flirting. "You are upset. Listen, if you want, I can arrange for you to meet my whole family. They'd be lucky to meet such an excellent Korean. It would change the way they—" "No," he said, shaking his head. "No, no more of this." Akiko moved closer to him. An older woman passed by and glanced at them, but Akiko didn't pay her any attention. "Noah-chan, why are you so angry with me? You know that I think you're the best. Let's go home and you can fuck me." Noah stared at her. She would always believe that he was someone else, that he wasn't himself, but some fanciful idea of a foreign person. She would always feel like she was someone special because she had condescended to be with someone everyone else hated. His presence would prove to the world that she was a good person, an educated person, a liberal person. Noah didn't care about being Korean when he was with her. In fact, he didn't care about being Korean or Japanese with anyone. He wanted to be just himself, whatever that meant. He wanted to forget himself sometimes, but that wasn't possible. It would never be possible with her. "I will pack up your things and have them sent to your house by messenger. I don't want to see you anymore. Please never come see me again." "Noah, what are you saying?" Akiko said, astonished. "Is this the Korean temper that I've never seen before?" She laughed. "You and I? It cannot be." "Why?" "Because it cannot." There was nothing else he could think of. And he wanted to spare her the cruelty of what he had learned, because she would not believe that she was no different than her parents, that seeing him as only Korean, good or bad, was the same thing as seeing him only as a bad Korean. She could not see his humanity, and Noah realized that this was what he wanted most of all, to be seen as human. "He's your father, isn't he?" Akiko said. "He looks exactly like you. You told me your father died, but he's not dead. You just didn't want him to meet me because you didn't want me to meet your Yakuza papa. You didn't want me to know that he's a gangster. How else can you explain that ridiculous car and uniform chauffeur? How else can he put you up in that enormous apartment? Even my father can't afford that apartment, and he owns a trading company. Come on, Noah. How can you get mad at me when all I wanted was to learn more about you? I don't care about what he does. It doesn't matter. I don't mind that you're Korean. Don't you see?" Noah turned around and walked away. He walked until he couldn't hear her scream his name anymore. He walked rigidly and calmly, not believing that a person you loved, yes, he had loved her, could end up being someone you never knew. Perhaps he had known all along about her, but he couldn't see it. He just couldn't. When Noah reached the train station, he went down the stairs to the platform slowly. He felt like he might fall down. He would take the first train to Osaka. It was early evening when he reached the house. His Aunt Kyung-yi started when she answered the door. He was distraught and wanted to speak to his mother. Uncle Yosef was sleeping in the back room, and his mother was in the front room sewing. He wouldn't take off his coat. When Sunja came to the door, Noah asked if they could go outside to talk. "What? What's the matter?" Sunja asked, putting on her shoes. Noah wouldn't answer. He went outside to wait for her. Noah led her away from the shopping street to a spot where there were very few people. "Is it true?" Noah asked his mother. "About Ko Han-soo." He couldn't say the words out loud exactly, but he had to know. "Why he pays for my school, and why he's always been around. You were together," he said. It was easier to say this than the other thing. Sunja had been buttoning her faded woolen coat, and she stopped walking and stared at her son's face. She understood. Yosef had been right all along. She shouldn't have allowed Hansu to pay for his education, but she hadn't been able to find another way. Noah had gone to work each day and saved every bit of his earnings and studied every night until his eyes were red-rimmed in the morning, and he had finally passed his entrance examination for Waseda. How could she have said no? There were no loans for this. There was no one else who could help. She had always been afraid of Hansu's presence in Noah's life. Would that money keep Noah tied to Hansu? She had wondered. But not to take the money. Was that possible? A child like Noah, a child who worked so hard, deserved to fulfill his wish to study and to become someone. Throughout his life, Noah's teachers had said he was an ideal student, far smarter than anyone else. "A credit to your country," they'd said, and this had pleased her husband, Isak, so much because he knew the Japanese thought Koreans were worth so little, fit for only the dirty, dangerous, and demeaning tasks. Isak had said that Noah would help the Korean people by his excellence of character and workmanship, and that no one would be able to look down on him. Isak had encouraged the boy to know everything as well as he could, and Noah, a good son, had tried his best to be the very best. Isak had loved the boy so much. Sunja could not say anything, and her mouth was dry. All she could think of was how good Isak had been to give Noah a name and to give them his protection. How could this be? Noah shook his head. How could you betray him? Sunja knew he meant Isak, and she tried to explain. I met him before I met your father. I didn't know Ko Hansu was married. I was a girl, and I believed that he would marry me. But he couldn't because he was already married. When I was pregnant with you, your father, Isak, stayed at our inn. He married me even when he knew. Pek Isak wanted you as his son. Blood doesn't matter. Can you understand that? When you are young, you can make serious mistakes. You can trust the wrong people, but I am so grateful to have you as my son, and so grateful to your father for marrying me. No. He looked at her with disdain. This kind of mistake I cannot understand. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Who else knows? His voice grew colder. I didn't think it was necessary to tell anyone. Listen to me, Noah. The man who chose to be your father is Pek. Noah acted like he didn't even hear her. Then Uncle Yosef and Aunt Kyung-hee, do they know? His mind couldn't accept that no one had told him this. We've never discussed it. And Moses? Is he Pek Isak's son? He doesn't look like me. Sunja nodded. Noah called his father Pek Isak. He'd never done that before. My half-brother, then. I met Ko Hansu before your father. I've always been faithful to Pek Isak, my only husband. Ko Hansu found us when your father was in prison. He was worried that we didn't have money. A part of her had always feared Noah finding out. But even against such a possibility, she had trusted that Noah would understand, because he was so smart and had always been such an easy child, the one who never made her worry. But the young man who stood in front of her was like cold metal, and he looked at her as if he could not remember who she was to him. Noah stopped moving and took a deep breath, then exhaled, because he felt so dizzy. That's why he's always helping us. Why he found that farm for us during the war. Why he brought us things. He was trying to make sure that you were okay. He wanted to help you. It had nothing to do with me. I was someone he knew a long time ago. You know that he's Yakuza. Is that right? No. No, I do not know that. I do not know what he does. He used to be a wholesale fish broker who lived in Osaka when I knew him. He bought fish in Korea for Japanese companies. He was a businessman. He owns a construction company and restaurants, I think. I don't know what else he does. I hardly ever speak to him, you know that. Yakuza are the filthiest people in Japan. They are thugs. They are common criminals. They frighten shopkeepers. They sell drugs. They control prostitution. And they hurt innocent people. All the worst Koreans are members of these gangs. I took money for my education from a Yakuza, and you thought this was acceptable? I will never be able to wash this dirt from my name. You can't be very bright, he said. How can you make something clean from something dirty? And now, you have made me dirty, Noah said quietly, as if he was learning this as he was saying it to her. All my life, I have had Japanese telling me that my blood is Korean. The Koreans are angry, violent, cunning, and deceitful criminals. All my life I had to endure this. I tried to be as honest and humble as Pek Isak was. I never raised my voice. But this blood, my blood is Korean. And now I learn that my blood is Yakuza blood. I can never change this, no matter what I do. It would have been better if I were never born. How could you have ruined my life? How could you have been so imprudent? A foolish mother and a criminal father. I'm cursed. Sunja looked at him with shock. If he had been a little boy, she might have told him to hush, to mind his manners, never to dishonor your parents, but she couldn't say that now. How could she defend gangsters? There were organized criminals everywhere, she supposed, and she knew that they did bad things, but she knew that many of the Koreans had to work for the gangs because there were no other jobs for them. The government and good companies wouldn't hire Koreans, even educated ones. All these men had to work, and there were many of them who lived in their neighborhood who were far kinder and more respectful than the men who didn't work at all. She couldn't say this to her son, however, because Noah was someone who had studied, labored, and tried to lift himself out of their street, and he thought all the men who hadn't done so weren't very bright either. He would not understand. Her son could not feel compassion for those who did not try. Noah, Sunja said, forgive me. Amma is sorry. I just wanted you to go to school. I know how much you wanted that. I know how hard you... You took my life away. I am no longer myself, he said, pointing his finger at her. He turned around and walked back to the train. 20. Osaka, April 1962. They didn't receive letters often, and when one arrived, the family gathered around Yoseb's bedside to hear it read. He was lying on his back, his head propped up by a buckwheat-filled pillow. Of course, Sunja recognized her son's handwriting on the envelope. Though illiterate, she was able to make out her name and signs in both Japanese and Korean. Normally, Kyung-hee read the letters out loud, asking Yoseb for help when there were difficult characters she could not recognize. Yoseb's vision had worsened. He was unable to read his beloved newspapers, so Kyung-hee read them to him. If Kyung-hee described the image of the character, Yoseb could sometimes guess it from the context. Kyung-hee read in her clear, mild-toned voice. Sunja's face was white with fear, and Youngjin stared at the thin sheet of paper, wondering what her grandson had to say. Yoseb's eyes were closed, but he was awake. Amma, I have withdrawn from Waseda. I have moved out of the apartment. I am in a new city and have found a job. This may be very difficult for you to understand, but I ask that you not look for me. I have thought about this very deeply. This is the best way for me to live with myself and to maintain my integrity. I want to start a new life, and to do that there is no other way. I have had to pay some bills in starting out, and as soon as I earn some more money, I will send you something as often as I can. I will not neglect my duties. Also, I will earn enough money to repay Kohansu. Please make sure that he never reaches me. I do not wish to know him. I send regards to you, Uncle Yoseb, Aunt Kyung-hee, grandmother, and Mosasu. I am sorry I did not get a chance to say goodbye properly, but I will not be returning. Please do not worry about me. This cannot be helped. Your son, Noah. Noah had written his brief message in simple Japanese rather than Korean, a language he had never written well. When Kyung-hee finished reading, no one said anything. Yangjin patted her daughter's knee, then got up to go to the kitchen to fix dinner, leaving Kyung-hee to put her arm around her sister-in-law, who now sat wordless and pale. Yoseb exhaled. Would anything bring the boy back, he wondered? He did not think so. This life had too much loss. When Isak died, Yoseb had thought of his brother's little boys and vowed to watch over them. Noah and Mosasu were not his own, but what did that matter? He had wanted to be a good man for them. Then after the war, after his accident, he had resigned himself to death and looked forward only to the boy's future. The stupid heart could not help but hope. Life had seemed almost bearable. Though Yosef was nearly cut off from the living, confined to his pallet, his family had persisted. Life continued. To Yosef, Noah had seemed so much like Isaac that it had been possible to forget that the boy's blood father was someone else, someone wholly different from his gentle Isaac. But now, the poor boy had learned somehow that he had descended from another line. The boy had decided to leave them. His departure was punishment. Yosef could understand the boy's anger, but he wanted another chance to talk to him, to tell Noah that a man must learn to forgive, to know what is important, that to live without forgiveness was a kind of death with breathing and movement. However, Yosef did not have enough energy to rise from his pallet, let alone search for his dear nephew, a boy who was like his own flesh. Could he have gone to the north? Kyung-hee asked her husband. He wouldn't do something like that, isn't that so? Sunja glanced at her brother-in-law. No. Yosef's pillow made a gravelly noise as he moved his head from side to side. Sunja covered her eyes with her hands. No one who went to the north came back. There was still hope as long as he had not gone there. Kim Chang-ho had left in the last month of 1959, and in more than 2 years, they'd heard from him only twice. Kyung-hee rarely spoke of him, but it made sense that her first thought was Pyongyang. And Mosasu? What do we tell him? Kyung-hee asked. Still holding Noah's letter, she patted Sunja's back with her free hand. Wait until he asks about him. The boy is so busy as it is. If he asks, Just say you don't know. Then later, if you have to, tell him that his brother ran away, Yosef said, his eyes still shut. Tell him that school was too hard for Noah. So he left Tokyo, and he was too ashamed to return home after all those attempts to get into school. For all we know, that could be the reason. It sickened Yosef to say these words, so he said nothing else. Sunja couldn't speak. Moses would never believe that, yet she couldn't tell him the truth either because he would go look for his brother. And she could not tell Moses about Hansu. Moses was hardly sleeping lately because he had so many responsibilities at work, and Yumi had miscarried only a few weeks before. The boy did not need any more worries. Since that evening when Noah had come home from school to speak to her, Sunja had thought daily of going to Tokyo to talk to him, but she could not do so. A month had passed, and now this. What did he say to her? You took my life away. He had withdrawn from Waseda. Sunja felt unable to think, to breathe even. All she wanted was to see her son again. If that wasn't possible, it would be better to die. Wiping her wet hands on her apron, Yangjin came out of the kitchen and told them that dinner was ready. Yangjin and Kyungyi stared at Sunja. You should eat something, Kyungyi said. Sunja shook her head. I have to go. I have to find him. Kyungyi clutched her arm, but Sunja broke free and got up. Let her go to him, Yangjin said. It turned out that Hansu lived only 30 minutes away by train. His preposterously immense house stood out prominently on the quiet street. A pair of tall, carved mahogany doors, flanked by grand picture windows, centered the two-story limestone structure like a giant maw. The house had been the residence of an American diplomat after the war. Heavy drapery shaded the interiors, making it impossible to look inside. As a young girl, Sunja had imagined where he might live, but she could never have conceived of anything like this. He lived in a castle, it seemed to her. The taxi driver assured her that this was the address. A young, short-haired servant girl wearing a shimmering white apron answered the door, opening it only halfway. The master of the house was not in, she said in Japanese. Who's that? An older woman asked, emerging from the front parlor. She tapped the servant girl lightly, and she moved aside. The door opened fully to expose the grand entryway. Sunja realized who this must be. Ko Hansu, please, she said in her best Japanese. Please. Who are you? My name is Boku Sunja. Hansu's wife, Mieko, nodded. The beggar was no doubt a Korean who wanted money. The post-war Koreans were numerous and shameless, and they took advantage of her husband's soft nature toward his countrymen. She did not begrudge his generosity, but she disapproved of the beggar's boldness. It was evening, and this was no time for a woman of any age to beg. Mieko turned to the servant girl. Give her what she wants and send her away. There's food in the kitchen if she is hungry. This was what her husband would do. Her father had also believed in hospitality toward the poor. The servant bowed as the mistress walked away. No, no, Sunja said in Japanese. No money, no food. Speak Kohansu, please, please. She clasped her hands together as if in prayer. Mieko returned, taking deliberate steps. Koreans could be insistent, like unruly children. They could be loud and desperate, with none of the coolness and placidity of the Japanese. Her children were half of this blood, but fortunately, they did not raise their voices or have slovenly habits. Her father had loved Hansu, claiming that he was not like the others, and that it would be good for her to marry him because he was a real man and he would take care of her. Her father was not wrong. Under her husband's direction, the organization had only grown stronger and wealthier. She and her daughters had enormous wealth in Switzerland, as well as innumerable fat packets of yen hidden in the stone walls of this house. She lacked for nothing. "How did you learn that he lives here? How do you know my husband?" Mieko asked Sunja. Sunja shook her head because she didn't understand exactly what the woman was asking. She understood the word husband. His wife was clearly Japanese, early 60s with gray hair cut short. She was very beautiful, with large dark eyes fringed with unusually long lashes. She wore a light green kimono over her elegant frame. The rouge on her lips was the color of umeboshi. She looked like a kimono model. "Fetch the garden boy. He speaks Korean." Hansu's wife extended her left hand and gestured to Sunja to remain by the door. She noted the rough and worn cotton clothing and the tired hands, spotted from outdoor work. The Korean could not be very old. There was some prettiness in her eyes, but her youth was spent. Her waist was thick from childbearing. She was not attractive enough to be one of Hansu's whores. To her knowledge, all of Hansu's whores were Japanese hostesses, some younger than their daughters. They knew better than to grace her doorstep. The garden boy came running to the front of the house from the backyard where he'd been weeding. "Yes, ma'am," he said, bowing to the mistress of the house. "She's a Korean," Mieko said. "Ask her how she learned where the master lives." The boy glanced at Sunja, who looked terrified. She wore a light gray coat over her cotton work clothes. She was younger than his mother. "Ajumoni," he said to Sunja, trying not to alarm her. "How can I help you?" Sunja smiled at the boy. Then, seeing the concern in his eyes, she burst into tears. He had none of the hardness of the house servant and the wife. "I am looking for my son, you see. I think your master knows where he is. I need to speak." She had to stop speaking to breathe through her tearful gulps. "To your master. Do you know where he is?" "How does she know my husband lives here?" Hansu's wife asked again calmly. In his wish to help the desperate woman, the boy had forgotten his mistress's request. "The mistress wants to know how you know that the master lives here. Ajumoni, I have to give her an answer. Do you understand?" The boy peered into Sunja's face. "I worked for Kim Chang-ho at the restaurant your master owned. Kim Chang-ho gave your master's address to me before he left for the north. Do you know Mr. Kim? He went to Pyongyang." The boy nodded, recalling the tall man with the thick eyeglasses who always gave him pocket money for candy and played soccer with him in the backyard. Mr. Kim had offered to take the boy with him to the north on the Red Cross ship, but his master had forbidden it. The master never spoke about Mr. Kim and would get angry if anyone brought him up. Sunja stared hard at the boy as if he could find Noah himself. "You see, your master might know where my son is. I have to go find him. Do you think you can tell me where your master is? Is he here now? I know he would see me." The boy looked down and shook his head, and at that moment, Sunja looked up and started to take in the interior of Hansu's house. The magnificent cavernous foyer behind the boy resembled the interior of an old train station, with its high ceilings and pale white walls. She imagined Hansu descending the carved cherrywood staircase to ask what was the matter. This time, she would beg for his help in a way she had never done before. She would plead for his mercy, for all his resources, and she would not leave his side until her son was found. The boy turned to the mistress and translated everything Sunja had said. Hansu's wife studied the weeping woman. "Tell her that he is away, that he will be gone for a long time." Mieko turned around, and while walking away said, "If she needs any train fare or food, send her to the back and give her what she needs. Otherwise, send her away." "Ajumoni, do you need any money or food?" he asked. No. I just need to speak to your master. Please, child. Please help me," Sunja said. The boy shrugged, because he didn't know where Hansu was. The servant, her white apron glinting in the brilliant electric lights of the foyer, stood by the door like a maiden sentry and looked off into the distance as if to give these poor, messy people some privacy. "Ajumoni, I'm sorry, but my mistress wants you to leave. Would you like to go to the kitchen, in the back of the house? I can get you something to eat. The mistress said—" "No, no." The maid closed the front door quietly, while the boy remained outside. He had never walked through the front door, and never expected to do so. Sunja turned to the darkened street. A half-moon was visible in the navy-colored sky. The mistress had returned to the parlor to study her flower magazines, and the servant resumed her work in the pantry. From the house, the boy watched Sunja walking toward the main road. He wanted to tell her that the master came home every now and then, but rarely slept at home when he returned. He traveled all over the country for his work. The master and the mistress were very polite to one another, but they did not seem like an ordinary husband and wife. Perhaps this was the way of rich people, the boy thought. They were nothing like his own parents. His father had been a carpenter before he died from a bad liver. His mother, who never stopped working, had doted on him, though he never made any money. The gardener boy knew that the master stayed in a hotel in Osaka sometimes. The head servants and the cook talked about his mansion apartment in Tokyo, but none of them had been there except for the driver, Yasuda. The boy had never given it much thought. He had never been to Tokyo, or anywhere else besides Osaka, where he was born, and Nagoya, where his family now lived. The only people who would ever know for certain where the master would be were Yasuda and his brawny guard, Chiko, but it had never occurred to the boy to ask them the master's whereabouts. Sometimes the master went to Korea or Hong Kong, they said. The streets were empty, except for the Korean woman's small figure, walking slowly toward the train station, and the gardener boy ran quickly to catch up to her. "Ajumoni, Ajumoni, where do you live?" Sunja stopped and turned to the boy, wondering if he might know something. "In Nikaino. Do you know the shopping street?" The boy nodded, hunched over and holding his knees to catch his breath. He stared at her round face. "I live 3 blocks from the shopping street by the large bathhouse. My name is Baek Sunja, or Sanja Boku. I live in the house with my mother, brother-in-law, and sister-in-law, Baek Yoseb, and Che Kyunghee. Just ask anyone where the lady who sells sweets lives. I also sell confections in the train station market with my mother. I'm always at the market. Will you come find me if you know where Kohansu is? And when you see him, will you tell him that I need to see him?" Sunja asked. "Yes, I will try. We don't see him often." The boy stopped there because it didn't seem right to tell her that Hansu was never home. He had not seen him in many months, maybe even a year. "But if I see my master, I'll tell him that you came by. I'm sure the mistress will tell him too. Here." Sunja fished in her purse to find some money for the boy. No, thank you. I have everything I need. I'm all right." The boy looked at the worn rubber soles of her shoes. They looked identical to the ones his mother wore to the market. "You're a good boy," she said. And Sunja started to cry again, because all her life, Noah had been her joy. He had been a steady source of strength for her when she had expected so little from this life. "My Amma works in a market in Nagoya. She helps another lady who sells vegetables," he found himself telling her. He had not seen his mother and sisters since New Year's. The only person he spoke to in Korean here was with the master himself. "She must wish to see you too." Sunja smiled weakly at the boy, feeling sorry for him. She touched his shoulder, then walked to the train station. Book 3. Pachinko, 1962 to 1989. I propose the following definition of the nation. It is an imagined political community. and imagined as both inherently limited and sovereign. It is imagined because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. The nation is imagined as limited because even the largest of them, encompassing perhaps 1 billion living human beings, has finite, if elastic, boundaries beyond which lie other nations. It is imagined as sovereign because the concept was born in an age in which enlightenment and revolution were destroying the legitimacy of the divinely ordained, hierarchical dynastic realm. Finally, it is imagined as a community because, regardless of the actual inequality and exploitation that may prevail in each, the nation is always conceived as a deep horizontal comradeship. Ultimately, it is this fraternity that makes it possible, over the past 2 centuries, for so many millions of people not so much to kill, as willingly die for such limited imaginings. Benedict Anderson. 1. Nagano, April 1962. Noah hadn't meant to linger by the cafe by the Nagano train station, but it wasn't as if he knew where to go exactly. He hadn't made a plan, which was unlike him, but after he'd left Waseda, his days had made little sense to him. Reiko Tamura, a cheerful middle school teacher who had been kind to him, was from Nagano, and for some reason he'd always considered her hometown as a place populated with gentle, benevolent Japanese. He recalled his teacher's childhood stories of the snowstorms that were so severe that when she walked outside her little house to go to school, she could hardly see the streetlights. Osaka had snow occasionally, but nothing resembling Tamura-san's storms. He had always wanted to visit his teacher's hometown. In his mind, it was always blanketed with fresh snow. This morning, when the man at the ticket counter had asked him where to, he'd replied, "Nagano, please." Finally, he was here. He felt safe. Tamura-san had also spoken of school trips to the famed Zenkoji temple, where she'd eat her modest bento outdoors with her classmates. Seated alone at a small table not far from the counter, Noah drank his brown tea and took only a few bites of his omelette rice while considering a visit to the temple. He was raised as a Christian, but he felt respectful of Buddhists, especially those who had renounced the spoils of the world. The Lord was supposed to be everywhere, which was what Noah had learned in church, but would God keep away from temples or shrines? Did such places offend God? Or did he understand those who may wish to worship something, anything? As always, Noah wished he'd had more time with Isaac. The thought of him saddened Noah, and the thought of Hansu, his biological father, shamed him. Kohansu didn't believe in anything but his own efforts. Not God, not Jesus, not Buddha, not the emperor. The heavy-set waiter came by with a teapot. "Is everything to your satisfaction, sir?" the waiter asked him while refilling Noah's cup. "Is the meal not to your liking? Too much scallion? I always tell the cook that he is too heavy with the—" "The rice is very good, thank you," Noah replied, realizing that it had been some time since he had spoken to anyone at all. The waiter had a broad smile, thin tadpole eyes, and uneven teeth. His ears were large and his lobes thick, physical features Buddhists admired. The waiter stared at Noah, though most Japanese would have looked away out of politeness. "Are you visiting for a while?" The waiter glanced at Noah's suitcase, which was set by the empty chair. Noah was surprised by the waiter's personal question. "I apologize for being so nosy. My mother always said I would get in trouble because I am far too curious. Forgive me, sir. I am just a chatty country boy," the waiter said, laughing. "I haven't seen you here before. Please forgive the cafe for being so quiet. Normally, we have many more customers. very interesting and respectable ones. I cannot help but have questions when I meet someone new, but I know I should not ask them. No. It's natural to want to know things. I understand. I am here to visit, and I heard such nice things about Nagano that I felt I would like to live here. Noah was surprised to hear himself say this. It felt so easy to talk to this stranger. It had not occurred to him before to live in Nagano, but why not? Why not for a year at least? He would not return to Tokyo or Osaka. This much he had resolved. Move here? To live? Honto? How wonderful! Nagano is a very special place, the waiter said with pride. My entire family is from here. We have always been from here. 18 generations, and I am the dumbest one in my family. This is my little cafe, which my mother bought for me to keep me out of trouble. The waiter laughed. Everyone calls me Bingo. It is a game from America. I have played it once. Nobuo desu, Noah said, smiling. Nobuo ban desu. Pan-san, Pan-san, Bingo chirped happily. I once loved a short girl from Tokyo named Chieban, but she did not love me. Of course, lovely girls do not love me. My tall wife is not lovely, but she loves me nonetheless. Again he laughed. You know, you are smart to wish to settle in Nagano. I have been to Tokyo only once, and that was enough for me. It's dirty, expensive, and full of fast. The waiter stopped himself. Wait, you are not from Tokyo, are you? No, I am from Kansai. Ah, I love Kansai. I have been to Kyoto twice. And though it is too expensive for a simple man like myself, I am fond of truly delicious udon, and I believe one can eat delicious udon there for a reasonable sum. I prefer the chewy kind of udon. Noah smiled. It was pleasant to listen to him talk. So, what will you do for work? The waiter asked. A man must always have work. My mother always says this too. Bingo clasped his right hand over his mouth, embarrassed at being so forward, but he was unable to keep from talking so much. The stranger seemed so attractive and humble, and Bingo admired quiet people. Did you have a job you liked in Kansai? He asked, his sparse eyebrows raised. Noah looked down at his barely eaten meal. Well, I have worked as a bookkeeper. I can also read and write in English. Perhaps a small business may need a bookkeeper, or maybe a trading company may wish to have documents translated. A young man like you could work in lots of places. Let me think. Bingo's round face grew serious. He tapped his small chin with his index finger. You seem very smart. I don't know about that, but that's kind of you to say. Noah smiled. The waiter made a face. Sir, I don't know if you're picky, but if you need work right away, the Pachinko parlor hires people from out of town. Office jobs are not so common lately. Pachinko? Noah tried not to look offended. Did the waiter think he was Korean? Most Japanese never assumed he was Korean until he told them his Korean surname, Boku. His identification card from Waseda stated his sume name, Nobuo Bando. Noah wasn't sure why he had dropped the do from his surname when he introduced himself to Bingo, but now it was too late to change it back. I don't know much about Pachinko. I have never... Oh, I didn't mean to offend you. They pay very well, I hear. Takano-san, the manager of the best parlor in Nagano, is a great gentleman. Maybe you wouldn't work at any ordinary Pachinko parlor, but Cosmos Pachinko is a grand establishment run by an old family from the area. They change their machines very often. However, they do not hire foreigners. Eh? They do not hire Koreans or Chinese. But that will not matter to you since you are Japanese. Bingo nodded several times. So desu, Noah agreed. Takano-san is always looking for office workers who are smart. He pays handsomely, but he cannot hire foreigners. Bingo nodded again. Yes, yes, Noah said sympathetically, sounding as if he understood. Long ago he had learned how to keep nodding even when he didn't agree, because he noticed that the motion alone kept people talking. Takano-san is a regular customer. He was here just this morning. Every day, he takes his coffee at the window table. Bingo pointed. Black coffee with 2 sugar cubes. Never any milk. This morning he tells me, Bingo-san, I have a headache that will not go away because it is so hard to find good workers. The fools here have pumpkins for heads, and seeds are not brains. The waiter clasped his thick meaty fingers over his head in a comic imitation of the anguished Takano-san. Hey, why don't you go over there and tell Takano-san that I sent you? Bingo said, smiling. This was the sort of thing he loved to do best, help people and make introductions. He had already arranged 3 marriages for his high school friends. Noah nodded and thanked him. Years later, Bingo would tell anyone that he was Pan-san's first friend in Nagano. Takano-san's business office was located in another building, separate from the immense pachinko parlor, almost 2 city blocks away. From the conservative appearance of the brick building, it would have been impossible to know the purpose of this office. Noah might have missed it altogether if Bingo hadn't drawn a map for him on a sheet of notepaper. Except for its number, the building had no sign. Hideo Takano, the parlor manager, was a sharp-looking Japanese in his late 30s. He wore a beautiful dark woolen suit with a striped purple necktie and a matching pocket handkerchief. Each week, he paid a neighborhood boy to shine all his leather shoes to a mirror sheen. He dressed so well that he looked more like a clothing salesman than a man who worked in an office. Behind his desk were 2 black safes the size of doors. His large office was adjacent to 6 modest-sized rooms, each filled with office workers wearing white shirts, mostly young men and plain-faced office ladies. Takano had a small bump on the bridge of his handsome nose and round black eyes that sloped downward, and when he spoke, his velvety eyes were expressive and direct. Sit down, Takano-san. My secretary said you are looking for a clerk position. My name is Nobuo-ban desu. Bingo-san from the cafe said that you were looking for workers. I recently arrived from Tokyo, sir. Ah, Bingo sent you? But I don't need anyone to pour my coffee here. From behind his large metal desk, Takano leaned forward in his chair. So, Bingo is listening to my sad troubles after all. I thought I was mostly listening to his. Noah smiled. The man seemed genial enough. He didn't seem like someone who hated Koreans. He was glad to have worn a clean shirt and a tie today. Kohansu had mentioned often that a man should look his best each day. For Koreans, this was especially important. Look clean and be well-groomed. In every situation, even in ones when you have a right to be angry, a Korean must speak soberly and calmly, he'd said. So, friend of Bingo-san, what can you do? Takano asked. Noah sat up straighter. I'm trained as a bookkeeper and have worked for a landlord in Kansai. I've collected rents and kept books for several years before I went to university. Yeah? University? Really? Which one? Waseda, Noah answered. But I haven't finished my degree in literature. I was there for 3 years. Literature? Takano shook his head. I don't need an employee who will be reading books when he should be working. I need a bookkeeper who's smart, neat, and honest. He needs to show up for work each morning when he's supposed to, not hungover and not dealing with girl problems. I don't want any losers. I fire losers. Takano tilted his head after saying all this. Noah looked very respectable. He could see why Bingo would send him over. Yes, sir, of course. I am a very precise bookkeeper, and I'm very good at writing letters, sir. Modest. Noah did not apologize. I will do my best if you hire me, sir. What's your name again? Nobuoban desu. You're not from here. No, sir. I'm from Kansai. Why did you leave school? My mother died, and I didn't have enough money to finish my degree. I was hoping to earn money to return to school one day. And your father? He is dead. Takano never believed it when out-of-towners said their parents were dead, but he didn't care either way. So why should I train you so you can leave to continue your study in literature? I'm not interested in helping you finish your university education. I need a bookkeeper who will stick around. Can you do that? I won't pay you very well when you start, but you'll be able to get by. What the hell are you going to do with literature anyway? There's no money in that. I never finished high school, and I can hire you or fire you 100 times. Your generation is foolish. Noah didn't reply. His family thought he wanted to work in a company, but that wasn't entirely true. It had been a private dream of his to be a high school English teacher. He thought that if he graduated from Waseda, then it might be possible to get a good job at a private school. Public schools didn't hire Koreans, but he thought the law may be changed one day. He had even considered becoming a Japanese citizen. He knew he could at least work as some sort of private tutor. Well, you don't have the money for university now, and you need a job or else you wouldn't be here. So where are you living? I arrived in Nagano today. I was going to find a boarding house. You can sleep in the dormitory behind the shop. You'll have to share a room at first. No smoking in the rooms, and you cannot bring girls. You are allowed 3 meals in the cafeteria. As much rice as you want. There's meat twice a week. As for girls, there are hotels for that sort of thing. I don't care what you do on your time off, but your first duty is to the company. I am a very generous manager, but if you mess up, you will be terminated instantly without any back pay. Noah wondered if his younger brother spoke this way to employees. The fact that he was going to work for a pachinko business, no different than Mosesu, a kid who had flunked out of school essentially, was stunning to Noah. You can start today. Find Ikeda-san in the office next to mine. He has gray hair. Do whatever he tells you. He's my head accountant. I'll try you out for a month. If you do okay, I'll pay you a good enough salary. You have no overhead. You can save quite a bit. Thank you, sir. Where are your people from? Kansai, Noah replied. Yeah, you said. Where in Kansai? Kyoto, Noah replied. What do your parents do? They're dead, Noah replied, hoping to end the questions. Yeah, you said. So what did they do? My father worked in an udon shop. Yeah? Takano looked puzzled. So a noodle man sends his son to Waseda? Really? Noah said nothing, wishing he was a better liar. You're not a foreigner, right? You swear? Noah tried to look surprised by such a question. No, sir. I am Japanese. Good, good, Takano replied. Get out of my office and see Ikeda-san. The dormitory of the Pachinko parlor slept 60 employees. On his first night, Noah slept in one of the smallest rooms, sharing it with an older worker who snored like a broken motor. Within a week, he established a routine. When he woke up, Noah washed his face quickly, having bathed the night before in the public bath, and he went down to the cafeteria where the cook served rice, mackerel, and tea. He worked methodically and won over Ikeda-san, who had never met such a smart bookkeeper. When the trial month passed, Noah was kept on. Years later, Noah learned that the Japanese owner had liked Noah from the start. After the first month, The owner told Takano to give Noah a raise and a better room at the year's end, but not before, because the others might fuss over any favoritism. The owner suspected that Nobuoban was a Korean, but he said nothing, because as long as no one else knew, it didn't matter. 2. Osaka, April 1965. In 3 years, Yumi had lost 2 pregnancies, and she found herself pregnant again. Against the advice of her husband, Mosasu, she had worked through the previous pregnancies. In her quiet and deliberate way, Yumi's boss, Totoyama-san, insisted that she worked from home for this pregnancy. Yumi refused. "Yumi-chan, there isn't much work this season, and you need to rest," Totoyama-san would say, and only occasionally Yumi went home before it got too dark. It was a late spring afternoon. Yumi had just completed an order of bow ties for hotel uniforms when she felt sharp pains along her lower abdomen. This time, Totoyama-san refused to hear a word of protest from Yumi. She sent for Mosasu, who picked up his wife, and he took her to a famous Japanese baby doctor in downtown Osaka, whom Totoyama-san had learned of, rather than to Yumi's regular doctor, Inikaino. "It's elementary, Boku-san. You have very high blood pressure. Women like you often fight pregnancy," the doctor said calmly. He walked away from the examination table and returned to his desk. His office had been painted recently, and the faint smell of paint lingered. Except for a medical chart of a woman's reproductive organs, everything in the office was white or stainless steel. Yumi said nothing and thought about what he said. Could it be true? She wondered. Could she have somehow aborted her prior pregnancies by fighting them? "I am less worried about the previous miscarriages. It is a sad thing, of course, but miscarriages reveal the wisdom of nature. It is best that you don't give birth when it isn't good for your health. A miscarriage indicates that a woman can conceive, so it is not necessarily a fertility matter. But as for this pregnancy, I do not see much danger to the child. There is danger only to the mother. So for the remainder of the pregnancy, you must remain in bed." "But I have to work," Yumi said, looking terrified. The doctor shook his head. "Yumi-chan," Mosasu said, "you have to listen to the doctor." "I can work less. Go home early, the way Totoyama-san wants me to." "Boku-san, it is possible for the mother to die of preeclampsia. As your physician, I cannot allow you to work. My patients must listen to me, or else we cannot work together." The famous doctor looked away from her, pretending to glance at the few papers on his desk, confident that Yumi would remain his patient. She'd be a fool to choose otherwise. He jotted down some notes about her diet, advising her to avoid sweets or too much rice. She must not gain much weight, since she'd be retaining an enormous amount of water, and the baby would be too big to deliver vaginally. "Please call me any time you do not feel comfortable. This is critical. If we have to deliver early, then we need to take precautions. Boku-san, there is no need to be stoic. That can come after you have the child. A woman has a right to be a little difficult before she has a first child." The doctor smiled at both of them. "Make a fuss about your food cravings, or if you want extra pillows at night." Mosasu nodded, grateful for the doctor's humor and inflexible tone. Any good doctor would need to match his wife's stubbornness. Mosasu had never had reason to disagree with Yumi on anything important, but he wondered if he had not done so because he had sensed that she would not have listened to him anyway. When the couple returned home, Yumi lay down on the futon, her dark hair mussed and spread out across the narrow pillow. Mosasu was seated on the bed, cross-legged by her side, not knowing what else to say to his wife, who did not want a glass of water or anything to eat. With her, he felt a little dumb, because she was so stalwart and clever. Her goals had always seemed absurdly fantastic. Sometimes He wondered how she allowed herself to dream for so much. He had never seen her cry or complain about anything difficult. He knew Yumi did not want to be at home by herself, unable to work or go to her English classes. "Would you like your English books?" he asked. "No," she said, not looking at him. "You have to go back to work, ne? I'll be fine. You can go." "Can't I get you something? Anything?" "Why can't we go to America? We could have a good life there." "You remember what the immigration lawyers said. It would be impossible almost." "The minister, Merriman-san, may be able to sponsor us." "Why would he do that? I'm not going to become a missionary, and neither are you. You don't even believe in God. Besides, what could I do in America that would make as much money as I do here? I'm not going back to school. I'm not a college boy. I'm your oaf. I count on you to think for the two of us, and soon, for the three of us." He laughed, hoping she would smile. "Yumi-chan, very soon I will open my own parlor in Yokohama, and if it is successful, I'll make more money than 20 college graduates. Can you imagine? Then I can buy you anything you want. If it's not successful, I can still work for Goro-san and make us a nice life. I know how to make money. Yes, I know you are independent. But it would give me pleasure to buy something for you that you cannot get for yourself. And I promise you will like Yokohama. It's an international city. There are lots of Americans there. As soon as you have the baby and the doctor says it is okay, I will take you to visit. We can stay in a beautiful hotel and you can see what it's like. And it will be easier for you to study English there. We can find you a tutor and you can go to school if you like," Mosesu said. Although he tried not to think of Noah because it made him too sad, Mosesu could not help but think of his brother, who had quit Waseda and run away without explanation. "The Japanese do not like us. How will our baby live here?" Yumi asked. "Some Japanese like us very much. The baby will live here with us. She will live like us." From the very first pregnancy, Mosesu had determined that the baby was a girl, a child just like Yumi. Mosesu stroked her forehead. His dark hand looked enormous on her small, pale brow. For a very young woman, his wife could appear ancient in her sternness, able to push herself through the most difficult tasks, but when sad, she had the face of a disappointed child, lost and bereft. He loved her face, how it showed every trace of feeling. She could be silent, but she was incapable of hiding herself from others. "What else can we do?" Mosesu asked, looking to her for the answer. "Besides go to America." He had never understood what she thought she'd find there. Sometimes he wondered if Noah had gone to the States, this magical place so many Koreans in Japan idealized. "What else, Yumi-chan? What else would you like to do?" She shrugged. "I don't want to stay in the house until the baby comes. I don't like to be lazy." "You will never be lazy. It's impossible," he laughed. "When the baby comes, and it will be soon," he said, "you will be chasing after her. You and she will be the fastest-moving females in Osaka, never ever bound by the house." "Mosesu, I can feel her moving. I didn't lose the baby." "Of course not. The doctor said the baby is fine. Baby-chan will look just like you. We'll give her a wonderful home. You're going to be a wonderful mother." She smiled, not believing him but wanting him to be right. "I called my mother. She'll come here tonight." Yumi crinkled her eyes, worried. "You like her, ne?" "Yes," Yumi said. It was true. Yumi admired her mother-in-law, yet they were strangers to one another. Sunja was not like most mothers of sons. She never said anything intrusive, and her reluctance to speak her mind had only increased after Noah disappeared. When Mosesu and Yumi had asked her and Moses's grandmother to move into their house, Sunja had declined, saying that it would be better for the young couple to live without old women bothering them. I thought she wanted to stay with her mother and Aunt Kyungyi. Yes, but she wants to help us. She will come by herself. It will not be permanent. Grandmother will stay with Aunt Kyungyi to help with the store. I'll hire some girls for them to replace my mother while she's here. After 2 weeks of bed rest, Yumi felt like she was going out of her mind. Mosesu had bought her a television, but she had no interest in watching it, and heartburn kept her from reading. Her wrists and ankles were so swollen that if she pushed her thumb lightly onto her wrist, she would make a deep impression in her flesh. Only the baby's movements and occasional hiccups kept Yumi glued to her futon and from fleeing out of doors. Since her arrival, her mother-in-law remained by herself in the small room beside the kitchen, no matter how many times Mosesu insisted that she stay in the larger, unused room by the master bedroom. Sunja did all the cooking and cleaning. At whatever hour of the night Mosesu came home, she had his dinner ready. It was morning when Sunja knocked on Yumi's door to bring her breakfast. "Come in, Omoni," Yumi said. Her own mother could not make a pot of rice or a cup of tea, in contrast to Moses's mother, who had supported her family on her cooking. As usual, Sunja carried in a tray with an assortment of tempting dishes, all covered with a clean white cloth. She smiled at her daughter-in-law. Yumi, who would normally have relished such good meals, felt bad because all she could manage to keep down lately was rice porridge. "I feel terrible that I'm lying in bed all day while you work so much," Yumi said, hoping that Sunja would stay and talk with her. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes, I ate." "You work hard all the time. But now you're supposed to be resting. A pregnancy is not an easy thing. My mother had 6 miscarriages before having me," she said. "She wanted to come and take care of you, but I told her to stay at home." 6 miscarriages. I've only had 2. 2 is not easy either, Sunja said. You should have your breakfast. You and the baby need nourishment. Yumi sat up a bit. Mosesu left early today for Yokohama. Sunja nodded. She'd fix his breakfast before he got on the morning train. You saw him then? Yumi admired the tray. This looks delicious. Sunja hoped her daughter-in-law would eat. She was terrified that she would miscarry again, but didn't want to appear worried. She regretted having mentioned the number of her mother's miscarriages. The minister at the church had warned against the sins of the careless tongue. It was always better to speak less, Sunja thought. Thank you for taking such good care of us. Sunja shook her head. This is nothing. You'll do this for your children, Sunja said. Unlike the ajumas in the open market with their tight black permanent wave curls, Sunja hadn't colored her graying hair and wore it cut short like a man's. Her mature figure was solid, neither small nor large. She had worked out of doors for so many years that the sun had carved thin grooves into her round, dark face. Like a Buddhist nun, Sunja wore no makeup, not even moisturizer. It was as if she had decided some time ago that she would not care what she looked like beyond being clean, as if to pay penance for having once cared about such things, when in fact she had not. Did Mosesu tell you about my mother? Yumi picked up the spoon. That she worked in a bar, Sunja said. She was a prostitute. My father was her pimp. They weren't married. Sunja nodded and stared at the tray of uneaten food. When Mosesu had told her about Yumi's family, Sunja had imagined as much. The occupation and the war had been difficult for everyone. I am sure she was a good person. I'm sure she cared for you very much. Sunja believed this. She had loved Hansu. Then she had loved Isak. However, What she felt for her boys, Noah and Mosesu, was more than the love she'd felt for the men. This love for her children felt like life and death. After Noah had gone, she felt half dead. She could not imagine any mother feeling differently. My mother isn't a good person. She beat us. She cared more about drinking and getting money than anything else. After my brother died, if my sister and I hadn't run away, she would have put us to work, doing what she did. Not once did she ever say a kind thing to me, Yumi said. She'd never told anyone this. Mosesu told me your sister passed away. Yumi nodded. After she and her sister had left home, they'd found shelter in an abandoned clothing factory. In the winter, they both got sick with a high fever, but her sister had died in her sleep. Yumi had slept beside her sister's dead body for nearly a day, waiting to die herself. Sunja shifted her seat and moved toward her. My child, you have suffered too much. Yumi did not deliver a girl. Her baby Solomon was an enormous boy, over 9 pounds, even larger than the famous doctor had expected. The birth took over 30 hours, and the doctor had to call in a colleague to help him through the night. The baby was strong and well. In a month's time, Yumi recovered fully and returned to work, bringing Solomon with her to the workshop. On his first birthday ceremony, Solomon clutched the crisp yen note over the ink brush, string, or cakes, signifying that he would have a rich life. 3. Yokohama, November 1968. When the floor manager came by to tell Mosesu that the police were waiting in his office to see him, he assumed that it was about the Pachinko machine permits. It was that time of year. Once he reached the office, he recognized the young men from the precinct and invited them to sit down, but they remained standing and bowed, not saying a word at first. The floor manager, who remained by the door, was unable to meet his glance. Preoccupied earlier, Mosesu hadn't noticed that the floor manager's face was so solemn. Sir, the shorter of the 2 officers said, your family is in the hospital at the moment, and we've come to take you there. The captain would have come himself, but... What? Mosesu left his side of the desk and went to the door. Your wife and son were hit by a taxi this morning, a block from your son's school. The driver was inebriated from the night before and had fallen asleep while driving. Are they all right? Your son broke his ankle, otherwise he is well. And my wife? She died in the ambulance before reaching the hospital. Mosesu ran out of the office without his coat. The funeral was held in Osaka, and Mosesu would always be able to recall some parts of it vividly, and some not at all. During the service, he had held on to Solomon's small hand, fearing that if he let go, the boy might disappear. The 3.5-year-old boy stood, leaning on his crutches, insisting on greeting each person who'd come to pay his respects to his mama. After an hour, he agreed to sit down but did not leave his father's side. Several witnesses had recounted that Yumi had pushed her son onto the sidewalk when the taxi lost control. At the funeral, Mosesu's childhood friend, Haruki Totoyama, had observed that Yumi must have had incredible hand-eye control in a moment of such intense pressure. Several hundred guests came. There were people Mosesu knew from his business and many more from his father's church, where his grandmother and Aunt Kyungi still worshipped. Mosesu did his best to greet them, but he could hardly speak. It was as if he had forgotten both Korean and Japanese. He didn't want to go on any more without Yumi, but this was something he could not say. She was his lover, but more than anything, she was his wise friend. He could never replace her. And he felt he had done her a great injustice by not having told her this. He had expected to have a long life with her, not a few years. Who would he tell when a customer did something funny? Who would he tell that their son had made him so proud, standing on crutches and shaking the hands of grown-ups and being braver than any other person in the room? When the mourners wept at the sight of the little boy in the black suit, Solomon would say, "Don't cry." He calmed one hysterical woman by telling her, "Mama is in California." When the mourner looked puzzled, neither Solomon nor Moses explained what this meant. He had never taken her there. They'd meant to go. With some difficulty, it was possible now for them to get the passports, but he hadn't bothered. Most Koreans in Japan couldn't travel. If you wanted a Japanese passport, which would allow you to re-enter without hassles, you had to become a Japanese citizen, which was almost impossible, and no one he knew would do that anyway. Otherwise, if you wanted to travel, you could get a South Korean passport through Mindan, but few wanted to be affiliated with the Republic of Korea either, since the impoverished country was run by a dictator. The Koreans who were affiliated with North Korea couldn't go anywhere, though some were allowed to travel to North Korea. Although nearly everyone who had returned to the North was suffering, there were still far more Koreans in Japan whose citizenship was affiliated with the North than the South. At least the North Korean government still sent money for schools for them, everyone said. Nevertheless, Moses wouldn't leave the country where he was born. Where would he go anyway? So Japan didn't want them. So fucking what? Images of her filled his mind, and even as the mourners spoke to him, all he could hear was her practicing English phrases from her language books. No matter how many times Moses had said he would not immigrate to the United States, Yumi had not given up hope that one day they would live in California. Lately, she had been suggesting New York. "Moses, don't you think it would be wonderful to live in New York City or San Francisco?" She'd ask him occasionally, and it was his job to say that he couldn't decide between the two coasts. "There, no one would care that we are not Japanese," she'd say. "Hello, my name is Yumi Peck. This is my son, Solomon. He is 3 years old. How are you?" Once, when Solomon asked her what California was, she had replied, "Heaven." After most of the funeral guests left, Moses and Solomon sat down at the back of the funeral hall. Moses patted the boy's back, and his son leaned into him, fitting into the crook of his father's right arm. "You are a good son," Moses said to him in Japanese. "You are a good papa. Do you want to get something to eat?" Solomon shook his head and looked up when an older man approached them. "Moses, are you okay?" the man asked him in Korean. He was a virile-looking gentleman in his late 60s or early 70s, wearing an expensive black suit with narrow lapels and a dark necktie. The face was familiar, but Moses couldn't place it. He felt unable to answer him. Not wanting to be rude, Moses smiled, but he wanted to be left alone. Perhaps it was a customer or a bank officer. Moses couldn't think right now. "It's me, Ko Hansu. Have I aged that much?" Hansu smiled. "Your face is the same, of course, but you've become a man. And this is your boy?" Hansu touched Solomon's head. Throughout the day, nearly everyone had patted the boy's glossy, chestnut-colored hair. Moses shot up from his seat. "Omo, of course, I know who you are. It's been so long. Mother had been looking for you for a while but couldn't get a hold of you. To see if you might know where Noah is. He's disappeared." "It's been too long." Hansu shook his hand. "Have you heard from Noah?" "Well, yes and no. He sends Mother money each month, but he won't give his whereabouts. He sends a lot of money, actually, so he can't be too badly off. I just wish we knew where he—" Hansu nodded. "He sent me money too. To pay me back," he said. "I wanted to return it, but there's no way. I thought I'd give it to your mother for her to keep for him." Are you still in Osaka? Mosasu asked. No. I live in Tokyo now. I live near my daughters. Mosasu nodded. He felt weak suddenly and wanted to sit again. When Hansu's driver appeared, Hansu promised to call on Mosasu another day. Sir, I am very sorry to bother you, but there is a small matter outside. The young woman said it was an emergency. Hansu nodded and walked out of the building with his driver. As he approached the car, Hansu's new girl, Noriko, beckoned him from within. The long-haired beauty clapped when she saw him open the door. Her pink pearl nail polish glinted from her fingertips. "Uncle is here!" she cried happily. "What's the matter?" Hansu asked. "I was busy." "Nothing. I was bored, and I missed my uncle," she replied. "Take me shopping, please. I have waited for so long and so patiently for you to come back in this car. And this driver is no fun. My friends in Ginza told me cute bags from France came in this week." Hansu closed the car door. The bulletproof windows shut out all daylight. The interior lamps of the Mercedes sedan lit up Noriko's oval-shaped face. "You called me in here because you wanted to go shopping, ne?" "Yes, uncle," she said sweetly and extended her pretty small hand on his lap like a kitten's paw. Her rich clients loved her petulant niece routine. Men wanted to buy girls nice things. If Uncle wanted to remove her white cotton panties, he'd have to buy her as many luxury items from France as she wanted for months and months. Kohansu was the most important patron of the hostess bar where Noriko worked. Noriko's mama-san had promised her that Kohansu liked spoiling his new girls. This was their second lunch date, and on their first, he had bought her a Christian Dior purse before lunch. Noriko, an 18-year-old former beauty contestant, was not used to being kept waiting in a car. She had worn her most expensive peach-colored georgette silk dress with matching heels and a real pearl necklace, borrowed from Mama-san. "Did you ever go to high school?" he asked. "No, Uncle. I'm not a good schoolgirl," she said, smiling. "No, of course not. You are stupid. I can't stand stupid." Hansu hit the girl's face so hard that blood gushed from her pink mouth. "Uncle! Uncle!" she cried. She swatted at his thick, clenched fist. He hit her, again and again, banging her head against the side lamp of the car until she stopped making any noise. Blood covered her face and the front of her peach-colored dress. The necklace was splattered with red spots. The driver sat motionless in the front until Hansu was finished. "Take me to the office, then take her back to the mama-san. Tell the mama-san that I don't care how pretty a girl is. I cannot bear a girl who does not have any sense. I was at a funeral. I will not return to the bar until this ignorant thing is removed from my sight." "I'm sorry, sir. She said it was an emergency, that she had to speak to you or else she would start to scream. I didn't know what to do." No hooker is ever to be given precedence over a funeral. If she was sick, then you should have taken her to hospital. Otherwise, she could have screamed her head off. What does it matter, you oaf? The girl was still alive. She sat crumpled and half awake in the corner of the expansive back seat, like a crushed butterfly. The driver was terrified, because he could still be punished. He should never have listened to some bar girl and her stories. A lieutenant he knew in the organization had lost a part of his ring finger for failing to line up the guest's shoes properly outside Kohansu's apartment when he was much younger and training through the ranks. "I am sorry, sir. I'm very sorry. Please forgive me, sir." "Shut up. Go to the office." Hansu closed his eyes and leaned his head against the leather-covered rest. After the driver dropped Hansu off, he took Noriko to the bar where she worked. The horrified Mama-san took her to the hospital, and even after the surgeons did their work, the girl's nose would never look the same again. Noriko was ruined. The Mama-san couldn't recover her expenses, so she sent Noriko off to a toriko, where she would have to bathe and serve men in the nude until she was too old to work that job. Her tits and ass would last 6 years at most in the hot water. Then she would have to find something else to do. 6 days a week, Sunja took her grandson to school and picked him up. Solomon attended an international preschool where only English was spoken. At school, he spoke English and at home Japanese. Sunja spoke to him in Korean, and he answered in Japanese, sprinkled with a few words in Korean. Solomon loved going to school, and Mosasu thought it was good to keep him occupied. He was a cheerful child who wanted to please his teachers and elders. Wherever he went, the news of his mother's death preceded him, wrapping the child in a kind of protective cloud. Teachers and mothers of his friends were watchful on his behalf. Solomon was certain that he would see his mama in heaven. He believed that she could see him. She visited him in his dreams, he said, and told him that she missed holding him. In the evenings, grandmother, father, and son ate together, even if Mosasu had to return to work immediately after his meal. Twice, Mosasu's friend, Haruki Totoyama, had come from Osaka to visit, and once they had gone to Osaka to see the family, since Uncle Yosef was too frail to travel. Another school day almost over, Sunja waited patiently outside the preschool, alongside the sweet-natured Filipina nannies and the friendly Western mothers who were also waiting to collect their children. Sunja couldn't speak to them, but she smiled and nodded in their presence. As usual, Solomon was the first to run out. He shouted goodbye to his teachers, then bolted outside to hug his grandmother's torso before joining the other boys to race to the corner candy store. Sunja tried to keep up with his pace. She was oblivious to Hansu, who had been watching her from his car. Sunja was wearing a black wool coat, nothing expensive, but not shabby either. It looked store-bought. She had aged considerably, and Hansu felt sorry for her. Only a little over 50, she looked much older than that. As a girl, she had been bright and taut, so very appealing. The memory of her fullness and vitality aroused him. The years in the sun had darkened her face and covered her hands lightly with pale brown spots. Shallow crags had settled into her once smooth brow. In place of the maiden's dark, glossy braids, she now kept her hair short, and it was gray mostly. Her middle had thickened. Hansu remembered her large breasts and lovely pink nipples. They had never spent more than a few hours together, and it had always been a wish of his to make love to her more than once in the course of a day. He'd had many women and girls, yet her innocence and trust had excited him more than even the sexiest of whores who were willing to do anything. Her pretty eyes were still the same. Bright and hard like river stones, the light shimmered in them. He had loved her passionately, the way an older man could love a young girl who could restore his youth and vigor. He had loved her with a kind of gratitude. He knew he'd loved her more than any other girl. She was not beautiful anymore, but he desired her still. The recollection of taking her in the forest often made him hard, and if he had been alone in the car, he would have jerked off, happy for the rare erection. Several times each day, Hansu thought of her. What was she doing at the moment? Was she all right? Did she think of him? His mind turned to her as often as it did toward his dead father. When Hansu learned that she was looking for him to find out where Noah was, he did not contact her because he had no news. He could not imagine disappointing Sunja. He had used every resource to locate the boy, but to no avail. Noah had disappeared so perfectly that if Hansu hadn't had the mortuary logs inspected regularly throughout Japan, He might have thought that the boy was dead. At the funeral, he learned that Noah still sent his mother money. That was a relief. The boy was alive then and living somewhere in Japan. It had been Hansu's plan to find Noah first, then to contact Sunja. But Yumi's funeral had reminded him that time was not always in his favor. Then last month, his doctor had diagnosed him with prostate cancer. As Sunja walked past his car, Hansu rolled down the car window. "Sunja, Sunja," she gasped. Hansu told his driver to stay and opened the car door himself to get out. "Listen, I got to Yumi's funeral late. Mosasu said you left. You live with him now, right?" Sunja stood on the pavement and stared at him. He didn't seem to age. Had it really been 11 years since she last saw him? It had been at his office with Noah, then that expensive dinner to celebrate Noah's admission to Waseda. Noah had been gone 6 years now. Sunja glanced in the direction of her grandson, who'd run into the store with the other boys to look over comics and debate over which candies to purchase. Without replying, Sunja walked in Solomon's direction. Mosesu had mentioned that Hansu had come to the funeral, that when asked about Noah, Hansu had said nothing. "Can't you stop for a moment to speak with me? The little boy's fine. He's in the shop. You can see him through the glass." Solomon was in the cluster of boys standing by the rotating comic book kiosk. "I begged your wife to tell you that I was looking for you. The gardening boy, I'm sure he gave you my message even if she didn't. Since I've known you, I've done everything I could to never be a burden to you. I have asked you for nothing. 6 years have passed since I went to your house. 6. Hansu opened his mouth, but Sunja spoke again. "Do you know where he is?" "No." Sunja walked toward the candy store. Hansu touched her arm, and Sunja pushed him back hard with the palm of her hand, knocking him back a step. The chauffeur and bodyguard, who'd been standing near the car, ran toward him, but he waved them away. "I'm fine," he mouthed to them. "Go back to your car," she said. "Go back to your crooked life." "Sunja." "Why do you bother me now? How can you not see that you've destroyed me? Why can't you leave me alone? Noah is gone from me. There is nothing between us." Her wet, shining eyes blinked, lit up like lanterns. Her young face shone through the old one. "Can I drive you and Solomon home? Maybe we can go to a cafe. I need to speak to you." Sunja looked down at the large squares of concrete below her feet, unable to stop the flow of tears. "I want my son. What did you do to him?" "How can you blame me for that? I just wanted to send him to school." Sunja sobbed. "It's my fault that I let you know him. You're a selfish person who'd take whatever you want, no matter the consequences. I wish I'd never met you." Passers-by gaped until Hansu stared back at them, forcing them to look away. The boy was still in the shop. "You're the worst kind of man, because you won't let go until you get your way." "Sunja, I'm dying." 4. Cradling his copies of Tetsuwan Atomu and Urultoraman, Solomon sat quietly between Sunja and Hansu in the back seat of the large sedan. "How old are you?" Hansu asked. Solomon held up 3 fingers. "So ne. Are you going to read those now?" Hansu asked, pointing to the boy's new comics. "Can you read already?" Solomon shook his head. "I'm going to wait until Toto comes tonight so he can read them to me." He opened up his red satchel and put the comics inside. "Who is Toto?" Hansu asked. "He's my papa's friend from when they were boys. He's a real Japanese policeman. He's caught murderers and robbers. I've known him since I was born." "Is that so? All that time?" Hansu smiled. The small boy nodded gravely. "Grandma, what will you make Toto for dinner?" Solomon asked. "Fish chun and chicken chorim," Sunja replied. Moses' friend Haruki Totoyama would arrive this evening and stay for the weekend, and she had already planned all the meals. "But Toto likes bulgogi. It's his favorite meal." "I can make that tomorrow night. He won't leave until Sunday afternoon." Solomon looked worried. Hansu, who had been observing Solomon carefully, said, "I love chicken chorim. That's the kind of dish you can only get at a nice home. Anyone can have bulgogi at a restaurant, but only your grandmother can make. Do you want to meet Toto? He's my best grown-up friend." Sunja shook her head, but Hansu ignored her. "I've known your father since he was a boy of your age. I'd love to have dinner at your house. Thank you, Solomon." In the front hall, Sunja removed her coat and helped Solomon with his. With his right forearm raised and his left tucked close to his body, the boy ran to the den to watch Tetsuon Atomu. Hansu followed Sunja to the kitchen. She poured shrimp chips into a small basket and retrieved a yogurt drink from the refrigerator and arranged them on the round urul toraman tray. "Solomon," she called out. The boy came to the kitchen to take the tray, and he carried it carefully back to the den to watch his programs. Hansu sat down by the Western-style breakfast table. "This is a good house." Sunja didn't reply. It was a brand-new 3-bedroom in the Westerner section of Yokohama. Of course, Hansu had driven past it before. He'd seen the exterior of every place she'd ever lived. With the exception of the farmhouse during the war, this was the first one he'd been inside. The furnishings resembled sets from American films. Upholstered sofas, high wooden dining tables, crystal chandeliers, and leather armchairs. Hansu guessed that the family slept on beds rather than on the floor or on futons. There were no old things in the house, no traces of anything from Korea or Japan. The spacious, windowed kitchen looked out onto the neighbor's rock garden. Sunja wasn't speaking to him, but she didn't seem angry either. She was facing the stove with her back turned to him. Hansu could make out the outline of her body in her camel-colored sweater and brown woolen trousers. The first time he spotted her, he'd noticed her large, full bosom beneath the traditional Korean blouse. He'd always preferred a girl with big breasts and a pillowy bottom. He had never seen her completely naked. They'd only made love outside, where she had always worn a chima. His famously beautiful wife had no chest, hips, or ass, and he had dreaded fucking her because she'd loathed being touched. Before bed, he had to bathe, and after lovemaking, she had to have a long bath at no matter what hour. After she gave birth to 3 girls, he quit trying for a son. Even his father-in-law, whom Hansu loved, had said nothing about the other women. He believed that she'd been foolish for refusing to be his wife in Korea. What did it matter that he had a marriage in Japan? He would have taken excellent care of her and Noah. They would have had other children. She would never have had to work in an open market or in a restaurant kitchen. Nevertheless, he had to admire her for not taking his money, the way any young girl did these days. In Tokyo, it was possible for a man to buy a girl for a bottle of French perfume or a pair of shoes from Italy. If Hansu was comfortable reminiscing in her kitchen, Sunja was more than a little unsettled at the sight of him sitting at the breakfast table. From the moment she'd met him, she felt his presence all around her. He was an unwanted constant in her imagination. And after Noah vanished, it was as if she were continually haunted by both father and son. Hansu was now in her kitchen, waiting patiently for her attention. He was staying for dinner. In all these years, they had never eaten a meal together. Why had he come? When would he go? It was his way to appear then disappear, And as she boiled water for their tea, she thought, I could turn around and he could be gone. Then what? Sunja opened a blue tin of imported butter cookies and put some on a plate. She filled the teapot with hot water and floated a generous pinch of tea leaves. It was easy to recall a time when there was no money for tea, and a time when there was none to buy. On the 1st of each month, Noah sends me cash with a brief note saying that he's well. The postmarks are always different, she said. I've looked for Noah. He doesn't want to be found. I'm looking for him still. Sunja, he is my son too. How can you blame me for that? Hansu had once said to her. She poured him a cup of tea and excused herself. The reflection in the bathroom mirror disappointed her. She was 52 years old. Her sister-in-law Kyungi, who had been diligent about wearing her hat and gloves to protect her from spots and lines, looked much younger than she did, though Kyungi was 14 years older. Sunja touched her short graying hair. She had never been lovely, and certainly now she didn't believe that any man would ever want her. That part of her life had ended with Moses' father. She was plain and wrinkled. Her waist and thighs were thick. Her face and hands belonged to a poor, hard-working woman, and no matter how much money she had in her purse now, nothing would make her appealing. A long time ago, she had wanted Hansu more than her own life. Even when she broke with him, she had wanted him to return, to find her, to keep her. Hansu was 70, yet he had changed very little. If anything, his features had improved. He still trimmed his thick white hair carefully and tamed it with scented oil. In his fine wool suit and handmade shoes, Hansu looked like an elegant statesman, a handsome grandfather. No one would have pegged him for a Yakuza boss. Sunja didn't want to leave the bathroom. Before she'd left the house, she hadn't even bothered to look in the mirror. She wasn't hideous or shameful to look at, but she had prematurely reached the stage in a woman's life when no one noticed her entering or leaving a room. Sunja opened the cold water spigot and washed her face. Despite everything, she wanted him to desire her a little. This knowledge was embarrassing. In her life, there had been 2 men. That was better than none, she supposed, so that had to be enough. Sunja dried her face on a hand towel and turned off the light. In the kitchen, Hansu was eating a biscuit. Are you okay living here? She nodded. And the little boy, he's well behaved. Mosasu checks in on him all the time. When will he be home? Soon. I better make dinner. Can I help you cook? Hansu pretended to take off his suit jacket. Sunja laughed. At last. I thought you'd forgotten how to smile. They both looked away. Are you dying? She asked. It's prostate cancer. I have very good doctors. I don't think I'll die of this. Not very soon, anyway. You lied, then. No, Sunja. We're all dying. She felt angry with him for lying, but she felt grateful too. She had loved him, and she could not bear the thought of him being gone from this life. Solomon shrieked with happiness when the door opened. Rolling up his red sweater sleeves hastily, Solomon raised his left arm, bent into a sharp L, and his right hand bisected his left forearm to make an off-centered cross. The child made static sounds to announce the laser beams emitting from his left hand and held his fierce pose. Haruki fell down onto the floor. He moaned, then made the sounds of an explosion. Ah! The kaiju has been defeated! Solomon shouted and jumped on top of Haruki. It is very good to see you again, Mosasu said to Hansu. This is my friend, Haruki Totoyama. Hajimemashite, Totoyama desu. Solomon resumed his pose. Have mercy, Ultraman. Kaiju Toto must say hello to your grandmother. It's good to see you, Sunja said. Thank you for having me. Solomon moved in between Sunja and Haruki. Kaiju Toto! Hey! Haruki bellowed. Papa bought me the new Ultraman yesterday. Lucky, Haruki said, sounding envious. I'll show you. Come on. Solomon pulled Haruki, and the grown man hurtled dramatically toward Solomon's room. Hansu kept a file on every person in Sunja's life. He knew all about Detective Haruki Totoyama, the elder son of a seamstress who owned a uniform manufacturer in Osaka. He had no father and a younger brother who was mentally disabled. Haruki was a homosexual who was engaged to an older woman who worked for his mother. In spite of his relative youth, Haruki was highly regarded in his precinct. The dinner table talk was happy and relaxed. Why can't you move to Yokohama and live with us? Solomon asked Haruki. Tempting, ne? Then I can play Ultraman every day. So. But Sora-chan, my mother and brother live in Osaka. I think I'm supposed to live there too. Oh, Solomon sighed. I didn't know you had a brother. Is he older or younger? Younger. I'd like to meet him, Solomon said. We could be friends. So ne. But he is very shy. Solomon nodded. Grandmother is shy too. Sunja shook her head, and Moses smiled. I wish you could move here with your brother, Solomon said quietly. Haruki nodded. Before Solomon was born, he had not been very interested in children. From a young age, having a handicapped brother had made him wary of the responsibilities of caring for another person. My girlfriend, Ayame, prefers Tokyo over Osaka. Perhaps she would be happier here too, Haruki said. Maybe you can move here when you get married, Solomon said. Moses laughed. So ne. Hansu sat up straighter. The Yokohama chief of police is a friend. Please let me know if I can be of service if you'd like to transfer, Hansu said, making an offer he could realize. He took out his business card and handed it to the young officer, and Haruki received it with 2 hands and a small bow of the head. Mosesu raised his eyebrows. Sunja, who had been quiet, continued to observe Hansu. Naturally, she was suspicious of his help. Hansu was not an ordinary person, and he was capable of actions she could neither see nor understand. 5. Nagano, January 1969. A maze of filing cabinets and metal desks created a warren of office workers in the business offices of Cosmos Pachinko. In the thicket of furniture, Risa Iwamura, the head filing clerk, was not very noticeable. By any conventional measure, Risa was, in fact, appealing in her face and form. However, she possessed a distant manner, preventing ease or intimacy with those around her. It was as if the young woman were turning down her lights to minimize any possibility of attraction or notice. She dressed soberly in white blouses and inexpensive black poly skirts requiring little maintenance. She wore the black leather shoes of an old woman. In the winter, one of her 2 gray wool cardigans graced her thin shoulders like a cape. Her only ornament, an inexpensive silver-tone wristwatch, which she consulted often, though she never seemed to have anywhere to go. When she performed her tasks, Risa needed little guidance. She anticipated the needs of her employers faultlessly and executed the tasks without any reminders. For nearly 7 years, Noah had been living in Nagano, passing as a Japanese called Nobuoban. He had worked assiduously for the owner of Cosmos Pachinko and had settled into a small, invisible life. He was a valued employee, and the owner left him alone. The only thing that the owner brought up every January when he gave Noah his bonus and New Year's lecture was marriage. A man of his age and position should have his own home and children. Noah had been the head of the business offices ever since Takano, the man who had hired him, had moved to Nagoya to run the multiple Cosmos businesses there. Nevertheless, Noah continued to live in the Pachinko parlor dorms and took his meals regularly in the Pachinko staff cafeteria. Although he had already paid Hansu back for the Waseda tuition and board, Noah still sent money to his mother each month. He spent almost nothing on himself beyond what was absolutely necessary. After this year's New Year's lecture, Noah thought deeply about his boss's advice. He had been aware of Risa. Although she never spoke of it, everyone knew that she came from a middle-class family with a sad scandal. When Risa was 14 or so, her father, a beloved doctor at the local clinic, had dispensed improper medication to 2 patients during the flu season, resulting in their deaths. Shortly thereafter, the doctor took his own life, rendering his family both destitute and tainted. Risa was effectively unmarriageable, since a suicide in a family could indicate mental illness in her blood. Even worse, her father was perceived to have done something so shameful that he felt that he needed to die. The relatives did not come to the funeral, and they no longer called on Risa and her mother. Risa's mother never recovered from the shock and no longer left the house even to run errands. After Risa completed secondary school, Takano, a former patient of Risa's father, hired her to do clerical work. Noah had noticed her beautiful handwriting on the files even before he noticed her. It was possible that he was in love with the way she wrote the number 2. Her parallel lines expressing a kind of free movement inside the invisible box that contained the ideograph strokes. If Risa wrote even an ordinary description on an invoice, Noah would pause to read it again, not because of what it said, but because he could detect that there was a kind of dancing spirit in the hand that wrote such elegant letters. When Noah asked her to dinner one winter evening, she replied in shock, "Maji?" Among the file clerks, Nobuoban was a fascinating topic of discussion, but after so many years, with so little change in his behavior, the interested girls had long since given up. It took 2 dinners, perhaps even less time than that, for Risa to fall in love with Noah, and the 2 intensely private young people married that winter. On their wedding night, Risa was frightened. "Will it hurt?" "You can tell me to stop. I'd rather hurt myself than hurt you, my wife." Neither had realized the loneliness each had lived with for such a long time until the loneliness was interrupted by genuine affection. When Risa got pregnant, she quit her job and stayed home and raised her family with as much competence as she had run the file rooms of a successful pachinko business. First, she had twin girls. Then a year later, Risa gave birth to a boy. Then a year after that, another girl. Every month, Noah traveled for work for 2 days, but otherwise he kept to a kind of reliable schedule that made it possible to work 6 days a week for Cosmos and raise his family attentively. Curiously, he did not drink or go out to clubs, even to entertain the police or to be entertained by a pachinko machine salesman. Noah was honest, precise, and could handle any level of business complication from taxes to machine licenses. Moreover, he was not greedy. The owner of Cosmos respected that Noah avoided mizu shobai. Naturally, Risa was grateful. It was easy to lose the affections of a husband to an ambitious bar hostess. Like all Japanese mothers, Risa volunteered at the children's schools and did everything else she could to make sure that her 4 children were well and safe. Having so many little constituents kept her from having to involve herself with those outside her family. If her father's death had expelled her from the tribe of ordinary middle-class people, she had effectively reproduced her own tribe. The marriage was a stable one, and 8 years passed quickly. The couple did not quarrel. Noah did not love Risa in the way he had his college girlfriend, but that was a good thing, he thought. Never again, he swore, would he be that vulnerable to another person. Noah remained careful around his new family. Though he valued his wife and children as a kind of second chance, in no way did he see his current life as a rebirth. Noah carried the story of his life as a Korean like a dark, heavy rock within him. Not a day passed when he didn't fear being discovered. The only thing he continued to do from before was to read his English language novels. After marrying, he no longer ate at the employees' cafeteria. Now he allowed himself lunch at an inexpensive restaurant where he ate alone. Over lunch for 30 minutes a day, he reread Dickens, Trollope, or Goethe, and he remembered who he was inside. It was spring when the twin girls turned 7, and the family went to Matsumoto Castle for a Sunday picnic. Lisa had planned the outing to cheer up her mother, who seemed to be retreating further into herself. The children were overjoyed, since they would get ice cream on the way home. The doctor's widow, Iwamura-san, had never been a competent woman. In fact, she was often helpless. She had remained childishly pretty, soft, pale cheeks, naturally red lips, and dyed black hair. She wore simple beige smocks and cardigans, closed only on the top button. Her expression was perpetually one of a small child who had been disappointed by her birthday present. That said, she was hardly ignorant. She had been a doctor's wife, and though his death had destroyed her cherished social ambitions, she had not relinquished her wishes for her only child. It was bad enough that her daughter worked in Pachinko, but now she had married a man who worked in the sordid business, cementing her caste in life. On her initial meeting with Nobuo-ban, she had guessed that there was something unusual about his past, since he had no family. No doubt he was foreign. She felt suspicious of his character. However, there was also something so sad beneath his fine manners that reminded her of her dear husband that the widow felt compelled to overlook his background, as long as no one ever found out. A sparse crowd was forming in front of Matsumoto-jo. A famous docent, popular with the locals, was about to lecture about Japan's oldest existing castle. The old man, with wispy white eyebrows and a slight hunch, had brought an easel with him and was setting up his poster-sized photographs and visual aids. Noah's third child, who had barely eaten anything except for half a rice ball, bolted from his seat and darted toward the guide. Risa was packing up the empty bento boxes and asked Noah to stand near Koichi, a tiny 6-year-old boy with a remarkably well-shaped face and head. He had no fear of strangers and would talk to anyone. Once at the market, he told the greengrocer that his mother had burned the eggplant the week before. Adults enjoyed talking with Koichi. "Sumimasen! Sumimasen!" the boy shouted, pushing his little body through the group, listening carefully to the guide's introduction to the castle's history. The crowd parted to let the boys stand in the front. The guide smiled at Koichi and continued. The boy's mouth was open a little, and he listened intently while his father stood in the back. The guide turned to the next image on the easel. In the old black-and-white photograph, the castle leaned dramatically as if the edifice might collapse. The crowd gasped politely at the famous image. Tourists and children who had never seen it before looked at the image closely. When this magnificent castle started to list this much, everyone remembered Tada Kasuke's curse. The guide widened his heavy-lidded eyes for emphasis. The adults from the region nodded in recognition. There wasn't a soul in Nagano who didn't know about the 17th century Matsumoto headman who'd led the Jokyo uprising against unfair taxes and was executed with 27 others, including his 2 young sons. "What is a curse?" Koichi asked. Noah frowned, because the child had been reminded repeatedly that he must not blurt out questions whenever he wished. "A curse," the guide said, then paused silently for dramatic effect. A curse is a terrible, terrible thing, and a curse with moral power is the worst. Tada Kasuke was unfairly persecuted when he was just trying to save all the good people of Nagano from the exploitation of those who lived in this castle. At his death, Tada Kasuke uttered a curse against the greedy Mizuno clan. The guide grew visibly impassioned by his own speech. Koichi wanted to ask another question, but his twin sisters, who were now standing by him, pinched the little bit of flesh around his right elbow. Koichi had to learn not to talk so much, they thought. Policing him was a family effort. Almost 200 years after Tada Kasuke's death, the ruling clan tried everything in their power to appease the spirit of the martyr, to lift the curse. It must have worked, because the castle structure is straight again. The guide raised both arms dramatically and gestured toward the building behind him. The crowd laughed. Koichi stared at the poster-sized image of the listing castle. How? How do you reverse a curse? Koichi asked, unable to control himself. His sister Ume stepped on his foot, but Koichi did not care. To appease the spirits, the ruling clan proclaimed that Tada Kasuke was a martyr and gave him an afterlife name. They had a statue built. Ultimately, the truth must be acknowledged. Koichi opened his mouth again, but this time Noah walked over and picked up his son gently and carried him back to his mother, who was seated with her mother on a bench. Even though he was in kindergarten, Koichi still loved to be picked up. The crowd smiled. Papa, that was so interesting, ne? Hai, Noah replied. When he held the boy, he always recalled Mosesu, who would fall asleep easily in his arms, his round head resting on Noah's shoulder. Can I put a curse on someone? Koichi asked. What? Who do you want to put a curse on? Umeko. She stepped on my foot on purpose. That's not very nice, but it doesn't warrant a curse, ne? But I can reverse a curse if I want. Oh, it isn't so easy to do so, Koichi-chan. And what would you do if someone put a curse on you? So ne. Koichi sobered at the thought of this, then broke into a smile when he saw his mother, whom he loved more than anyone. Lisa was knitting a sweater as she chatted with her mother. The picnic bags rested at her feet. The Ban family walked around the castle grounds, and when the children grew bored, Noah took them to eat ice cream, as he had promised. 6. Yokohama, July 1974. Haruki Totoyama married Ayame, the foreman of his mother's uniform shop, because his mother had wanted him to do so. It turned out to be a wise decision. When his mother was diagnosed with stomach cancer and could no longer manage the shop or take care of Haruki's brother, Daisuke, Ayame knew exactly what to do. For 2 years, Ayame managed the business ably, nursed her ailing mother-in-law, and took good care of Daisuke. When Totoyama-san finally died after a great deal of suffering, Haruki asked his exhausted wife what he should do with his mother's shop, and Ayame's answer surprised him. We should sell it and move to Yokohama. I don't want to live in Osaka anymore. I never liked working at the shop. I did it because I could never disappoint your mother. We don't have to worry about money anymore. If there's any free time, I want to learn how to bake cakes. Daisuke likes cakes. I will stay home and take care of him. Haruki didn't know what to make of this, but he couldn't refuse her. With the money from the sale of the business and his inheritance, Haruki bought a 3-bedroom mansion-style apartment near the old cemetery in Yokohama. The apartment had a double-wall oven for Ayame. One phone call to Mosesu led to a call from the Yokohama police chief, who offered Haruki the same job he had in Osaka. Naturally, Mosesu and Solomon were happy that Haruki was finally moving to Yokohama. Nevertheless, upon Haruki's family's arrival, Solomon was not allowed to visit Haruki's house or to meet Haruki's younger brother, who was terrified of children. Daisuke was almost 30 years old, but he was not much older than 5 or 6 mentally. He could not go outside often because noise, crowds, and bright lights upset him. His mother's illness and death had been catastrophic for him, but Ayame, a longtime employee of his mother, was able to keep Daisuke calm. She created a predictable routine for him at their new home, and because there were so many foreigners in Yokohama, Ayame was able to find an American special education teacher who was willing to come to the house and work with him 5 days a week. Daisuke would never be able to go to a normal school, get a job, or live alone, but Ayame believed that he could do more, and that he should know more than what was expected of him, which was very little. Haruki was grateful for her thoughtfulness. He could not help but admire his wife's ability to solve problems and manage so many new things without ever complaining. She was 5 years older than he was, the eldest daughter raised in a deeply conservative Buddhist family, and he assumed that her strict upbringing had much to do with her ability to forbear and endure. His mother told him on more than one occasion that Ayame loved him, though he didn't deserve it. Daisuke took a nap in the early afternoon, ate a late lunch, then had 3 hours of at-home school with lessons, games, and story time with his teacher, Miss Edith. During his lessons, Ayame went to the public bath, then did her food shopping. The July heat in Yokohama was milder than back home, and Ayame didn't mind walking around after her bath. Invariably, the street dust and humidity would spoil that pure feeling that came from a bath, but Ayame felt happy to be alone. She had well over an hour before Miss Edith would leave, so she took the greener path, cutting through the wooded park by the cemetery. It was not yet dusk, but there was still a bluish light left over from the day. Beneath the canopy of bright green leaves, Ayame felt clean and joyful. For dinner, she planned on picking up a few sticks of the yakitori that Daisuke was so fond of, which an elderly couple sold a few blocks from their apartment. As she walked past the thicket of evergreens, she heard the light rustle of branches. From childhood, Ayame had loved birds, even the enormous black crows that most children feared, and she gingerly approached the dense cluster of trees. As she moved closer to the sounds, she could see a nice-looking man leaning against a wide tree trunk with his eyes closed. His trousers were pulled down to his knees, and another man knelt in front of him, his head hovering over the standing man's pale hips. Ayame held her breath and retreated quietly to the main path. The men had not seen her. She was not in danger, but she walked faster, her heart beating as if it would pound itself out of her body. The dry grass poked her sandaled feet. Ayame ran until she reached the pavement border, where she could see pedestrians. On the crowded street opposite the cemetery, no one noticed her. Ayame wiped the perspiration from her brow. When was the last time her husband had wanted her? It had been his mother's suggestion that they marry, and in their brief courtship, Haruki had been thoughtful and kind. She was not a virgin when she married, having had sex with 2 men who had refused to marry her. There had been one other man, a fabric distributor who pursued her for months, but when Ayame learned that he was married, she refused to go to the love motel with him, because she had only slept with the others as a way to get married, and with this one there was really no point. Unlike the other men, Haruki had never asked her to go with him to a motel. She reasoned that it may have been awkward for him since she worked with his mother. She could not help admiring his high-mindedness and good manners. Their marriage was consummated. In the beginning, when she and Haruki were trying to have a baby, he made love to her regularly, quickly and cleanly, respecting her wishes when it was not the right time of the month. After they had been attempting to have a child for 2 years, the doctors determined that she was infertile, and it seemed that Daisuke would effectively become her son. They did not make love again. She had never been interested in being the sexy lady, and he did not approach her for such transactions. Ayame kept to Daisuke's schedule and went to bed early, while Haruki woke up late and went to bed late. Their varying sleep times prevented regular encounters in bed. She may not have been interested in sex, but she was not unaware that in general men needed sex, and that it was a preferable situation to have a husband who had sex periodically with his own wife. If Haruki and she no longer made love, Ayame blamed herself. She was older. Her yellowing face was ordinary and round, and she was far too thin, with spindly legs and arms. Wanting to fill out, she ate as much as she could, especially sweetmeats, but it was impossible for her to gain weight. When she was growing up, her brothers had teased her that her chest was more even than the floor. If she'd wanted, she could have worn clothing for middle school girls. Out of practicality and habit, each day, Ayame wore one of the many dark-colored jumpers that she'd sewed for herself. She had midi-length jumpers in every fabric and color. In the summer, her jumpers were made of linen or seersucker. When Ayame reached Daisuke's favorite yakitori stand, she fished out her purse from the string bag holding her bath things and asked the old woman for grilled chicken wings, gizzards, and pieces of white meat with scallion. As the woman behind the smoky stand filled the order, Ayame recalled the man leaning against the tree, his rapturous face. Did Haruki want her to kneel before him? Of course she knew of many things that men and women did, but she had never seen anyone else make love. She read 2 D.H. Lawrence novels. At 37 years old, Ayame wanted to know even more about the things she had never done. Would Haruki be embarrassed for her? Ayame checked her slender wristwatch with its tiny face, a birthday present from Haruki's mother. There were still 40 minutes left until she had to head home. Ayame turned around. When she returned to the thicket of evergreens, the 2 men were gone, but now there were at least 5 other couples. Women and men were lying together in the more secluded areas, and 2 men who were not wearing pants stroked each other while whispering. One couple was lying on thick sheets of brown butcher paper that made noise with their movements. When a tall woman spotted her looking, she didn't flinch. Rather, she closed her eyes and made noises of pleasure as the man beside her continued to massage her small breasts. It felt as if the tall woman wanted Ayame to study them, and Ayame felt emboldened to move closer. The sounds of quiet moaning from the lovers were like evening bird calls. She remembered Daisuke, who would want his dinner. 3 days later, after another long bath, Ayame went directly to the park behind the cemetery. She recognized a woman and man from before, and there were others who did not seem to mind her solitary presence. Everyone here belonged to each other's secret, and Ayame felt safe among them. As she was leaving, a lovely girl approached her. "Why do you come so early? It's more wonderful in the evening." Ayame didn't know what to say, but she felt it would be impolite not to reply. "What do you mean?" "There are more people later if you want to do things," the girl laughed. "Don't you like to do things?" Ayame shook her head. No. If you have money, I can do things for you. I prefer to do things with girls." Ayame held her breath. The girl was plump in a very pretty way, with vivid color in her cheeks. She had beautiful white arms, full and smooth, like those of a woman in an Italian painting. In her sheer georgette blouse in chalk color and navy print skirt, she looked like an attractive office lady. The girl took Ayame's left hand and slipped it in her blouse. Ayame could feel the smooth rise of the girl's large nipple. "I like this bone between your neck and shoulders. You're very cute. Come see me. I'm here in the evenings. Today I started early because I have a meeting, but he's a little late. I'm usually near the shrubs over there." She giggled. "I love to put things in my mouth. Ne?" She wet her lips with her strawberry-colored tongue. "And I can bring you toys," she said before returning to her spot. Stunned, Ayame nodded and walked home. Her left hand felt like it was burning, and with it, she stroked her collarbone, never having given it any thought. For 3 months after, Ayame stuck to her old route to the Sento and went straight from there to the market streets to do her shopping. She returned faithfully to her routines with Daisuke, and when she took her baths at the Sento, she tried not to think of that girl. Ayame was not ignorant. Even as a girl, she knew that others did many curious things. What puzzled her was that so late in her life, she wanted to know more, but had no one to ask. Her husband never seemed to change. He was hard-working, polite, and rarely home. He was affectionate with Daisuke. When he had time off, he went to see his Korean friend, Mosezu, and his son, Solomon, or took his brother for walks in the park or to the Sento to give her some time alone. Occasionally, the three of them went to the same yakiniku restaurant where the owner gave them a private room in the back. Daisuke liked cooking his meals on the grill. After Daisuke fell asleep for the night, her evenings were quiet. She read recipe books and sewing magazines and crocheted lace. Despite her strong efforts, it was no longer just at the Sento. Ayame wondered about the girl all day, when she was baking a golden sponge cake or merely dusting the furniture. What confused her was that the girl in the green blouse had looked so wholesome and amused. Nothing at all like what she'd seen in maudlin films about a fallen woman from a bad family. The girl was luscious, like a costly melon sold in a department store. It was a Saturday evening at the end of November, and Daisuke had fallen asleep earlier than usual. Haruki was at the office catching up on writing reports, where it was quiet enough for him to work undisturbed. In the living room, Ayame was trying to read a book about English baking techniques, but she found her mind drifting. Closing the book, she decided to have another bath, though she'd had one earlier that day. Daisuke was snoring quietly when she left the house. At the Sento, she soaked in the hot bath water, fearing that someone could see the desire in her face. She wondered if she could find the nerve to ask her husband to make love to her. When the tips of her fingers were horribly wrinkled, she dressed and combed her hair. Outside, the street lamps shone brightly, and the black pavement glistened in the night. Ayame walked toward the cemetery. Even in the cold, there were too many lovers to count. Couples watched others make love and masturbate each other. Naked bodies humped beneath large trees. Men lined up in a row, while others on their knees bobbed their heads against them. Watching the men's faces thrilled her. She wanted Haruki to take her into his arms and make violent love to her there. There was only a little light in the evening sky, only a small misshapen moon and the faintest spray of winter stars. Ayame walked through the arrangements of men and women. By an impressive oak, two men embraced in lovemaking, and the taller man, whose arms clasped the younger one, wore a gray suit, much like the one she had made for her husband. Ayame looked closer and saw him, his eyes shut tightly as he held onto the young man in the white cotton undershirt, who was gasping with excitement. She retreated to the other side of the foliage to hide herself. Ayame held her breath, and she watched her husband making love. It was him. When Haruki and the young man in the white shirt were done, they put on their clothes without talking and walked away from one another without a bow or a goodbye. She didn't see Haruki giving the young man any money, but that could have happened earlier. She couldn't be sure of how these things worked. Would it matter if the man had been paid? She wondered. Ayame sat down on the roots of an old tree, not far from a couple having breathless intercourse, and she stared at the pads of her fingers, which were smooth again. There was no choice but to wait until he was long gone, but if he reached the house before she did, she'd have to tell him that she was at the Sento, which wasn't true. Hi. The girl wore a white blouse this time, and it shimmered in the dark, making her look like an angel. Did you bring money? The girl crouched down to Ayame's level and heaved her bosom toward her face as if readying to nurse her. She opened her blouse and pulled out her breasts, propping them over the fabric cups of her underwire brassiere. The girl was beautiful. Ayame wondered why she could not possess features as lovely and alluring on her withered body that could neither conceive nor be loved. You can pay me after if you want. The girl glanced at Ayame's string bag. You've had a bath like a good baby, and you're clean. Come to Mama. Here, you can put your mouth on them. I like that. Then I can do it to you. Akka-chan, you look afraid, but why? This will feel so nice and sweet. The girl took Ayame's right hand and pushed it up her skirt, and Ayame felt another woman for the first time. It was soft and plush. Daijoubu? On her knees, the girl moved closer and took Ayame's left hand and put her ring finger into her mouth as she climbed onto Ayame's lap. She sniffed Ayame's wet hair. I can almost drink your shampoo. You smell so pretty. Akka. You'll feel better as we make love. You'll be in paradise. Ayame folded herself into the warmth of the girl's body. As she opened her mouth, the girl pulled the string bag to her. Do you have money here? I need a lot. Mama has to buy things to look pretty for her baby. Ayame recoiled and heaved the girl off her body, making her fall on her back. You're disgusting. Disgusting. She got up. You skinny old cunt, the girl shouted, and Ayame could hear her throaty laugh from a distance. You have to pay for love, you bitch. Ayame ran back to the sento. When she finally returned home, Haruki was fixing his brother a snack. Tadaima, she said quietly. Where were you, Achan? Daisuke asked, his face folded with worry. He had the lopsided face of a pale, gaunt man, with the extraordinary eyes of a very young child, unguarded and capable of expressing joy. He wore the yellow pajamas that she had ironed for him that morning. Haruki nodded and smiled at her. He had never before found his brother alone. Daisuke had been crying on his bed mat, asking for his mother. He did not want to tell Ayame this for fear of making her feel bad about being late. I was at the bath, Dai-chan. I'm very sorry I'm late. I thought you were sleeping. It was cold, so I went to have another bath. I was afraid, Daisuke said, his eyes beginning to well up again. I want Mama. She felt unable to look at Haruki's face. He had not yet removed his suit jacket. Daisuke went to her, leaving Haruki by the kitchen counter to put away the box of senbei. Achan is clean. She had a bath. Achan is clean. She had a bath. He sang the line that he liked to repeat after she came home from the sento. Are you tired now? She asked him. No. Would you like me to read to you? Hai. Haruki left them in the living room with her reading a picture book about old trains, and she nodded to him when he said good night before going to bed. 7. Yokohama, March 1976. A retiring detective had failed to complete a report of a suicide, and eventually it landed on Haruki's desk. A 12-year-old Korean boy had jumped off the roof of his apartment building. The mother was too hysterical to finish the interview at the time, but the parents were willing to meet Haruki tonight after they finished work. The boy's parents lived not far from Chinatown. The father was a plumber's assistant, and the mother worked in a glove factory. Tetsuo Kimura, the jumper, was the oldest of 3 and had 2 sisters. Even before the apartment door opened, the familiar smells of garlic, shoyu, and the stronger miso that Koreans favored greeted him in the damp hallway. All the tenants of the 6-story building owned by a Korean were also Koreans. The boy's mother, her face downcast and meek, let him into the 3-room apartment. Haruki slipped off his street shoes to put on the slippers she gave him. In the main room, the father, wearing a workman's clean overalls, was already seated cross-legged on a blue floor cushion. The mother set out a discount store tray, brimming with teacups and wrapped biscuits from the konbini. The father held a bound book in his lap. After handing the father his business card with 2 hands, Haruki sat down on the floor cushion. The mother poured him a cup of tea and sat with her knees folded. "You didn't get a chance to see this." The father handed the book to Haruki. "You should know what happened. Those children should be punished." The father, a long-waisted man with an olive complexion and a square jaw, didn't make eye contact when speaking. The book was a middle school graduation album. Haruki opened the thick volume to the page marked with a slip of blank notepaper. There were rows and columns of black and white photographs of students, all of them wearing uniforms, a few smiling, some showing teeth, with little variation overall. Right away, he spotted Tetsuo, who had his mother's long face and his father's small mouth, a mild-looking boy with thin shoulders. There were a few handwritten messages over the faces of the photographs. "Tetsuo, good luck in high school. Hiroshi Noda. You draw well. Kayako Mitsuya." Haruki must have looked confused because he didn't notice anything unusual. Then the father prompted him to check the flyleaf. "Die, you ugly Korean. Stop collecting welfare. Koreans are ruining this country. Poor people smell like farts. If you kill yourself, our high school next year will have 1 less filthy Korean. Nobody likes you. Koreans are troublemakers and pigs. Get the hell out. Why are you here anyway? You smell like garlic and garbage. If I could, I'd cut your head off myself, but I don't want to get my knife dirty." The handwriting was varied and inauthentic. Some letters slanted right or left. Multiple authors had tried purposefully to shield their identities. Haruki closed the book and laid it beside him on the clean floor. He took a sip of tea. "Your son, he never mentioned that others were bothering him?" "No," the mother answered quickly. "He never complained. Never. He said he was never discriminated against." Haruki nodded. "This was not because he was Korean. That sort of thing was from long ago. Things are better now. We know many kind-hearted Japanese," the mother said. Even with the cover closed, Haruki could see the words in his mind. The electric fan on the floor circulated a constant flow of warm air. "Did you speak with his teachers?" the mother asked. The retired detective had. The teachers had said that the boy was a strong student, but too quiet. "He had top marks. The children were jealous of him because he was smarter than they were. My son learned to read when he was 3, the mother said. The father sighed and laid his hand gently on his wife's forearm, and she said no more. The boy's father said, "Last winter, Tetsuo asked if he could stop going to school and instead work in a vegetable store that his uncle owns. It's a small shop near the park down the street. My brother-in-law was looking for a boy to break down boxes and work as a cashier. Tetsuo said he wanted to work for him, but we said no. Neither of us finished high school, and we didn't want him to quit. It didn't make any sense for him to work in a job like that and to give up school when he's such a good student. My brother-in-law is barely getting by himself, so my son would not have made much of a salary. My wife wanted him to get a good job in an electronics factory. If he had finished high school, then—" The father covered his head with his large, rough hands, pressing down on his coarse hair. "Working in the basement of a grocery store, counting inventory. That's not an easy life for anyone, you know," he said. He was talented. He could remember any face and draw it perfectly. He could do many things we didn't know how to do. The mother said calmly, My son was hardworking and honest. He never hurt anyone. He helped his sisters do their homework. Her voice broke off. Suddenly the father turned to face Haruki. The boys who wrote that should be punished. I don't mean go to jail, but they shouldn't be allowed to write such things. He shook his head. He should have quit school. It would have been better if he'd worked in a basement of a grocery store, or peeling bags of onions in a yakiniku restaurant. I'd rather have my son than no son. My wife and I are treated badly here, but it's because we're poor. There are rich Koreans who are better off. We thought it could be different for our children. You were born here? Haruki asked. Their accent was no different than that of native Japanese speakers from Yokohama. Yes, of course. Our parents came from Ulsan. Ulsan was in what was now South Korea, but Haruki guessed that the family was affiliated with the North Korean government, as were many of the ethnic Koreans. Mindan was much less popular. The Kimuras probably lacked the tuition for the North Korean schools and sent them to the local Japanese school. You're Chosunji? Yes, but what does that matter? The father said. It doesn't. It shouldn't. Excuse me. Haruki glanced at the album. Does the school know? About this? There was nothing in the report about any other kids. I took the afternoon off to show it to the principal. He said it was impossible to know who wrote those things, the father said. So, Haruki said. Why can't the children who wrote this be punished? Why? The mother asked. There were several people who witnessed him jump with no one else on the roof. Your son was not pushed. We cannot arrest everyone who says or writes something mean-spirited. Why can't the police make the principal? The father looked directly at him, then, seeing Haruki's defeated expression, the father stared at the door instead. You people work together to make sure nothing ever changes. Shoganai, shoganai. That's all I ever hear. I'm sorry. I am sorry, he said before leaving. Paradaisu, Yokohama, was crowded at 8 o'clock in the evening. The volcanic rush of tinny bells, the clanging of tiny hammers across miniature metal bowls, the beeping and flashing of colorful lights, and the throaty shouts of welcome from the obsequious staff felt like a reprieve from the painful silence in his head. Haruki didn't even mind the thick swirls of tobacco smoke that hung like a layer of gray mist above the heads of the players seated opposite the rows upon rows of vertical animated machines. As soon as Haruki stepped into the parlor, the Japanese floor manager rushed to him and asked him if he would like tea. Boku-san was in the office in a meeting with a machine salesman and promised to be down shortly. Haruki and Mosasu had a standing dinner arrangement every Thursday, and Haruki was here to pick him up. It was fair to say that almost everyone at the parlor wanted to make some extra money by gambling. However, the players also came to escape the eerily quiet streets where few said hello, to keep away from the loveless homes where wives slept with children instead of husbands, and to avoid the overheated rush-hour train cars where it was okay to push, but not okay to talk to strangers. When Haruki was a younger man, he had not been much of a pachinko player, but since moving to Yokohama, Haruki allowed himself to find some comfort here. It took no time for him to lose several thousand yen, so he bought another tray of balls. Haruki wasn't reckless about his inheritance, but his mother had saved so much that he'd have enough even if he was fired, and even if he lost a fortune. When Haruki paid young men to sleep with him, he could afford to be generous. Of all the vices, pachinko seemed like a petty one. The small metal balls zigzagged rhythmically across the rectangular face of the machine, and Haruki moved the dial steadily to keep the action going. No, he had wanted to tell Tetsuo's father. How can I prove guilt for a crime that doesn't exist? I cannot punish, and I cannot prevent. No, he could not say such things. not to anyone. So much he could never say. Since he was a child, Haruki wanted to hang himself, and he thought of it still. Of all the crimes, Haruki understood murder-suicides the best. If he could have, he would have killed Daisuke, then himself. But he could never kill Daisuke. And now, he could not do such an unspeakable thing to Ayame. They were innocent. The machine died suddenly. He looked up and saw Mosazu holding the plug to the extension cord. He wore a black suit, with a red Paradaisu Yokohama pin on his jacket lapel. "How much did you lose, dummy?" "A lot. Half my pay?" Mosazu pulled out his wallet and handed Haruki a sheaf of yen notes, but Haruki wouldn't take it. "It's my own fault. Sometimes I win, right?" "Not that often." Mosazu tucked the money into Haruki's coat pocket. At the izakaya, Mosazu ordered a beer and poured Haruki his first drink from the large bottle. They sat at the long counter on carved wooden stools. The owner laid out the dish of warm salted soybeans because they always started with those. "What's the matter with you?" Mosazu asked. "You look like shit." "A kid jumped off a building. Had to talk with his parents today." "Ugh, how old?" "Middle school. Korean." "Eh." You should have seen what the rotten kids wrote in his yearbook. "Probably the same shit kids wrote in mine." "Maji?" "Yeah. Every year, a bunch of knuckleheads would tell me to go back to Korea or die a slow death. Just mean kid stuff." "Who? Anyone I know?" "It was a long time ago. Besides, what are you going to do? Arrest them?" Mosasu laughed. "So you're sad about that? About the kid?" Haruki nodded. "You have a weakness for Koreans," Mosasu said, smiling. "You idiot." Haruki started to cry. "What the hell? Hey! Mosasu patted his back. The owner behind the counter looked away and wiped down the counter space of a customer who just left. Haruki clasped his head with his right hand and closed his wet eyes. The poor kid couldn't take any more. "Listen, man, there's nothing you can do. This country isn't going to change. Koreans like me can't leave. Where are we going to go? But Koreans back home aren't changing either. In Seoul, people like me get called Japanese bastards, and in Japan, I'm just another dirty Korean no matter how much money I make or how nice I am. So what the fuck? All those people who went back to the north are starving to death or scared shitless." Mosasu patted down his pockets for cigarettes. "People are awful. Drink some beer." Haruki took a sip and coughed, having swallowed wrong. "When I was a boy, I wanted to die," Haruki said. "Me too. Every fucking day I thought it would be better if I died, but I couldn't do it to my mother. Then after school, I didn't feel that way anymore. But after Yumi died, I didn't know if I was going to make it, you know? But then I couldn't do it to Solomon. And my mother, well, you know, she changed after Noah disappeared. I could never let her down like that. My mother said that my brother left because he couldn't handle Waseda and was ashamed. I don't think that's true. Nothing in school was ever hard for him. He's living somewhere else, and he doesn't want us to find him. I think he just got tired of trying to be a good Korean and quit. I was never a good Korean." Mosasu lit his cigarette. "But things get better. Life is shitty, but not all the time. Etsuko's great. I didn't expect her to come along. You know, I'm going to help her to open a restaurant. She's a nice lady. Maybe you'll get married again." Haruki liked Mosasu's new Japanese girlfriend. "Etsuko doesn't want to get married again. Her kids hate her enough already. It'd be hell for her if she married a Korean Pachinko guy," Mosasu snorted. Haruki's sad expression remained. "Man, life's gonna keep pushing you around, but you have to keep playing." Haruki nodded. I used to think if my father hadn't left, then I'd be okay, Haruki said. Forget him. Your mother was a great lady. My wife thought she was the best of the best, tough and smart and always fair to everyone. She was better than having 5 fathers. Yumi said she was the only Japanese she'd ever worked for. Yeah, Mama was a great lady. The owner brought out the fried oysters and shishito peppers. Haruki wiped his eyes with a cocktail napkin, and Mosasu poured him another glass of beer. I didn't know kids wrote that stuff on your yearbooks. You were always watching out for me. I didn't know. Forget it. I'm okay. I'm okay now. 8. Nagano, August 1978. Hansu's driver found her waiting at the north gate of Yokohama Station as instructed, and he led Sunja to the black sedan, where Hansu was sitting in the back. Sunja arranged herself in the plush velvet back seat, pulling down her suit jacket to cover the swell of her ajima abdomen. She wore an imported French designer dress and Italian leather shoes that Moses' girlfriend Etsuko had selected for her. At 62 years, Sunja looked like what she was, a mother of 2 grown men, a grandmother, and a woman who had spent most of her life working outdoors. Despite the clothes of a wealthy Tokyo matron, her wrinkled and spotted skin and short white hair couldn't help but make her look rumpled and ordinary. Where are we going? Nagano, Hansu replied. Is that where he is? Yes. He goes by Nobuoban. He's been there continuously for 16 years. He's married to a Japanese woman and has 4 children. Solomon has 4 cousins. Why couldn't he tell us? He is now Japanese. No one in Nagano knows he's Korean. His wife and children don't know. Everyone in his world thinks he's pure Japanese. Why? Because he does not want anyone to know about his past. Is it so easy to do this? It's easy enough, and in his world, no one cares enough to dig around. What do you mean? He runs a Pachinko parlor. Like Moses? There were Koreans in every aspect of the Pachinko business, from the parlors and the keihin to the machine manufacturers, but she would have never expected Noah to do the same thing as Moses. So ne. How is Moses? Hansu asked. Good, she nodded, having a hard time concentrating. His business okay? He bought another parlor in Yokohama. And Solomon, he must be very big now. He's doing well at school, studying hard. I want to know more about Noah. He is well off, Hansu smiled. Does he know we're coming to see him? No. But he doesn't want to see us. Well, he doesn't want to see me. He may want to see you, but if he had, surely he would have let you know sooner. Then we should not speak to him today. But I thought if you wanted to see him with your own eyes, you could. He is going to be at his main office. How do you know this? I just do, Hansu said, closing his eyes and leaning against the white lace-covered headrest. He was taking several medications, and they made him feel foggy. It was his plan to wait until Noah came out of his office as he usually did to have lunch at the sobaya across the street. Each weekday, he ate a simple lunch at a different restaurant, and on Wednesdays he ate soba. Hansu's private investigators had detailed Noah's life in Nagano in a 26-page report, and what was most notable was his unwavering need for routine. Noah did not drink alcohol, gamble, or fool around with women. He had no apparent religion, and his wife and 4 children lived like a middle-class Japanese family in a modest house. Will he eat lunch by himself, do you think? He always eats lunch by himself. Today is Wednesday, so he will eat zaru soba, taking less than 15 minutes. He will read a little of his English novel, then return to his office. This is why he is so successful, I think. He does not make mistakes. Noah has a plan. There was a kind of territorial pride in Hansu's voice. Do you think he'll see me? It's hard to tell, he said. You should wait in the car and get a glimpse of him. Then the driver will take us back to Yokohama. We can return next week if you like. Maybe you can write to him first. What's the difference between today and next week? Maybe if you see him and know that he is well, then you will not need to see him so much. He has chosen this life, Sunja, and maybe he wants us to respect that. He's my son. And mine. Noah and Mosesu, they're my life. Hansu nodded. He had never felt this way about his children. Not really. I've lived only for them. This was wrong to say. At church, the minister preached about how mothers cared too much about their children and that worshipping the family was a kind of idolatry. One must not love one's family over God, he said. The minister said that families could never give you what only God could give. But being a mother who loved her children too much had helped her to understand a little of what God went through. Noah had children of his own now. Perhaps he could understand how much she'd live for him. Look, he's coming out, Hansu said. Her son's face had changed only a little. The graying hair along the temples surprised her, but Noah was 45 years old and no longer the university student. He wore round, golden spectacles, much like those Isak used to wear, and his black suit hung simply on his lean frame. His face was a copy of Hansu's. Sunja opened the car door and stepped out. Noah! She cried, and rushed towards him. He turned around and stared at his mother, who stood not 10 paces from him. Oma, he murmured. Noah moved close to her and touched her arm. He had not seen his mother cry since Isak's funeral. She was not the sort to cry easily, and he felt bad for her. He had imagined that this day would come and had prepared for it, but now that she was here, he was surprised by his own sense of relief. There's no need to be upset. We should go inside my office, he said. How did you get here? Sunja couldn't speak because she was heaving. She took a deep breath. Ko Hansu brought me here. He found you, and he brought me here because I wanted to see you. He's in the car. I see, he said. Well, he can stay there. Upon his return to the office, his employees bowed, and Sunja followed behind. He offered her a seat in his office and closed the door. You look well, Amma, Noah said. It has been such a long time, Noah. I've worried so much about you. Seeing his hurt expression, she stopped herself. But I'm glad you wrote to me. I have saved all the money you sent. It was very thoughtful of you to do that. Noah nodded. Hansu told me that you're married and you have children. Noah smiled. I have 1 boy and 3 girls. They're very good kids. All of them study, except for my son, who is a good baseball player. He is my wife's favorite. He looks like Mosesu and acts like him too. I know Mosesu would like to see you. When can you come see us? I don't know. I don't know if I can. Haven't we wasted enough time? All these years. Noah, have mercy. Have mercy, please. Amma was a girl when I met Hansu. I didn't know he was married, and when I found out, I refused to be his mistress. Then your father married me so you could have a proper name. All my life, I was faithful to your father, Pek Isak, who was a great man. Even after he died, I have been true to his... I understand what you did. However, my blood father is Ko Hansu. That cannot change, Noah said flatly. Yes. I'm a Korean working in this filthy business. I suppose having Yakuza in your blood is something that controls you. I can never be clean of him." He laughed. "This is my curse." "But you're not Yakuza," she protested. "Are you? Mosazu owns Pachinko parlors and he's very honest. He's always saying how it is possible to be a good employer and to avoid the bad people as long as you—" Noah shook his head. "Amma, I am honest, but there are people you cannot avoid in this business. I run a very large company and I do what I have to do." He made a face like he'd tasted something sour. "You're a good boy, Noah. I know you are," she said, then felt foolish for having called him a child. "I mean, I'm sure you're a good businessman, and honest." The two sat quietly. Noah covered his mouth with his right hand. His mother looked like an old, exhausted woman. "Do you want some tea?" he asked. Over the years, Noah had imagined his mother or brother coming to his house, discovering him there rather than in his white, sun-filled office. She made it easier for him by coming here instead. Would Hansu come to his office next, he wondered. It had taken longer for Hansu to find him than he had expected. "Would you like something to eat? I can order something." Sunja shook her head. "You should come home." He laughed. "This is my home. I am not a boy. I am not sorry to have had you. You are a treasure to me. I won't leave." "No one knows I'm Korean. Not one person." "I won't tell anyone. I understand. I'll do whatever." "My wife doesn't know. Her mother would never tolerate it. My own children don't know, and I will not tell them. My boss would fire me. He doesn't employ foreigners. Amma, no one can know." "Is it so terrible to be Korean?" "It is terrible to be me." Sunja nodded and stared at her folded hands. "I have prayed for you, Noah. I have prayed that God would protect you. That is all a mother can do. I am glad you are well." Each morning, she went to the dawn service and prayed for her children and grandson. She had prayed for this moment. "The children, what are their names?" "What does it matter?" "Noah, I'm so sorry. Your father brought us to Japan, and then, we couldn't leave because of the war here, and then the war there. There was no life for us back home, and now it's too late, even for me." "I went back," he said. "What do you mean?" "I'm a Japanese citizen now, and I can travel. I went to South Korea to visit, to see my supposed motherland." "You're a Japanese citizen? How? Really?" "It's possible. It is always possible." "And did you go to Busan?" "Yes. And I visited Yeongdo. It was tiny but beautiful," he said. Sanja's eyes filled with tears. "Amma, I have a meeting now. I'm sorry, but why don't we see each other next week? I'll come by. I want to see Mosasu again. I have to take care of some urgent things now." "Really? You'll come?" Sunja smiled. "Oh, thank you, Noah. I'm so glad. You're such a good—" "It's best if you leave now. I'll phone you later tonight when you get home." Sunja got up quickly from her seat, and Noah walked her back to the spot where they met. He would not look into Hansu's car. "We'll talk later," he said, and crossed the street toward his building. Sunja watched her son enter his office building, then tapped the passenger door of Hansu's car. The driver came out and held the door open for her. Hansu nodded. Sunja smiled, feeling light and hopeful. Hansu looked at her face carefully and frowned. "You should not have seen him." "It went well. He'll come to Yokohama next week. Mosasu will be so happy." Hansu told the driver to go. He listened to her talk about their meeting. That evening, when Noah did not call her, she realized that she had not given him her home number in Yokohama. In the morning, Hansu phoned her. Noah had shot himself a few minutes after she left his office. 9. Yokohama, 1979. Etsuko Nagatomi loved all 3 of her children, but she did not love them all the same. Being a mother had taught her that this kind of emotional injustice was perhaps inevitable. By mid-morning, Etsuko had finished everything she had to get done for Solomon's party and was sitting in her office in the back of the airy birch-paneled restaurant. She was 42 years old, a native of Hokkaido who moved to Yokohama following her divorce 6 years before. She had maintained a youthful prettiness that she felt was important to being a restaurant owner. Etsuko wore her jet-colored hair in a chignon style to set off her lively, egg-shaped face. From afar, she could appear stern, but up close, her face was animated, and her small, friendly eyes missed nothing. She applied her makeup expertly, having worn rouge and powder since middle school, and the red wool Saint Laurent suit that Mosasu had bought her flattered her reedy figure. Though Etsuko would normally have been pleased with herself for being so ahead of schedule, today she was not. She continued to stare at the phone message from her high school-age daughter Hana with an unfamiliar Tokyo number. How did Hana get there from Hokkaido? Calls with her daughter could take 5 minutes or an hour, depending, and Mosasu was coming to pick her up soon. Her boyfriend was a patient man about many things, but he liked her to be punctual. Etsuko dialed anyway, and Hana picked up on the first ring. "I've been waiting." "I'm sorry, I just got the message." Etsuko was afraid of her 15-year-old daughter, but she had been trying to sound more firm, the way she was with her staff. "Where are you?" "I'm 4 months pregnant." "Nani?" Etsuko could almost see her daughter's large, unblinking eyes. Hana resembled the girls in comic books, with her cute lollipop head and small, girlish body. She dressed to get attention. Short skirts, sheer blouses, and high-heeled boots, and accordingly, she received that attention from all kinds of men. This was her unmei, Etsuko thought. Her ex-husband used to dismiss this idea of fate as a lazy explanation for the bad choices people made. Regardless, life had only confirmed her belief that there was indeed a pattern to it all. To Etsuko, this had to happen, because as a girl she had been no different. When she was 17, she had been pregnant with Tatsuo, Hana's oldest brother. Etsuko and Hana remained silent on the line, but the poor phone reception crackled like a campfire. "I'm in Tokyo, at a friend's." "Who?" "It's just some friend's cousin who lives here. Listen, I want to come to your place right away." "Why?" "What do you think? You have to help me with this." "Does your father know?" "Are you stupid?" "Hana, I know how to get to you. I have the money. I'll call you when I arrive." Hana hung up. 2 years after the divorce, when Hana was 11, she'd asked Etsuko if they could talk to each other like friends rather than mother and child, and Etsuko had agreed because she was grateful that her daughter continued to talk to her at all. Also, Etsuko agreed because when she'd been a girl, she had lied to her mother and father about everything. But Etsuko found that being detached as a mother had its own burdens. She wasn't allowed to ask any prying questions, and if she sounded too concerned, something Hana hated, her daughter hung up the phone and wouldn't call for weeks. Etsuko had many regrets about her life in Hokkaido, but what she was most sorry about was what her reputation had done to her children. Her grown sons still refused to talk to her. She had only worsened matters by continuing to see Mosasu. Her sister Mari and her mother urged her to end it. The pinball business was dirty, they said. Pachinko gave off a strong odor of poverty and criminality, but she couldn't give him up. Mosezu had changed her life. He was the only man she had never cheated on, something Etsuko had never believed could be possible. The spring before her 36th birthday, when she was still married and living in Hokkaido, Etsuko had seduced another one of her high school boyfriends. She had been having a series of affairs for almost 3 years with various men from her adolescence. What amazed her was how difficult it was the first time, but how effortless it was to have all the others that followed. Married men wanted invitations from married women. It was no trouble to phone a man she had slept with 20 years ago and invite him to her house for lunch when her children were at school. That spring, she began sleeping with a boyfriend from her freshman year at high school. He'd grown into a handsome, married playboy who still had a tendency to talk too much. One afternoon, in her tiny Hokkaido living room, as the playboy was getting dressed to return to his office, he bemoaned the fact that she wouldn't leave her husband, who preferred the company of his work colleagues to hers. He laid his head between her small breasts and said, "But I can leave my wife. Tell me to do it." To this, she said nothing. Etsuko had no intention of leaving Nori and the children. Her complaint about her husband was not that he was boring or that he wasn't home enough. Nori was not a bad person. It was just that she felt like she had no clear sense of him after 19 years of marriage, and she doubted that she ever would. He didn't seem to need her, except to be a wife in name and a mother to his children. For Nori, this was enough. There was no good excuse for her behavior. She knew that. But at night, when Nori sat at the kitchen table to eat the dinner that had gotten cold because he'd come home late once again from another company gathering, she waited for something to come, some insight, some feeling. As she watched him with his eyes locked to his rice bowl, she wanted to shake him, because in all her life she had never expected this kind of loneliness. Around that time, someone had handed her a cult pamphlet as she came out of the grocery store. On the flimsy cover, a middle-aged housewife was pictured as half skeleton and half flesh. On the bottom of the page it said, "Every day you are closer to your death. You are half dead already. Where does your identity come from?" She tossed the pamphlet away almost as soon as she got it, but the picture stayed with her for a long while. The last time she saw the playboy, he gave her a sheaf of poems that he had written for her. As he left through the kitchen door, he confessed that he loved only her. His eyes pooled with tears as he told her that she was his heart. For the rest of the day, she ignored the housework and read and reread the maudlin and erotic poems. She couldn't say if they were good or not, but she was pleased by them. Etsuko privately marveled at the effort they must have taken, and she reasoned that in his showy way he did love her. Finally, this one affair had given her what she had wanted from all the others, an assurance that whatever she had handed out so freely in her youth had neither died nor disappeared. That night, when her family was sleeping, Etsuko soaked in the wooden tub and glowed in what felt to her like a victory. After her bath, she dressed in her blue and white yukata and headed toward her bedroom, where her innocent husband was snoring gently. One sad thing seemed clear to her. If she needed all the men who had ever loved her to continue loving her, she would always be divided. She would always cheat, and she'd never be a good person. It dawned on her then that being a good person was something she had not given up on completely after all. Would she die living this way? In the morning, she told the playboy not to call her any more, and he didn't. He just moved on to the next pretty housewife in town. But a few months later, Nori found the poems that she should have destroyed, and he beat her for the first time in their marriage. Her sons tried to stop him, and Hana, just 9 years old then, screamed and screamed. That evening, Nori threw her out, and she made her way to her sister's house. Later, The lawyer said it would be pointless for her to try to get custody of the children since she had no job and no skills. He coughed in what seemed like politeness or discomfort and said it would also be pointless because of what she had done. Etsuko nodded and decided to give up her children, thinking that she would not trouble them anymore. Then, following a want ad for a restaurant hostess, Etsuko moved to Yokohama, where she knew no one. Etsuko wanted to believe that being with Mosasu was changing her. That she was sexually faithful to him she took as proof. She had once tried to explain this to her sister, and Mari had replied, "A snake that sheds its skin is still a snake." And her mother, on hearing that Mosasu wanted to marry her, said, "Honto? To a Pachinko Korean? Haven't you done enough to your poor children? Why not just kill them?" The penalties incurred for the mistakes you made had to be paid out in full to the members of your family. But she didn't believe she could ever discharge these sums. At noon, Mosasu came to get her. They were going to pick up Solomon at his school to take him to get his alien registration card. Koreans born in Japan after 1952 had to report to their local ward office on their 14th birthday to request permission to stay in Japan. Every 3 years, Solomon would have to do this again, unless he left Japan for good. As soon as she got in the car, Mosasu reminded her to put on her seatbelt. Etsuko was still thinking about Hana. Before she left, she had phoned the doctor, and the procedure was scheduled for the end of the week. Mosasu took her hand. Etsuko thought his face had strength to it. There was still power in his straight neck. She hadn't known many Koreans before him, but she imagined that his squared-off facial features were traditionally Korean. His wide jawbone, straight white teeth, thick black hair, and the shallow-set, narrow, smiling eyes. He had a lean, slack body that reminded her of metal. When he made love to her, he was serious, almost as if he was angry, and she found that this gave her intense pleasure. His physical movements were deliberate and forceful, and she wanted to surrender to them. Whenever she read about something or someone Korean, she wondered what Korea was like. Moses's deceased father, a Christian minister, was from the north, and his mother, who had a confection business, had come from the south. His plain-spoken mother was so humble in her manner and dress that she could be mistaken for a modest housekeeper rather than the mother of a millionaire pachinko parlor owner. Mosasu was holding a wrapped present, the size of a block of tofu. She recognized the silver foil paper from his favorite jewelry store. "Is that for Solomon?" "No, it's for you." "Eh? Why?" It was a gold and diamond watch nestled in a dark red velvet box. "It's a mistress watch. I bought it last week, and I showed it to Koboda-san, the new night floor manager, and he said that these fancy watches are what you give to your mistress because they cost the same as a diamond ring, but you can't give a ring to your mistress since you're already married." He raised his eyebrows with amusement. Etsuko checked to see if the glass partition separating them from the driver was closed all the way. It was. Her skin flushed with heat. "Make him stop the car." "What's the matter?" Etsuko pulled her hand away. She wanted to say that she wasn't his mistress, but instead she burst into tears. "Why? Why are you crying? Every year for the past 3 years, I bring you a diamond ring, each one bigger than the one before it, and you say no to me. I go back to the jeweler, and he and I have to get drunk. Nothing has changed for me." He sighed. "You are the one who says no, refuses the pachinko yakuza." "You're not yakuza." "I am not yakuza, but everyone thinks Koreans are gangsters." "None of that matters to me. It's my family." Mosasu looked out the window, and when he spotted his son, Mosasu waved at him. The car stopped, and Solomon got in the front passenger seat. The glass partition opened, and he stuck his head through to say hi. Etsuko reached over to straighten the rumpled collar of his white dress shirt. "Arigato very much," he said. They often mixed up words in different languages as a joke. He dropped back into his seat and closed the glass partition so he could talk to the driver, Yamamoto-san, about the previous night's Tigers game. The Tigers had an American manager this year, and Solomon was hopeful for the season. Yamamoto was not so optimistic. Mozuzu picked up her left wrist gently and clasped the watch on it. "You are a funny woman. I bought you a gift. Just say thanks. I never meant that you were a—" The bridge of her nose hurt, and she thought she would start crying again. Hana called. "She is coming to Yokohama today." "Is she okay?" He looked surprised. Etsuko went to Hokkaido twice yearly to see her children. Mozuzu had never met them. "Maybe she can go to Solomon's party, see the famous singer," Mozuzu said. "I don't know if she likes Hiromi-san," she replied. Etsuko had no idea if Hana liked pop music. As a child, she hadn't been the kind who sang or danced. Etsuko stared at the back of the driver's gray-streaked head. The driver nodded thoughtfully while Solomon talked to him, and their quiet gestures appeared intimate. She wished she had something like baseball that she could talk about with her daughter, a safe subject they could visit without subtext or aggression. Etsuko told Mozuzu that Hana had an appointment with a doctor in Yokohama. When he asked her if she was sick, she shook her head no. This was how life had turned out. Her oldest, Tatsuo, was 25 years old, and it was taking him 8 years to graduate from a fourth-rate college. Her second son, Tari, a withdrawn 19-year-old, had failed his college entrance exams and was working as a ticket collector at a movie theater. She had no right to expect her children to hold the aspirations of other middle-class people, to graduate from Tokyo University, to get a desk job at the Industrial Bank of Japan, to marry into a nice family. She had made them into village outcasts, and there was no way for them to be acceptable anymore. Etsuko unclasped the watch and put it back in the velvet case. She laid it down in the space between them on the white, starched doily covering the black leather seats. He handed it back to her. "It's not a ring. Save me a trip to the jeweler." Etsuko held the watch case in her hands and wondered how they'd stayed together with him not giving up and her not giving in. The Yokohama ward office was a giant gray box with an obscure sign. The first clerk they saw was a tall man with a narrow face and a shock of black hair buzzed off at the sides. He stared at Etsuko shamelessly, his eyes darting across her breasts, hips, and jeweled fingers. She was overdressed compared to Mozuzu and Solomon, who wore white dress shirts, dark slacks, and black dress shoes. They looked like the gentle Mormon missionaries who used to glide through her village on their bicycles when she was a girl. "Your name?" The clerk squinted his eyes at the form Solomon was filling out. So-ro-mo-n. What kind of name is that? "It's from the Bible. He was a king, the son of King David, a man of great wisdom. My great-uncle named me." The boy smiled at the clerk as if he was sharing a secret. He was a polite boy, but because he had gone to school with Americans and other kind of foreigners at his international schools, he sometimes said things that a Japanese person would never have said. "Soromo-nu, a king. Great wisdom," the clerk smirked. "Koreans don't have kings anymore." "What did you say?" Etsuko asked. Quickly, Mozuzu pulled her back. She glanced at Mozuzu. His temper was far worse than hers. Once, when a restaurant guest had tried to make her sit with him, Mozuzu, who happened to be there that night, walked over, picked him up bodily, and threw him outside the restaurant, breaking the man's ribs. She was expecting no less of a reaction now, but Mozuzu averted his eyes from the clerk and stared at Solomon's right hand. Mozuzu smiled. "Excuse me, sir," he said, with no trace of irritation or anger. "We're in a hurry to return home, because it's the boy's birthday. Is there anything else we should do?" Mosasu folded his hands behind him. "Thank you very much for understanding." Confused, Solomon turned to Etsuko, and she flashed him a warning look. The clerk pointed to the back of the room and told Mosasu and Etsuko to sit. Solomon remained standing opposite the clerk. In the long, rectangular room, shaped like a train car, with bank teller windows running parallel along opposite walls, half a dozen people sat on benches, reading their newspapers or manga. Etsuko wondered if they were Korean. From their seats, Etsuko and Mosasu could see Solomon talking to the clerk, but they couldn't hear anything. Mosasu sat down, then got up again. He asked if she wanted a can of tea from the vending machine, and she nodded yes. She felt like slapping the clerk's face. In middle school, she had once slapped a bossy girl, and it had been satisfying. When Mosasu returned with her tea, she thanked him. "You must have known." She paused. "You must have warned him. I mean, you told him that today would not be so easy." She didn't mean to be critical, but after the words came from her mouth, they sounded harsh, and she was sorry. "No, I didn't say anything to him." He opened and closed his fists rhythmically. "I came here with my mother and brother Noah for my first registration papers. The clerk was normal, nice even. So I asked you to come. I thought maybe having a woman by him might help." He exhaled through his nostrils. It was stupid to wish for kindness. No, you couldn't have warned him. I shouldn't have said it like that." "It is hopeless. I cannot change his fate. He is Korean. He has to get those papers, and he has to follow all the steps of the law perfectly. Once, at a ward office, a clerk told me that I was a guest in his country." "You and Solomon were born here." "Yes, and my brother, Noah, was born here too. And now he's dead." Mosasu covered his face with his hands. Etsuko sighed. "Anyway, the clerk was not wrong, and this is something Solomon must understand. We can be deported. We have no motherland. Life is full of things he cannot control, so he must adapt. My boy has to survive." Solomon returned to them. Next, he had his photograph taken, and afterward, he had to go to another room to get fingerprinted. Then they could go home. The last clerk was a plump woman. Her light green uniform flattened her large breasts and round shoulders. She took Solomon's left index finger and gently dipped it into the pot filled with thick black ink. Solomon depressed his finger onto a white card as if he were a child painting. Mosasu looked away and sighed audibly. The clerk smiled at the boy and told him to pick up the registration card in the next room. "Let's get your dog tags," Mosasu said. Solomon faced his father. "It's what we dogs must have." The clerk looked furious suddenly. "The fingerprints and registration cards are vitally important for government records. There's no need to feel insulted by this. It is an immigration regulation required for foreign—" Etsuko stepped forward. "But you don't make your children get fingerprinted on their birthday, do you?" The clerk's neck reddened. "My son is dead." Etsuko bit her lip. She didn't want to feel anything for the woman, but she knew what it was like to lose your children. It was like you were cursed and nothing would ever restore the desolation of your life. "Koreans do a lot of good for this country," Etsuko said. "They do the difficult jobs Japanese don't want to do. They pay taxes, obey laws, raise good families, and create jobs." The clerk nodded sympathetically. "You Koreans always tell me that." Solomon blurted out, "She's not Korean." Etsuko touched his arm, and the three of them walked out of the airless room. She wanted to crawl out of the gray box and see the light of outdoors again. She longed for the white mountains of Hokkaido, and though she had never done so in her childhood, she wanted to walk in the cold, snowy forests beneath the flanks of dark, leafless trees. In life, there was so much insult and injury, and she had no choice but to collect what was hers. But now she wished to take Solomon's shame too, and add it to her pile, though she was already overwhelmed. 10. One of her mother's waitresses had brought her a Coke, and Hana was sitting at a table near the bar, playing with the straw. No longer permed, her hair was straight and its natural color, a reddish black. It was cut in one even length and splayed across her small shoulders. She wore a neatly ironed, white cotton blouse and a dark pleated skirt coming to her knees, with gray wool stockings and flat schoolgirl shoes. She hadn't dressed like this since she was in primary school. Her stomach was flat, but her bud-like breasts looked fuller. Otherwise, there was no way of knowing that she was pregnant. Closed for a private event, the restaurant dining room was set up for the party. White linen cloths covered a dozen round tables, and in the middle of each sat an elegant floral arrangement and candlesticks. A busboy stood at the edge of the room, blowing up one red balloon after another with a helium tank. He let them all float up to the ceiling. Etsuko and Solomon entered the restaurant quietly. He had insisted on coming by the restaurant to say hello to her daughter before heading home to change. At first, his mouth opened in surprise at the decorations and the dramatic transformation of the room. Then, seeing the girl at the empty table, he asked, "Is that her?" "Yes." Hana smiled shyly at them. Solomon and Hana greeted each other formally. Their mutual curiosity was obvious. Hana pointed to the balloons hiding the ceiling, and before Etsuko had a chance, Solomon replied quickly in Japanese, "It's my birthday. Why don't you come to the party? There's going to be an American dinner here tonight, and then we're going to a real disco." Hana answered, "If you wish, I might." Etsuko frowned. She had to speak to the chef about the menu, but she was reluctant to leave them alone. A few minutes later, when she returned from the kitchen, they were whispering like a pair of young lovers. Etsuko checked her watch and urged Solomon to get home. At the door, he shouted, "Hey, I'll see you at the party." And Hana smiled like a courtesan as she waved goodbye. "Why did you make him go? I was having fun." "Because he has to get dressed." I looked in them. Hana glanced at the bags near the entrance. There were 100 party bags in 4 long rows that had to be transported to the disco. Each bag filled with tapes, a Sony Walkman cassette player, imported teen magazines, and boxed chocolates. "I wish my dad was a Yakuza." "Hana, he's not—" Etsuko looked around to see if anyone could hear them. "Your boyfriend's son doesn't seem like a brat." "He doesn't have it easy." "Not easy. American private schools, millions in the bank, and a chauffeur. Get some perspective, Mother." Today he had to go to the ward office to request permission to stay in Japan for another 3 years. If he was denied, he could have been deported. He has to carry around an alien registration card and— "Oh, really? But he wasn't deported, right? Now he gets a fancy party that's nicer than most weddings." "He was born in this country, and he had to be fingerprinted today on his birthday like he was a criminal. He's just a child. He didn't do anything wrong." "We're all criminals. Liars, thieves, whores. That's who we are." The girl's carbon-colored eyes looked hard and ancient. "No one is innocent here." "Why must you be so hard-hearted?" "I'm the only one who still talks to you." "I've said I'm sorry enough times." Etsuko tried to control her voice, but the waitresses heard everything, and suddenly it didn't matter anymore. "I made the appointment." Hana looked up. "The day after tomorrow. We'll take care of your problem." Etsuko looked straight at her daughter's pale, angry face. You shouldn't be a mother. You have no idea how hard it is to have children." The steady line of Hana's lips crumpled, and she covered her manga pretty face with her hands and began to cry. Etsuko didn't know if she should say something. Instead, she put her hand on her daughter's head. Hana winced, but Etsuko didn't immediately pull her hand back. It had been so long since she had touched her daughter's satiny hair. When Etsuko lived in the cramped 3-bedroom house in Hokkaido, with its leaky roof and tiny kitchen, certain labors had sustained her. At this moment, with a kind of pinprick pain, Etsuko recalled watching her sons devour the shrimp that she had fried for dinner, piled high on paper-lined plates. Even in the middle of July, it had been worth it to stand in front of a hot tempura pan, dropping battered shrimp into bubbling peanut oil, because to her sons, Mama's shrimp was better than candy, they'd said. And it came to her, like a tall and dark wave, how much she'd loved combing Hana's freshly washed hair when her cheeks were still pink from the steamy bath water. "I know you didn't want us. My brothers told me, and I told them they were wrong even though I knew they weren't. I clung to you because I wasn't going to let you just leave what you started. How can you tell me how hard it is to have children? You haven't even tried to be a mother. What right do you have? What makes you a mother?" Etsuko grew silent, utterly transfixed by the realization that how she saw herself was actually how her children saw her too. They thought she was a monster. "How can you think that I didn't want the 3 of you?" She recalled all the letters, gifts, and money she'd sent, which the boys had returned. And worse, the phone calls to the house to check on them when her husband wouldn't say anything beyond mushi mushi, then would hand the phone to Hana because she was the only one who would take the receiver. Etsuko wanted to justify herself, her numerous and repeated attempts to offer proof. Being a mother was what defined her more than any other thing, more than being a daughter, wife, divorced woman, girlfriend, or restaurant owner. She hadn't done it well, but it was who she was, and it was what had changed her inside forever. From the moment Tatsuo was born, she had been filled with grief and self-doubt because she was never good enough. Even though she had failed, being a mother was eternal. A part of her life wouldn't end with her death. "But I didn't marry Mosusu. I don't even live with him, so I wouldn't make things worse for you and your brothers." Hana tilted her head back and laughed. "Am I supposed to thank you for this great sacrifice? So you didn't marry a Korean gangster, and you want me to congratulate you for this? You didn't marry him because you didn't want to suffer. You're the most selfish person I know. If you want to sleep with him and take his money to set up a fancy place and not marry him, that's your self-serving choice. You didn't do it for me or my brothers." Hana dried her face with her shirt sleeve. "You don't want to be judged. That's why you haven't married him. That's why you left Hokkaido to hide out in the big city. You think you're such a victim, but you're not. You left because you're afraid. And you slept with all those men because you're afraid of getting old. You're weak and pathetic. Don't tell me about sacrifices because I don't believe in such crap." Hana started to cry again. Etsuko slumped in her chair. If she married Mosasu, it would prove to everyone in Hokkaido that no decent Japanese man would touch a woman like her. She would be called a Yakuza wife. If she married him, she'd no longer be considered the tasteful owner of a successful restaurant in the best part of Yokohama, an image she only half believed herself. Mosasu must have thought that she was a better person than she actually was, but Hana wasn't fooled. Etsuko picked up Hana's travel bag next to her chair and nudged her daughter to stand up to go. Etsuko's apartment was in a luxury building 4 blocks from the restaurant. On the way there, Hana said she didn't want to go to the party anymore. She wanted to be left alone so she could sleep until morning. Etsuko unlocked the front door to her apartment and led Hana to her bedroom. She would sleep on the sofa tonight. Hana lay across the futon. and Etsuko pulled a light comforter over her thin young body and turned out the light. Hana curled into herself. Her eyes were still open, and she said nothing. Etsuko didn't want to leave her. Despite everything, it struck her that she was feeling a kind of contentedness. They were together again. Hana had come to her for care. Etsuko sat down on the edge of the bed and stroked her daughter's hair. "You have this scent," Hana said quietly. "I used to think it was your perfume. Joy, ne?" "I still wear that." "I know," Hana said, and Etsuko resisted the urge to sniff her own wrists. "It's not just the perfume, though. It's all the other creams and things that you wear. And it makes up this smell. I used to walk around department stores wondering what it was. The smell of Mama." Etsuko wanted to say many things, but above all that, she would try not to make any more mistakes. "Hanako, I want to go to sleep now. Go to that boy's party. Leave me alone." Hana's voice was flat, but more tender this time. Etsuko offered to stay, but Hana waved her away. Etsuko mentioned then that her schedule was open the next day. Maybe they could go and buy a bed and a dresser. "Then you can always come back and visit me. I can make up a room for you," Etsuko said. Hana sighed, but her expression was blank. Etsuko couldn't tell what her daughter wanted. "I'm not saying you have to go, especially after—" Etsuko put her fingertips across her lips, then quickly removed them. "You can stay. Start school here, even." Hana shifted her head on her pillow and inhaled, still saying nothing. "I can call your father, to ask." Hana pulled the blanket up to her chin. "If you want." Etsuko had to go back to the restaurant, but she settled on the sofa for a few minutes. When she had been a young mother, there used to be only one time in her waking hours when she felt a kind of peace, and that was always after her children went to bed for the night. She longed to see her sons as they were back then, their legs chubby and white, their mushroom haircuts misshapen because they could never sit still at the barber. She wished she could take back the time she had scolded her children just because she was tired. There were so many errors. If life allowed revisions, she would let them stay in their bath a little longer, read them one more story before bed, and fix them another plate of shrimp. 11. The children invited to Solomon's party were the sons and daughters of diplomats, bankers, and wealthy expatriates from America and Europe. Everyone spoke English rather than Japanese. Mosesu had chosen the international school in Yokohama because he liked the idea of Westerners. He had specific ambitions for his son. Solomon should speak perfect English as well as perfect Japanese. He should grow up among worldly, upper-class people. And ultimately, he should work for an American company in Tokyo or New York, a city Mosesu had never been to but imagined as a place where everyone was given a fair shot. He wanted his son to be an international man of the world. A line of black limousines snaked along the street. As the children left the restaurant, they thanked Mosesu and Etsuko for the fine dinner they'd eaten. Mosesu lined up the children in front of the restaurant and instructed, "Ladies first," a saying he had picked up from watching American movies. The girls trooped into the gleaming cars in sixes and drove away. Then the boys followed. Solomon rode in the last car with his best friends, Nigel, the son of an English banker, and AJ, the son of an Indian shipping company executive. The disco was dimly lit and glamorous. From the high ceiling, 20 or so mirrored balls hung at different heights, flooding the large room with tiny panes of light that flashed and swayed with the movements of the balls. They had the effect of making anyone who walked across the floor shimmer like a fish underwater. After everyone arrived and sat down at the lounge tables, the manager, a handsome Filipino, got up on the elevated stage. He had a beautiful, round voice. "Dear friends of Solomon Peck, welcome to Ringo's!" He paused for the children's cheers. "For Solomon's birthday fiesta, Ringo's presents the hottest star in Japan, one day the world, Ken Hiromi and the 7 Gentlemen!" The children didn't seem to believe him. The curtain rose to reveal the 7-piece rock band, and the singer emerged from the back. Hiromi looked utterly normal, almost disappointingly so. He dressed like a businessman who'd forgotten his necktie, and wore thick-framed eyeglasses, just like the ones on his album covers. His hair was impeccably combed. He couldn't have been more than 30. Solomon kept shaking his head, bewildered and delighted. The band was loud, and the kids rushed to the stage to dance wildly. When the long set ended, the MC asked everyone to gather around the stage, and Ichiro, the cook, wheeled a spectacular ice cream cake shaped like a baseball diamond toward Solomon. Tall, thin candles lit the large surface of the cake. A girl shouted, "Don't forget to make a wish, baby!" In one huff, Solomon blew out the candles, and everyone clapped and hollered. Etsuko handed him the beribboned knife so he could cut the first slice. A spotlight shone on him as he poised the long, serrated blade over the cake. "Do you need help?" she asked. "I think I got it," he said, using both hands to make a straight cut. "Oh," she uttered, seeing the ink under his nails. He'd washed off most of it, but a shadow of the stain remained on his fingertips. Solomon looked up from what he was doing and smiled. Etsuko guided his arm lightly to return him to his task. After the first slice, Solomon gave the knife back to her, and she cut the remaining pieces. Waiters passed out the cake, and Hiromi, who was sitting by himself, accepted a piece. Mosesu gave Solomon a fat blue envelope filled with yen notes and told him to give it to the singer. Ken Hiromi motioned to Solomon to sit down. In this light, Etsuko thought, no one else would notice the ink. The band played another set. Then a DJ played popular songs for the kids. As the party wound down, Etsuko felt pleasantly exhausted, the way she did after the restaurant closed. Mosesu was sitting in a booth, drinking champagne by himself, and she sat down beside him. Mosesu refilled his glass and handed it to her, and she drank it in 2 gulps. She laughed. He said she did a good job for Solomon, and Etsuko shook her head. "Yeah." Without thinking, she said, "I think she would have been pleased." Mosesu looked confused. A moment later, he nodded. Yes, she would have been so happy for him. What was she like? Etsuko shifted her body to see his face. Little squares of light danced across his sharp features. I've told you before. She was a nice lady. Like you. It was difficult to say any more than that about Yumi. No, tell me something specific about her. Etsuko wanted to know how they were different, not how they were the same. I want to know more. Why? She's dead. Mosesu looked hurt after saying this. He noticed that Solomon was now dancing with a tall Chinese girl with short hair. His forehead glistened with sweat as he followed the girl's elegant moves. Etsuko stared into her empty champagne glass. She wanted to name him Sejong, he said. But it's tradition for the husband's father to name the grandson. My father's dead, so my uncle Yoseb named him Solomon. He paused. Sejong was a king in Korea. He invented the Korean alphabet. Uncle Yoseb gave him the name of a king from the Bible instead. I think he did it because my father was a minister. He smiled. Why are you smiling? Because Yumi... Mosesu said her name out loud, and it surprised him to hear the sound of the 2 syllables. was so proud of him, her son. She wanted to give him the life of a king. She was like my father and uncle, I think. Proud. She was proud of me and my work. It was nice. But now that I'm older, I wonder why. Mosesu sounded wistful. What do we Koreans have to be so proud of? It's good to be proud of your children. She smoothed down her skirt. When her children had been born, what she had felt was amazement at their physical perfection. She had marveled at their miniature human form and their good health. But not once did she consider a name taken from history, the name of a king. She had never been proud of her family or her country. If anything, she was ashamed. One of those girls came up to me today and said Solomon looked like his mother. He pointed to a cluster of girls in the corner of the room. They wore bandeau tops and jersey skirts clinging to their thin hips. How could she know that? She meant you. Oh, Etsuko nodded. I wish I was his mother. No, you don't. Mosesu said this calmly, and she felt like she deserved that. I'm no better than that woman clerk this afternoon, eh? Mosesu shook his head and placed his hand over hers. Why did her family think Pachinko was so terrible? Her father, a traveling salesman, had sold expensive life insurance policies to isolated housewives who couldn't afford them, and Mosesu created spaces where grown men and women could play pinball for money. Both men had made money from chance and fear and loneliness. Every morning, Mosesu and his men tinkered with the machines to fix the outcomes. There could only be a few winners and a lot of losers. And yet we played on, because we had hoped that we might be the lucky ones. How could you get angry at the ones who wanted to be in the game? Etsuko had failed in this important way. She had not taught her children to hope, to believe in the perhaps absurd possibility that they might win. Pachinko was a foolish game, but life was not. Etsuko removed her new watch and put it in his hand. It's not that I don't want a ring. Mosesu didn't look at her, but he put the watch in his pocket. It's late, almost midnight, he said gently. The children have to get home. Etsuko rose from the table and went to hand out the party bags. Not wanting the evening to end, Solomon claimed that he was hungry, so the three of them returned to her restaurant. The place was clean again and looked open for business. A little bit of everything, he said when she asked him what he wanted to eat. He looked so happy, and it pleased her to see him like this. She could count on him to be a happy person. Maybe that was what Solomon was for her and Mosesu. At the very back of the dining room, Mosesu sat down at the table for four and opened his evening edition newspaper. He looked like a middle-aged man waiting calmly for his train to arrive. Etsuko headed for the kitchen, with Solomon trailing her. She put down 3 white plates on the prep counter. From the refrigerator, she pulled out the tray of fried chicken and the bowl of potato salad, dishes that Ichiro had made following an American cookbook. Why didn't Hannah come? Is she sick? No. Etsuko didn't like to lie to a direct question. She's pretty, you know. Too pretty. That's her problem. Her own mother had once said this about her when a family friend had complimented Etsuko. Did you have fun tonight? She asked. Yeah. I still can't believe Hiromi-san talked to me. What did he say? She put 2 large pieces of chicken on Mosesu and Solomon's plates and a small drumstick on hers. Was he nice? Very nice and cool. He said his best friends are Korean. He told me to be good to my parents. Solomon hadn't denied her as his mother, and though this should have been a nice thing, it only made her feel more anxious. Your father told me tonight that your mother was proud of you from the moment you were born. Solomon said nothing. She didn't think that he should need a mother anymore. He was already grown up, and he was doing better than most kids she knew who had mothers who were alive. He was almost a man. Come to the sink. Hold out your left hand. A present? She laughed and put his left hand over the sink basin and turned on the faucet. There's still ink left. Can they make me leave? Really deport me? Everything went well today, she replied, and softly scrubbed the pads of his fingers and nails with a dishwashing brush. There's no need to worry, Solomon-chan. He seemed satisfied with her answer. Hana told me she came to Yokohama to get rid of her little problem. Is she pregnant? Nigel got his girlfriend pregnant, and she had to get an abortion. Your friend Nigel? She remembered the blonde-haired boy who played Atari with him on the weekends. He was only a year older than Solomon. He nodded. Yep. Hana seems great. My children hate me. Solomon picked at the ink beneath his fingernails. Your kids hate you because you're gone. His face grew serious. They can't help it. They miss you. Etsuko bit the inside of her lower lip. She could feel the small muscles inside her mouth, and she stopped herself from drawing blood. She was afraid to look at his face, and though she had tried to restrain herself, she burst into tears. Why are you crying? He asked. I'm sorry. Solomon's eyes welled up. She inhaled to calm her breathing. When Hana was born, the nurses put her footprints on a card. They washed the ink off, but not very well, so when I went home I had to get it off. I don't think she could see anything really, because she was just born, but I felt like she was looking at me like I was hurting her, and she just cried and cried. Etsuko-chan, Hana will be okay. Nigel's girlfriend is fine. They might get married after college. That's what he said. No, it's not that. I'm just so sorry that you might have thought that I didn't want to be your mother. She clutched her stomach, and she tried to regulate her breath. I've hurt so many people, and you're such a good boy, Solomon. I wish I could take credit for you. His dark, straight hair clung to the sides of his face, and he didn't brush it away. His eyes strained with worry. But I was born today, and isn't it funny how no one gets to remember that moment and who is there? It's all what's told to you. You're here now. You are a mother to me. Etsuko covered her mouth with her open palm and let his words go through her. Somewhere after being sorry, there had to be another day, and even after a conviction, there could be good in the judgment. At last, Etsuko shut off the water and put down the swollen yellow sponge in the sink. The curved brass spout let go its last few drops, and the kitchen grew silent. Etsuko reached over to hold the child on his birthday. 12. Osaka, 1979. Sunja had left her son and grandson Solomon in Yokohama and returned to Osaka when she learned that her mother, Yang-jin, had stomach cancer. Through fall and winter, Sunja slept at the foot of her mother's pallet to relieve her exhausted sister-in-law, Kyung-hee, who had been nursing Yang-jin faithfully after her own husband, Yoseb, finally died. Yang-jin lived on her thick cotton pallet, more or less immobile, in the front room, which had effectively become her bedroom. The largest room in the house smelled of eucalyptus and tangerines. The floor had been lined recently with fresh tatami mats, and a double row of greenery in ceramic pots flourished by the two sparkling windows. The large basket by the pallet, filled to the brim with Kyushu tangerines, a costly gift from fellow parishioners at the Korean church in Osaka, released a glorious scent. The new Sony color television was on, its volume low, as the three women waited to watch Yang-jin's favorite program, Other Lands. Sunja sat on the floor beside her mother, who was sitting up as well as she could, and Kyungi remained at her usual place on the other side of the pallet by Yangjin's head. Both Sunja and Kyungi were knitting sections of a navy woolen sweater for Solomon. Strangely, as Yangjin's limbs and joints quit, one after the other, and as her muscles softened into jelly, her mind felt clearer and more free. She could imagine leaving her body to run swiftly like a deer. Yet in life, she could hardly move at all. She could barely eat anything recognizable as food. Nevertheless, the unexpected dividend of this illness was that for the first time in her life, perhaps since the moment she was able to walk and perform any chores, Yangjin felt no compulsion to labor. It was no longer possible to cook meals, wash dishes, sweep the floors, sew clothing, scrub toilets, tend to the children, do laundry, make food to sell, or do whatever else needed doing. Her job was to rest before dying. All she had to do was nothing at all. At best, she had a few days left. Yangjin wasn't sure what happened after this was over, but she felt she would go home, either to all those who had died before her, or to Yesu Cristo and his kingdom. She wanted to see her husband, Huni, again. Once in church, she'd heard a sermon that said that in heaven, the lame could walk and the blind could see. Her husband had opposed the idea of God, but she hoped that if there was a God, he would understand that Huni was a good man who had endured enough with the restrictions of his body and deserved to be well. Whenever Yangjin tried to talk about dying, Kyungi and Sunja would change the subject. "So did you send the money to Solomon?" Yangjin asked. "I wanted you to send crisp, new bills from the bank." "Yes, I sent it yesterday," Sunja replied, adjusting her mother's pillow so she could see the monitor better. "When will he get it? I haven't heard from him." "엄마, he'll get the card tonight or tomorrow." Solomon hadn't phoned to speak to his great-grandmother this week, but that was understandable. He had just had a big birthday party, and Sunja was the one who would have to remind him to write a letter, or to phone someone to say thank you, or just to check in on them. "He's probably busy with school. I'll phone later." "So, is the singer really a famous talent?" Yangjin asked. Mosasu had furnished the house and provided for their upkeep ever since the women closed their confection business. It was still difficult for Yangjin to grasp that her grandson, Mosasu, could have so much money that he could hire pop stars for his son's birthday party. "That must be so expensive. Is he really a celebrity?" "Well, that's what Itsuko said." Sunja was also curious as to how Solomon was faring. He would have had to get his identification card for the first time. She had been worried about that. The show came on, and Kyungi bolted up to adjust the antenna. The picture improved. The familiar Japanese folk music for the program drifted into the room. "Where will Higuchi-san go today?" Yangjin smiled broadly. In other lands, the interviewer, Higuchi-san, a spry, ageless woman with dyed black hair, traveled all over the globe and interviewed Japanese people who had immigrated to other lands. The interviewer was no ordinary woman of her generation. She was unmarried, childless, and a skilled world-traveling journalist who could ask any intimate question. She was reputed to have Korean blood, and the rumor alone was enough for Yangjin and Kyungi to find Higuchi-san's pluck and wanderlust relatable. They were devoted to her. When the women still ran their little confection shop, they'd rush straight home as soon as they closed to avoid missing even a minute of the program. Sunja had never been interested in the show, but now she sat through it for her mother's sake. "Pillows!" Yangjin cried, and Sunja fixed them. Kyungi clapped her hands as the opening credits rolled. Despite all the restrictions, She had always hoped that Higuchi-san could somehow go to North Korea. Ko Hansu had told her husband that her parents and in-laws were dead, yet she still yearned to hear news of home. Also, she wanted to know if Kim Chang-ho was safe. No matter how many sad stories she heard from the others whose family members had gone back, she could not imagine that the handsome young man with the thick eyeglasses had died. As the opening music faded, a disembodied male voice announced that today, Higuchi-san was in Medellin to meet an impressive farming family who now owned the largest chicken farm in Colombia. Higuchi-san, wearing a light-colored raincoat and her famous green boshi, marveled at how the Wakamura family had decided to migrate to Latin America at the end of the 19th century and how well they had raised their children to be good Japanese in the world. Minna Nihongo hanasemasu. Higuchi-san's voice was full of wonder and admiration. The camera zoomed in on Senora Wakamura, the surviving matriarch, a tiny, wrinkled woman who looked far older than her actual age of 67. Her large, sloping eyes, buried beneath layers of crepey folded skin, appeared wise and thoughtful. Like her siblings, she was born in Medellin. Things were very difficult for my parents, of course. They didn't speak Spanish and didn't know anything about chickens. Father died of a heart attack when I was 6. Then Mother raised us by herself. My oldest brother stayed here with our mother, but our other 2 brothers went to study in Montreal, then returned. My sisters and I work on the farm. That must have been difficult work, Higuchi-san exclaimed breathlessly. A woman's lot is to suffer, Senora Wakamura said. So. The camera panned to show the interior of the cavernous farm, a moving sea of white feathers comprised of tens of thousands of fluffy chickens. Brilliant red combs streaked the pale, fluttering mass. At Higuchi-san's behest, Senora Wakamura listed the number of chores that she'd had since she was tall enough to sprinkle chicken feed and avoid getting pecked. How very hard all this must have been, Higuchi-san repeated, trying not to wince from the noxious odors. Senora Wakamura shrugged. Her stoicism was undeniable as she showed all the moving parts of a working chicken farm, including lifting heavy machinery while trudging through muddy fields. At the end of the 30-minute program, Higuchi-san asked Senora Wakamura to say something to the viewers in Japanese. The woman farmer with the ancient face turned to the camera shyly, then looked away like she was thinking. I have never been to Japan, she frowned, but I hope that wherever I am in life and whatever I do, I can be a good Japanese. I hope to never bring shame to my people. Higuchi-san grew teary and signed off. As the closing credits rolled, the announcer said that Higuchi-san was now heading to the airport to reach the next destination of other lands. Till we countrymen meet again, the announcer said brightly. Sunja got up and turned off the television. She wanted to head to the kitchen to boil some water for tea. Goseng, Youngjin said out loud. A woman's lot is to suffer. Yes, goseng, Kyung-hee nodded, repeating the word for suffering. All her life, Sunja had heard this sentiment from other women, that they must suffer as a girl, suffer as a wife, suffer as a mother, die suffering. Goseng, the word made her sick. What else was there besides this? She had suffered to create a better life for Noah, and yet it was not enough. Should she have taught her son to suffer the humiliations that she drunk like water? In the end, he had refused to suffer the conditions of his birth. Did mothers fail by not telling their sons that suffering would come? You're upset about Noah, Yang Jin said. I know. He's all that you ever think about. First it was Kohamsu, and now it's Noah. You're suffering because you wanted that terrible man. A woman can't make a mistake like that. What else should I have done? Sunja blurted out, then immediately regretted doing so. Yang Jin shrugged, almost in comic imitation of the woman farmer. You brought shame on your child by having that man as his father. You caused your own suffering. Noah, that poor boy, came from a bad seed. You're fortunate that Isaac married you. What a blessing that man was. Mosasu came from better blood. That's why he's so blessed in his work. Sunja covered her mouth using both hands. It was said often that old women talked too much and said useless things, but it seemed like her mother had been storing these specific thoughts in reserve for her. This was like some sort of mean inheritance her mother had been planning to give to her. Sunja couldn't fight her. What was the point? Yang Jin pursed her lips, then inhaled deeply through her nostrils. That man was bad. Amma, he brought you here. If he hadn't brought you, that's true that he brought me here, but he was still awful. You can't change that. That poor boy didn't have a chance, Yang Jin said. If Noah didn't have a chance, then why did I suffer? Why should I have even tried? If I'm so foolish, if I made such unforgivable mistakes, is that your fault? Sunja asked. I won't blame you. Kyung-hee looked at Yang Jin imploringly, but the old woman seemed oblivious to her silent pleas. Sister, Kyung-hee said gently, may I get you something to drink? No. Yang Jin turned to Sunja and pointed to Kyung-hee. She's been better to me than my own family. She cares more about me than you do. You just care about Noah and Mosasu. You only came back when you learned that I was going to die. You don't care about me. You don't care about anyone else except your children. Yang Jin bawled. Kyung-hee touched Yang Jin's arm gently. Sister, this is not what you mean. Sunja had to take care of Solomon. You know that. You said it yourself so many times. And Mosasu needed his mother's help after Yumi died, she said quietly. Sunja has suffered so much, especially after Noah. Kyung-hee could barely say Noah's name. And you have whatever you needed here, right? She tried to sound as soothing as possible. Yes. You have always done your best for me. I wish Kim Chang-ho could have stayed in Japan. Then he could have married you after your husband died. I worry that after I die, who will take care of you? Sanjaya, you must take care of Kyung-hee. She can't stay here by herself. 아이고. If only Kim Chang-ho hadn't rushed off to the north and probably gotten himself killed. 아이고. The poor man probably died for nothing. Kyung-hee crumpled visibly. Amma, your medicine is making you say crazy things, Sunja said. Kim Chang-ho only went to Korea because he couldn't marry our Kyung-hee, and he couldn't suffer any more waiting, Yang Jin said, having stopped crying. It was like watching a toddler whose tears could stop at will. He was much nicer than Yoseb. After his accident, Yoseb was a drunk, but Kim Chang-ho was a real man. He would have made our wonderful Kyung-hee happy. But he's dead. Poor Kim Chang-ho. Poor Kyung-hee. Seeing Kyung-hee's shocked expression, Sunja said firmly, Amma, you should go to sleep. We're going to leave you to rest. You must be tired. Come on, let's go to the back room and finish the knitting, Sunja said, helping Kyung-hee up. At the door, Sunja turned out the light. I'm not tired. You're going to leave again, are you? When things get difficult, it's easy to leave. Fine. I'll die now. Then you won't have to stay here, and you can rush back to your precious Moses. I never created a burden for you one single day of my life. Until I couldn't move, every minute I have been here, I have worked to support myself. I never took a yen above what I needed to eat and to put a roof over our heads. I always held up my share, you know. I raised you when your kind-hearted father died. At the mention of her husband, Youngjin began to cry again, and Kyunghee rushed to her, unable to watch her being so miserable. Sunja watched Kyunghee pat her mother gently until she quieted down. Her mother was unrecognizable to her. It would have been easy to say that the illness had changed her, but it wasn't so simple, was it? Illness and dying had revealed her mother's truer thoughts, the ones her mother had been protecting her from. Sunja had made a mistake. However, she didn't believe that her son came from a bad seed. The Japanese said that Koreans had too much anger and heat in their blood. Seeds, blood. How could you fight such hopeless ideas? Noah had been a sensitive child who had believed that if he followed all the rules and was the best, then somehow the hostile world would change its mind. His death may have been her fault for having allowed him to believe in such cruel ideals. Sunja knelt at her mother's pallet. I'm sorry, Amma. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was away. I'm sorry about everything. The old woman looked weakly at her only child, hating herself suddenly. Youngjin wanted to say she was sorry too, but strength passed from her body, forcing her to close her eyes. 13. You're not a Christian, are you? Hannah asked Solomon. She was sitting next to him in the pew. The minister had just finished eulogizing his great-grandmother, and the organist began to play What a Friend We Have in Jesus. The funeral service would end after the song and a closing prayer. Solomon tried to hush Hannah politely, but as ever, she was persistent. It's like a cult, ne? But you don't do anything interesting, like get naked outdoors in a group or sacrifice babies? I read that people in America do things like that if they are serious Christians. But you don't seem like one of those. You probably have to give lots of your money away since you're rich, right? Hannah was whispering to him in Japanese with her lips close to his ear, and Solomon made a serious face like he was trying to concentrate. He could smell her strawberry lip gloss. He didn't know how to reply. Some Japanese did believe that Christianity was a cult. His friends at school who were foreigners didn't see it this way, but he didn't know many Japanese who were Christians. Hannah poked him in the ribs with her left pinky finger while looking straight ahead at the choir. The choir was singing his great-grandmother's favorite hymn. She used to hum it often. Like everyone in his family, Solomon was a Christian. His paternal grandfather, Pek Isak, had been one of the early Presbyterian ministers in Osaka. When Solomon was growing up, people at church referred to his grandfather as a martyr because he had been jailed for his faith and had died upon his release. Sunja, Mosesu, and Solomon went to service each Sunday. It's almost over, ne? I need a beer, Solomon. Let's go. I've been a good girl. I sat through the whole thing. Hannah, she was my great-grandmother, he said at last. Solomon remembered her as a gentle old woman who smelled like orange oil and biscuits. She didn't speak much Japanese, but always had treats and coins for him in her dark blue vest pockets. We should be more respectful. Great-Granny is now in heaven. Isn't that what Christians say? Hannah mimicked a peaceful face. Still, she's dead. Well, you don't seem very upset. Your grandmother Sunja doesn't seem very sad, she whispered. Anyway, you're a Christian, right? Yeah, I'm a Christian. Why do you care so much? I want to know what happens after you die. What happens to babies that die? Solomon didn't know what to say. After her abortion, Hana had moved in with her mother. She'd refused to go back to Hokkaido and spent her days hanging out at Etsuko's restaurant, bored and irritated by everything. She couldn't handle the English at Solomon's school, and she hated kids her own age and refused to go to the local high school. Etsuko was trying to figure out what Hana should do, but in the meantime, Hana had decided that Solomon was her project and followed him around at every opportunity. Like everyone else, Solomon thought that Hana was exceptionally pretty, but Etsuko warned him that her daughter was a troublemaker and that he should befriend girls from his school. Finally, the prayer is over. Come on, we can get out now before the exits clog up. Hana elbowed him gently, then pulled him out of his chair, and he let her lead him out of the building. In the brightly lit alley behind the church, Hana leaned backward with one foot remaining on the ground and the other leg bent against the wall. She was smoking a cigarette. Again, she asked him why they couldn't get beers. There were kids at his school who drank, but Solomon didn't like the taste much, and his friends invariably got in trouble when drunk. His father wouldn't have gotten mad at him for stuff like that, and in a way, Solomon felt free to say no to his friends at parties because it wasn't a big deal. But it was difficult to say no to Hana because she was relentless when it came to what she wanted. Hana already thought he was too square. Hana inhaled her cigarette deeply, making a lovely pout as she exhaled. No beer, respects his great-grandmother's funeral, never angry at his father. Oh, Solomon, maybe you can be a minister. She clasped her hands in prayer and closed her eyes. I'm not going to be a minister. But what should I do when I grow up? He asked. An older boy at school had told a bunch of guys that all women are whores and all men are killers. Girls cared about your future job because they wanted to marry rich guys. I don't know, Minister Pachinko, she laughed. Hey, Christians aren't supposed to fuck before marriage, right? Solomon buttoned his suit jacket. It felt chilly outside, and his coat was still hanging in the hall closet upstairs. He's still a virgin, she said, smiling. I know. That's okay. You're only 14. Do you want to? What? With me. I can, you know. She sucked on her cigarette again, even more suggestively. I've done it. A lot. I know what you like. Hana held the necktie his father had tied for him that morning by the knot, then released her grasp slowly. Solomon refused to look at her face. The back door of the church opened slowly. Etsuko waved to them from the threshold. It's cold. Why don't you come inside? Solomon, you should be with your dad to greet the guests, right? Solomon could hear the anxiety in Etsuko's voice. Hana tossed her cigarette and followed him inside. At the reception, Hana continued to trail after Solomon. She asked him to guess her bra size. Solomon had no idea, but he was now thinking of her breasts. The guests, mostly old people, left them alone, so the two milled around the reception. Let's get beer at the 7-Eleven. We can go to my house to drink it, or we can go to the park. I don't feel like beer. Maybe you feel like having some pussy. Hana! Oh, shut up. You like me. I know you do. Why do you have to talk like that? Because I'm not a nice girl, and you don't want to fuck a nice girl, especially for your first time. Nobody does. I don't want to marry you, Solomon. I don't need your money. What are you talking about? Fuck you, Hana said, and walked away from him. Solomon caught up with her and grabbed her arm. Hana gave him a chilly smile. It was as if she'd become someone else. She was wearing a dark blue wool dress with a white Peter Pan collar that made her look younger than him. His grandmother, Sunja, appeared. "Halmoni," Solomon said, relieved to see her. He felt excited around Hana, but she also made him nervous and afraid. In her presence, it felt safer to have an adult around. Just yesterday, he caught her stealing a packet of chocolate wafers at the konbini. When she left the shop, Solomon had lingered to give the clerk the money for the wafers, worried that the clerk might get in trouble. In his dad's business, if items were missing, clerks were fired immediately. Sunja smiled at them. She touched Solomon's upper arm as if to calm him. He looked flustered. "You look very handsome in your suit." "This is Hana," Solomon said, and Hana bowed to her formally. Sunja nodded. The girl was very beautiful, but she had a defiant chin. Sunja was on her way to talk with Mosesu, but it felt funny leaving Solomon with the beautiful girl. "I'll see you at home afterwards?" she asked. Solomon nodded. As soon as Sunja turned in the other direction, the girl led him outside the building. Ko Han-soo was walking with a cane. When he spotted Sunja walking diagonally across the reception room, he called out to her. Sunja heard his voice. This was too much. "Your mother was a tough woman. I always thought she was tougher than you." Sunja stared at him. In the moments before her death, her mother had said that this man had ruined her life. But had he? He had given her Noah. Unless she had been pregnant, she wouldn't have married Isaac, and without Isaac, she wouldn't have had Mosesu, and now her grandson, Solomon. She didn't want to hate him anymore. What did Joseph say to his brothers, who had sold him into slavery, when he saw them again? "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." This was something Isaac had taught her when she'd asked him about the evils of this world. "I came by to see if you were okay, if you needed anything." "Thank you." "My wife died." "I'm sorry to hear that." "I could never divorce her because her father was my boss. He had adopted me." A while back, Mosesu had explained to her that after Hansu's father-in-law retired, Hansu became the top man in the second most powerful Yakuza family in all of Kansai. "You don't have to explain anything to me. We don't have anything to talk about, you and I. Thank you for coming today." "Why do you have to be so cold? I thought you'd marry me now." "What? This is my mother's funeral. Why are you still alive and my Noah gone? I couldn't even go to my own child's—" "He was my only—" No. He was my son. Mine." Sunja marched to the kitchen, leaving him leaning on his cane. She could not stop sobbing, and when the women in the kitchen saw her, they embraced her. A woman she did not know rubbed her back gently. They thought she was grieving for her mother. 14. Yokohama, 1980. It was too exciting, and Solomon had never been with anyone. Hana knew a lot, so she taught him to think about other things, to close his eyes if he got too excited, because it was important for him to wait until she was done. Girls would not want to fuck again if he came in a minute, she said. Solomon did everything Hana told him to do, not just because he was in awe of her, but because he wanted to make her happy. He would have done almost anything to make her laugh, because even though she was smart, too lovely to bear almost, and thrilling, she was also sad and restless. She could not be still. She could not bear not to drink every day. It was also important for her to have sex, so for 6 months she made him her ideal lover, even though he was not yet 15. She was almost 17. It started after Yangjin's funeral. Hana bought beer, and they went to Etsuko's apartment. She removed her dress and blouse, and then she took off his clothes. She pulled him to her bed, put a rubber on his cock, and showed him what to do. He was amazed at her body, and she was amused by his happiness. Hana was not angry that he came right away. She had expected this, but after he did, she started her lessons. Almost every day, they met at Etsuko's place and made love several times. Etsuko was never home, and Solomon told his grandmother that he was with friends. He went home for dinner because his father expected him at the table, and usually she went to Etsuko's restaurant for her meal. After being with her, Solomon felt different. He felt older and more serious about life. He was still a boy, he knew that, but he started to think about how he could be with her all the time, not just after school and during breaks. When he was at school, he did as much work as possible so he could see her without thinking about schoolwork. His father expected good grades, and Solomon was a strong student. When he wasn't with her, he wondered what she did when she went out. Often, he worried about losing her to an older boy, but she said there was nothing to worry about. Etsuko and Mosasu did not know they were having sex, and Hana told Solomon that they must never know. She told him, "I'm your secret girl, and you are my secret boy, ne?" One afternoon, about 4 months in, Solomon came over to the apartment and found Hana waiting for him, wearing flesh-colored lingerie and high heels. She looked like a petite-sized centerfold in Playboy. "Do you have any money, Solomon?" she asked. "Yeah, sure. Why?" "I want some. I have to buy things to turn you on. Like this. Pretty, ne?" Solomon tried to embrace her, but she pushed her left hand out gently. "Money, please." Solomon pulled out his billfold and took out a 1,000-yen note. "What do you need it for?" he asked. "I just do." "Do you have any more?" Sure." Solomon pulled out the emergency 5,000-yen note that he kept folded in a square behind the wallet-sized photograph of his mother. His father told him he always had to have some money just in case something important came up. "Give it to Hana-chan, please." Solomon handed it to her, and Hana put it on the table with the 1,000-yen note. Hana walked slowly to the shelf where Etsuko kept a radio and fiddled with the channels until she found a pop song she liked. She bent over and started swaying her hips in time to the music, making sure he was watching her. Solomon went to her, and she turned around and unbuttoned his jeans. Without saying a word, she pushed him into the armchair near her and got on her knees. Solomon never knew what she was going to do. Hana slid the straps of her lace-trimmed brassiere over her shoulders and pulled out her breasts over the small cups so he could see her nipples. He tried to touch them, but she swatted him away. With her hands cradling his bottom, she started to suck him. When he was done, he saw that she was crying. "Hana-chan, what's the matter?" "Go home, Solomon." "What?" "You're finished." "I came to see you. What's this all about?" "Go home, Solomon. You're just this little boy who wants to fuck. I need money, and this isn't enough. What am I gonna do?" "What are you talking about?" "Go home and do your homework. Go have dinner with your daddy and granny. You're all the same. I'm just a kid with divorced parents. You think I'm nothing. You think I'm a loser because my mother was the town whore." "What are you talking about? Why are you mad at me? I don't think that, Hana. I could never think that. You can come over too. I thought you were going to your mother's restaurant after I left." Hana covered her breasts and went to the bathroom to get her robe. She returned wearing a red yukata. She got really quiet, then told him to get more money and come back the next day. "Hana, we are friends, ne? I love you. All the money I have, you can have. I have cash at home for my birthday presents, but my grandmother keeps it for me in her bureau. I can't take it out all at once. What do you need it for?" I have to go, Solomon. I can't stay here anymore. I have to be independent. Why? No, you can't go. Every day and night, he had been thinking of what he could do for work so they could live together. They were too young to marry, but he thought that after he graduated from high school, he could get a job and he could take care of her. He would marry her. Once, she had said that if she was married, she would never divorce, because she could never do that to her children. Her brothers and she had been treated worse than lepers after her mother left, she'd said. But Solomon's father wanted him to go to college in America. How could he leave her behind? He wondered if she would come with him. They could marry after he finished college. Solomon, I'm going to go to Tokyo and get a real life. I'm not going to stay in this apartment and wait for a 15-year-old to come fuck me. What? I have to do something with my life. Yokohama is stupid, and I'd rather be dead than return to Hokkaido. How about that school your mom found? I can't go to school. I'm not smart like you. I want to be on television, like those girls in the dramas, but I don't know how to act. I can't sing either. I have a terrible voice. Maybe you can learn how to act and sing. Aren't there schools for that? Can't we ask your mom to find you a school? Hannah brightened for a moment, then she looked disappointed again. She'd just think it's foolish. She wouldn't help me, not for that. Besides, I can't read well, and you have to be able to read your lines and memorize them. I saw this really good actress interviewed on TV, and she said that she works really hard at reading and memorizing. I'm not good at anything, except sex. But what do I do when I'm not pretty anymore? You'll always be beautiful, Hannah. She laughed. No, dummy. Women lose their looks fast. My mother is looking old. She'd better keep your dad. She's not going to do any better. Can you work for your mom? No, I'd rather die. I hate the smell of shoyu and oil in my hair. It's disgusting. I can't imagine bowing all day to fat, lazy customers who complain about nothing. She hates the customers, too. She's a hypocrite. Etsuko is not like that. That's because you don't know her. Solomon stroked her hair, and Hannah opened her robe and slipped off her panties. Can you do it now? Again? She asked. I need that thing inside me, you know? It's always better the second time, because it lasts longer. Solomon touched her, and he could. Every day she asked for money, and every day he gave her some of his birthday money from the bureau until there was no more left. Whenever he came over, she wanted to try things, even when it hurt her a lot, because she told him that she needed to master this. Even if he didn't like a certain method, she made him practice it and play certain roles. She learned how to make sounds and to talk the way girls talked in sex movies. A week after the money ran out, Solomon found a note she had hidden in his pencil case. One day, you will find a really good girl, not someone like me. I promise. But it was fun, eh? I'm your dirty flower, Soro-chan. That afternoon, Solomon ran to Etsuko's apartment, and he learned that she was gone. He didn't see her again until 3 years later, when she met him at a famous unagiya in Tokyo to give him a sweater, before he went to college in New York. 15. New York, 1985. Where are you? Solomon asked in Japanese. Your mom doesn't know where you are. Everyone's worried. I don't want to talk about her, Hannah replied. So, you have a girlfriend now? Yes, Solomon answered without thinking. Hannah, are you okay? No matter how many drinks she'd had, she tended to sound sober. Tell me about her. Is she Japanese? No. Solomon wanted to keep her on the line. About 5 years before, After she moved out of Etsuko's apartment, she took a long string of hostessing jobs in Tokyo, refusing to tell anyone where she lived. Etsuko didn't know what to do anymore. She hired an investigator but had little luck tracking her down. "Hana, tell me where you are. And please call your mother." "Shut up, college boy, or else I'll hang up." "Oh, Hana, why?" He had to smile, having missed even her petulance. "Why are you so difficult, Hana-chan? And why are you so far away?" Hana poured herself a smaller glass of wine, and Solomon heard the glug of the liquid hitting the glass. It was morning in Tokyo, and she was sitting on the bare floor of her tiny apartment in Roppongi, which she shared with 3 other hostesses. 2 were sleeping off the whiskey tea from the night before, and the 3rd hadn't returned home from a date. "I miss you, Solomon. I miss my old friend. You are my only friend, you know that?" "You're drinking. Are you okay?" "I like to drink. Drinking makes me happy. I'm very good at drinking." She laughed and swallowed a thimbleful of wine. She wanted to make the bottle last. "I'm good at drinking and fucking. So desu ne. Can you please tell me where you are?" "I'm in Tokyo." "Still working in a club in Roppongi?" "Yes, but at another club. You don't know which one." She had been fired 2 nights ago, but she knew she could get another job. "I am an excellent hostess." "I'm sure you would be excellent at whatever you decide to do." "You do not approve of my work, but I do not care. I'm not a prostitute. I pour drinks and make conversation with incredibly boring men and make them feel fascinating." "I didn't say that I didn't approve." "You lie." "Hana-chan, why don't you go to school? I think you would like college. You're smarter than most of the kids here. Maybe you can study in America. Learn English first, then apply to college here. Your mom and my dad would pay for it, you know that." "Why don't I finish high school first?" Hana replied tartly. "Hang on. Is your girlfriend with you now?" "No, but I have to meet her soon." "No, you will not meet her, Solomon. You will talk to me, because you are my old friend, and I want to talk to my old friend tonight. Can you cancel? And I will call you back." "I'll call you." "Yes, I'll cancel, and then I'll call you back." "I'm not giving you my number. You cancel with caro friendo, and I'll call you in 5 minutes." "Are you okay, Hana?" "Why don't you say you miss me too, Solomon? You used to miss me desperately. Don't you remember?" "Yes, I remember everything." When they met for lunch after being apart for 3 years, she gave him a crimson-colored cashmere sweater from Burberry as a graduation present. "It's cold in Manhattan, eh? The sweater is blood red and hot like our burning love." During the meal, however, she would not come close to him. She wouldn't even touch his arm. She had smelled wonderful, like jasmine and sandalwood. "How could I forget you?" Solomon said quietly. Phoebe would be coming by in a few minutes. She had a key to his room. "Ah, there is my Solomon. I can tell when you are hungry for me." Solomon closed his eyes. She was right. This felt like hunger. It had been nothing short of physical pain when she had left him, and he'd had no words to describe her departure. He loved Phoebe, but it wasn't what he had felt for Hana. "Hana-chan, I have to go now, but may I please phone you later? May I please have your number?" "No, Solomon, you may not have my number. I call you when I want to speak to you. You do not call me. Nobody calls me." "And you get to leave when you want to leave," he said. Yes, I do get to leave, but Solomon, you will never tire of me because I will never ask anything of you. Except for today. I want you to talk to me so I can go to sleep. I cannot sleep anymore, Solomon. I don't know why, but I cannot sleep anymore. Hana-chan is so tired. Why won't you let your mother help you? I'm in New York. You won't even tell me your number. How can I help? I know. You are studying and becoming an international businessman of the world. This is what your rich papa wants. And Solomon is a good boy, and he will make his Pachinko papa proud. Hana, you have to be careful with the drinking, ne? He tried to sound calm. She would disappear if he sounded cross. The door opened, and it was Phoebe, looking happy at first, then puzzled because he was on the phone. Solomon smiled and gestured for her to sit down beside him. The dorm room had only a narrow bed and a serviceable desk, but he was lucky to have a single. He put his finger to his lips, and Phoebe mouthed to ask if she should go. He paused, then shook his head no. Will you cancel with your karu friend and help me sleep? Hana asked. If you were here, you'd fuck me, and I would sleep in your arms. We never got a chance to sleep in the same bed, because you were still a boy. Now you're 20. I want to suck on your man cock. What do you want me to do, Hana? How can I help you? Solomon, Ultraman. You should sing. You should sing to me. You know, the song about sunshine? I like that baby song about sunshine. I will sing if you give me your phone number. You have to promise that you will not give it to my mother. Okay, what is it? Solomon wrote down the numbers on the back flap of his macroeconomics textbook. I'm going to hang up, and then I will call you in a few seconds, okay? Okay, she said weakly. She had finished the second bottle already. She felt awake but heavy, like her limbs were soaked through. I'll hang up now. Call me. I want to hear you sing. When he hung up, Phoebe asked, Hey, what's going on? 1 minute, just 1 minute, I'll explain. He dialed his father, and Mosasu picked up. Papa, this is Hana's number. I think she's really sick. Can you find out where she is just from this number? Can you ask Haruki or Etsuko's investigator? I better go. I have to call her back now. She sounds like she's drunk or drugged out. Solomon dialed the number. It was for a Chinese restaurant in Roppongi. Phoebe took off her overcoat and stripped down and got into bed. Her dark hair hung loosely around her pale collarbone. Who was that? Hana, my stepmother's daughter. Which makes her your stepsister? The one who's working as a hooker? She's not a hooker, she's a hostess. They have sex for money, right? No, not always. Sometimes. Depends. Well, gosh, that's a major distinction. Once again, you've enlightened me on the finer points of Japanese culture. Thank you. The phone rang, and Solomon rushed to pick it up. It was Etsuko this time. Solomon, the number. It was for a Chinese restaurant. Yes, I'm sorry, but I did speak to her, Etsuko. She was very drunk. She said she was working at a different club now. Didn't her former mama-san say anything about where she is now? We couldn't find anything. She'd been fired from 2 other places. Every time we get closer, she gets fired for drinking too much. If I hear anything, I'll let you know right away, okay? It is night there, ne? Hi. Anna said she couldn't sleep. I was worried she was taking speed while drinking. I heard girls do that at clubs. You should go to sleep, Solomon. Mosasu said you're doing well in school. We're proud of you, she said. Night-night, Solomon-chan?" Phoebe smiled. "So, you lost your cherry to your hooker house sister and now she's in trouble. Compassionate of you. Quite liberal and tolerant of me not to be upset that your ex is calling you drunk when she's a professional sex worker. Either I'm confident in my value, or I'm confident in our relationship, or I'm just ignorant of the fact that you're going to hurt my feelings when you return to a troubled young damsel whom I know you're interested in rescuing. I can't rescue her. You just tried and failed because she does not want your help. She wants to die." "What?" "Yes, Solomon. This young woman wants to die." She pushed back his forelocks and looked at him kindly. She kissed him on the mouth. "There are a lot of troubled young women in this world. We can't save them all." Hana didn't phone him again. Months later, Etsuko learned that she was working in a kabukicho torokoburo, where she bathed men for money. The investigator told her what time Hana would finish her shift, and Etsuko waited outside the building. Several girls came out, and Hana was the last to leave. Etsuko couldn't believe how much she'd aged. The investigator had explained that Etsuko might not recognize her because she would look much older. Hana's face was withered and dry. She wore no makeup, and her clothes didn't look clean. "Hana," Etsuko said. Hana saw her, then walked in the other direction. "Leave me alone." "Hana, oh please, Hana." "Go away." "Hana, we can forget all this. Start again. I shouldn't have tried to make you go to school. I'm sorry." "No." "You don't have to work here. I have money." "I don't want your money. I don't want the Pachinko man's money. I can earn my own." "Where do you live? Can we go to your place to talk?" "No." "I'm not going to go away." Yes, you will. You're selfish." Etsuko stood there, believing that if she could just listen and suffer, then maybe her daughter could be saved. "I am terrible. So desu. Forgive me, Hana. Anything but this." Hana dropped her large tote bag from her shoulder, and the 2 wine bottles wrapped in a towel made a muffled clinking sound on the pavement. She wept openly, her arms hanging by her side, and Etsuko knelt on the ground and held her daughter's knees, refusing to let her go. 16. Tokyo, 1989. Solomon was glad to be back home. The job at Travis Brothers was turning out better than expected. The pay was more than he deserved for a job a year out of college, and he enjoyed the numerous benefits of being hired as an expat rather than as a local. The HR people at Travis got him a fancy rental broker who found him a decent 1-bedroom in Minami Azabu, which Phoebe didn't think was too awful. As his corporate employer, Travis was named guarantor on the lease, since Solomon was legally a foreigner in Japan. Solomon, who had grown up in Yokohama in his father's house, had never rented an apartment before. For non-Japanese renters, requiring a guarantor was common practice, which, of course, incensed Phoebe. After some cajoling, Phoebe had decided to follow him to Tokyo. They were thinking of getting married, and moving together to Japan was the first step. Now that she was here, he felt bad for her. Solomon was employed at the Japanese subsidiary of a British investment bank, so he worked alongside Brits, Americans, Aussies, Kiwis, and the occasional South African among the Western-educated locals, who were less parochial than the natives. As a Korean Japanese educated in the States, Solomon was both a local and a foreigner, with the useful knowledge of the native and the financial privileges of an expatriate. Phoebe, however, did not enjoy his status and privileges. Rather, she spent her days at home reading or wandering around Tokyo, not sure why she was here at all since Solomon was rarely home. It was impossible for her to get a work visa, as they weren't married. She was thinking of teaching English, but she didn't know how to get a tutoring job. Now and then, when a Japanese person asked her an innocent question, like if she was South Korean, Phoebe tended to overreact. In America, there is no such thing as a Kankokujin or Chosenjin. Why the hell would I be a South Korean or a North Korean? That makes no sense. I was born in Seattle, and my parents came to the States when there was only one Korea, she'd shout, relating one of the bigotry anecdotes of her day. Why does Japan still distinguish two countries for its Korean residents who've been here for 4 fucking generations? You were born here. You're not a foreigner. That's insane. Your father was born here. Why are you two carrying South Korean passports? It's bizarre. She knew as well as he did that after the peninsula was divided, the Koreans in Japan ended up choosing sides, often more than once, affecting their residency status. It was still hard for a Korean to become a Japanese citizen, and there were many who considered such a thing shameful, for a Korean to try to become a citizen of its former oppressor. When she told her friends in New York about this curious historical anomaly and the pervasive ethnic bias, they were incredulous at the thought that the friendly, well-mannered Japanese they knew could ever think she was somehow criminal, lazy, filthy, or aggressive, the negative stereotypical traits of Koreans in Japan. Well, everyone knows that the Koreans don't get along with the Japanese, her friends would say innocently, as if all things were equal. Soon, Phoebe stopped talking about it with her friends back home. Solomon found it peculiar that Phoebe got so angry about the history of Koreans in Japan. After 3 months of living in Tokyo and reading a few history books, she'd concluded that the Japanese would never change. The government still refuses to acknowledge its war crimes. Strangely, in these conversations, Solomon found himself defending the Japanese. They planned on visiting Seoul together for a week when the deal season ended and work slowed down. He hoped Seoul would be some sort of neutral territory for them, a place to feel normal since they were both Korean immigrants of a kind. And it didn't hurt that Phoebe spoke very good Korean. His Korean was pathetic at best. He had visited South Korea with his father several times, and everyone there always treated them like they were Japanese. It was no homecoming. However, it was great to visit. After a while, it had been easier just to play along as Japanese tourists who had come to enjoy the good barbecue, rather than to try to explain to the chest-beating, self-righteous Koreans why their first language was Japanese. Solomon was in love with Phoebe. They had been together since sophomore year. He couldn't imagine life without her, and yet seeing her discomfort here made him realize how different they were. They were both ethnically Korean and had grown up outside Korea, but they weren't the same. Back home, on the ground in Japan, their differences seemed that much more pronounced. They hadn't had sex in 2 weeks. Would it be that way when they married? Would it get worse? Solomon thought about these things as he headed to the game. Tonight was his 4th poker night with the guys at work. Solomon and one other junior associate, Louis, a Hapa M&A guy from Paris, had been asked to join. The rest of the players were managing directors and executive directors. The cast changed a little, but there were usually 6 or 7 guys, never any girls. Solomon was a brilliant poker player. In the first game, he had played it easy and come out neutral. In the second game, when he felt more comfortable, he came second. And after the third game, Solomon walked out with most of the 350,000 yen pot. The others were annoyed, but he thought it was worth making a point. When he wanted to win, he could. This evening, he planned to pay up a little. The guys were a good bunch, no sore losers. Solomon hoped to keep playing with them. No doubt, they invited him thinking he was more or less a fish. They didn't know that he was an econ major at Columbia who had double minored in poker and pool. They played Anaconda, also called Pass the Trash, because you could get rid of your bad cards, to the guy on your left. First 3 cards, then 2 cards, and then 1 more, betting all the while. A moron could have won the game because there was so much luck involved, but what Solomon enjoyed was the betting. He liked watching others bet or go out. The players met in the paneled basement of a no-name izakaya in Roppongi. The owner was a friend of Kazu-san, Solomon's boss and the most senior managing director at Travis, and he let them use the room once a month as long as they drank enough and ordered plenty of food. Each month, one guy hosted and picked up the tab. Initially, the managing directors thought it wasn't fair to make the associates pay, since they earned much less. But after Solomon won on the 3rd game, enough of them said, "The kid can buy dinner." Solomon was hosting this one. 6 guys were playing, and the pot was 300,000 yen. 3 hands in, Solomon kept it safe. He won nothing and lost nothing. "Hey, Solly," Kazu said. "What's going on? Did luck leave you, buddy?" His boss, Kazu, was a Japanese national who was educated in California and Texas, and despite his bespoke suits and elegant Tokyo dialect, his English speech pattern was pure American frat boy. His family tree was filled with dukes and counts who had been stripped of their titles after the war, and his mother's side came from connected branches of shogun families. At Travis, Kazu made lots of rain. 5 of the 6 most important banking deals last year took place because Kazu had made them happen. It was also Kazu who had brought Solomon into the game. The older guys grumbled about losing to the kid, but Kazu shut them up, saying that competition was good for everyone. Solomon liked his boss. Everyone did. He was lucky to be one of Kazu's boys and to be invited to the famous monthly poker games. There were guys on Kazu's team who had worked for Travis for 10 years and had never been asked. Whenever Phoebe said Japanese people were racist, Solomon would bring up Etsuko and Kazu as personal evidence for his argument to the contrary. Etsuko was the obvious example of a Japanese person who was kind-hearted and ethnically unbiased, but Phoebe barely understood her, since Etsuko's English was terrible. Kazu was Japanese, and he had been far kinder to Solomon than most Koreans in Japan, who had occasionally eyed him with suspicion as a wealthy man's son or as competition at school. Yes, some Japanese thought Koreans were scum, but some Koreans were scum, he told Phoebe. Some Japanese were scum too. There was no need to keep rehashing the past. He hoped Phoebe would get over it eventually. It was time to discard, take new cards, and place bets. Solomon threw away a useless 9 of diamonds and a 2 of hearts, then picked up the jack and a 3 he needed for a full house. Luck had never left him. Whenever Solomon played cards, he felt strong and smooth, like he couldn't lose. He wondered if he felt this way because he didn't care about the money. He liked being at the table. He liked all the bullshit guy talk. With this hand, he had a solid chance at the current pot, which was easily over 100,000 yen. Solomon bet 30,000. Lewis and Yamada-san, the Japanese Aussie, folded, leaving Solomon, Ono, Giancarlo, and Kazu. Ono's face was blank, and Giancarlo scratched his ear. Ono bet another 20,000, and immediately Kazu and Giancarlo folded. Giancarlo said, laughing, "You two are assholes." He took a long sip of his whiskey. "Are there any more of those chicken things on sticks?" "Yakitori," Kazu said. "You live in Japan, dude. Learn what to call chicken on a stick." Giancarlo gave him the finger, smiling and revealing his short, even teeth. Kazu signaled to the waiter and ordered food for everyone. It was time to show hands, and Ono only had 2 pairs. He had been bluffing. Solomon found out his cards. "You son of a bitch," Ono said. "Sorry, sir," Solomon said, sweeping the money toward him in an easy practice manner. "Never apologize for winning, Solly," Kazu said. "You can apologize a little for taking my money," Giancarlo retorted, and the others laughed. Man, I can't wait until I put you on one of my deals. You'll be hanging out with boxes of due diligence all fucking weekend, and I'll make sure you only get ugly girls to work with, Ono said. He had a doctorate in economics from MIT and was on his 4th marriage. Each successive wife was even more gorgeous than the prior one. As a very senior electronics banker during the Japanese boom, he had made obscene money and still worked without stopping. Ono said that the purpose of hard work was simple. Sex with pretty women was worth whatever it took. I will find the worst deal with the maximum diligence just for you, my little friend. Ono rubbed his hands together. He's taller than you, Giancarlo said. Status trumps size, Ono replied. Gomen nasai, Ono-san. Gomen nasai. Solomon bowed theatrically. Don't worry about it, Sally, Kazu said. Ono's got a heart of gold. Not true. I'm capable of holding a grudge and taking vengeance at the most opportune moment, Ono said. Solomon raised his eyebrows and shivered. I'm just a boy, sir, he pleaded. Have mercy. He proceeded to make neat stacks of cash in front of him. A rich boy who deserves some mercy. I heard you were filthy rich, Giancarlo said. Your dad's a Pachinko guy, right? Solomon nodded, not sure how he knew. I used to date a hot Japanese hapa who played a lot of Pachinko. She was an expensive habit. Figures you know how to gamble. You must be that clever Korean blood, Giancarlo said. Man, that girl used to go on and on about how tricky and smart Koreans who owned all the parlors and made fools of the Japanese. But man, she used to do this crazy thing with her tits when... Impossible, Kazu said. You never dated a hot girl. Yeah, you got me, Sensei. I dated your wife, and she's not very hot. She's just a real... Kazu laughed. Hey, how about we play poker? He poured soda into his whiskey, lightening the color considerably. Sally won fair and square. I'm not saying anything bad. It's a compliment. The Koreans here are smart and rich, just like our boy, Solomon. It wasn't like I was calling him a yakuza. You're not going to get me killed, are you, Sully? Giancarlo asked. Solomon smiled tentatively. It wasn't the first time he'd heard these things, but it had been a very long while since anyone had mentioned his father's business. In America, no one even knew what Pachinko was. It was his father who'd been confident that there would be less bigotry at the offices of a Western bank and had encouraged him to take this job. Giancarlo wasn't saying anything different from what other middle-class Japanese thought or whispered. It was just strange to hear such a thing coming from a white Italian who had lived in Japan for 20 years. Louis cut the cards, and Kazu shuffled and dealt the guys a fresh hand. Solomon had 3 kings, but he discarded them one by one in 3 consecutive rounds, then folded, losing about 10,000 yen. At the end of the night, he paid the tab. Kazu said he wanted to talk to him, so they walked out to the street to hail a taxi. 17. You lost on purpose. The 3 kings came from you, Kazu said to Solomon. They were standing outside the izakaya building. Kazu lit a Marlboro light. Solomon shrugged. That was dumb. Giancarlo is a social retard. He's one of those white guys who has to live in Asia because the white people back home don't want him. He's been in Japan for so long that he thinks when Japanese people suck up to him, it's because he's so special. What a fucking fantasy. That said, not a bad guy overall. Effective. Get shit done. You gotta know this by now, that people here, even the non-Japanese, say the dumbest things about Koreans, but you gotta forget it. When I was in the States, people used to say stupid-ass crap about Asians Like we all spoke Chinese and ate sushi for breakfast. When it came to teaching U.S. history, they'd forget the internment and Hiroshima. Whatever, right? That stuff doesn't get to me, Solomon replied, scanning the dark streets for a taxi. The trains had stopped running a half hour before. I'm good. Okay, tough guy, Kazu said. Listen, there's a tax, on success. Huh? If you do well at anything, you gotta pay up to all the people who did worse. On the other hand, if you do badly, life makes you pay a shit tax, too. Everybody pays something. Kazu looked at him soberly. Of course, the worst one is the tax on the mediocre. Now that one's a bitch. Kazu tossed his cigarette and crossed his arms. Pay attention. The ones who pay the shit tax are mostly people who were born in the wrong place and in the wrong time and are hanging onto the planet by their broken fingernails. They don't even know the fucking rules of the game. You can't even get mad at them when they lose. Life just fucks and fucks and fucks bastards like that. Kazu wrinkled his brow in resignation, like he was somewhat concerned about life's inequities, but not very. He took a deep breath. So those losers have to climb Mount Everest to get out of hell, and maybe 1 or 2 and 500,000 break out. But the rest pay the shit tax all their lives. Then they die. If God exists, and if he's fair, then it makes sense that in the afterlife, those guys should get the better seats. Solomon nodded, not understanding where this was going. Kazu's stare remained unbroken. But all those able-bodied, middle-class people who are scared of their shadows, well, they pay the mediocre tax in regular quarterly installments with compounding interest. When you play it safe, that's what happens, my friend. So if I were you, I wouldn't throw any games. I'd use every fucking advantage. Beat anyone who fucks with you to a fucking pulp. Show no mercy to chumps, especially if they don't deserve it. Make the pussies cry. So then, the success tax comes from envy, and the shit tax comes from exploitation. Okay. Solomon nodded, like he was starting to get it. Then what's the mediocre tax? How can it be wrong to... Good question, young Jedi. The tax for being mediocre comes from you and everyone else knowing that you are mediocre. It's a heavier tax than you'd think. Solomon had never thought of such a thing before. It wasn't like he saw himself as terribly special, but he'd never seen himself as mediocre either. Perhaps it was unspoken, even to himself, but he did want to be good at something. Jedi, understand this. There's nothing fucking worse than knowing that you're just like everybody else. What a messed up, lousy existence. And in this great country of Japan, the birthplace of all my fancy ancestors, everyone wants to be like everyone else. That's why it is such a safe place to live. But it's also a dinosaur village. It's extinct, pal. Carve up your peace and invest your spoils elsewhere. You're a young man, and someone should tell you the real truth about this country. Japan is not fucked because it lost the war or did bad things. Japan is fucked because there is no more war. And in peacetime, everyone actually wants to be mediocre and is terrified of being different. And the other thing is that the elite Japanese want to be English and white. That's pathetic, delusional, and merits another discussion entirely. Solomon thought some of this made sense. Everyone he knew who was really Japanese did think he was middle class, even when he wasn't. Rich kids at his high school, whose fathers owned several country club memberships worth millions and millions, thought of themselves as middle class. His Uncle Noah, whom he never met, had apparently killed himself because he wanted to be Japanese and normal. An empty taxi approached them, but Solomon didn't notice, and Kazu smiled. So, yeah, idiots are going to get on your case and notice that your dad owns pachinko parlors. And how do people know this? I never talk about it. Everyone knows, Solomon. In Japan, you're either a rich Korean or a poor Korean. And if you're a rich Korean, there's a pachinko parlor in your background somewhere. My dad is a great guy. He's incredibly honest. I'm sure he is. Kazu faced him squarely, his arms still crossed against his chest. Solomon hesitated, but said it anyway. He's not some gangster. He doesn't do bad things. He's an ordinary businessman. He pays all his taxes and does everything by the book. There are some shady guys in the business, but my dad is incredibly precise and moral. He owns 3 parlors. It's not like... Kazu nodded reassuringly. My father's never taken anything that wasn't his. He doesn't even care about money. He gives away so much of it. Etsuko had told them that Mosesu paid the nursing home bills for several of his employees. Sally, no, man, there's no need to explain. It's not like Koreans had a lot of choices in regular professions. I'm sure he chose Pachinko because there wasn't much else. He's probably an excellent businessman. You think your poker skills came out of some vacuum? Maybe your dad could have worked for Fuji or Sony, but it wasn't like they were going to hire a Korean, right? I doubt they'd hire you now, Mr. Columbia University. Japan still doesn't hire Koreans to be teachers, cops, and nurses in lots of places. You couldn't even rent your own apartment in Tokyo, and you make good money. It's fucking 1989. Anyway, you can be polite about it, but that's fucked up. I'm Japanese, but I'm not stupid. I lived in America and Europe for a long time. It's crazy what the Japanese have done to the Koreans and Chinese who were born here. It's fucking bonkers. You people should have a revolution. You don't protest enough. You and your dad were born here, right? Solomon nodded, not understanding why Kazu was getting so worked up about this. Even if your dad was a hitman, I wouldn't give a shit, and I wouldn't turn him in. But he's not. No, kid. Of course he's not, Kazu said, smiling. Go home to your girlfriend. I heard she's a looker and smart. That's good. Because in the end, brains matter more than you think, he said, laughing. Kazu hailed a taxi and told Solomon to take it before him. Everyone said that Kazu wasn't like regular bosses, and it was true. A week later, he put Solomon on the new real estate deal, and Solomon was the youngest one on the team. This was the cool transaction that all the guys in the office wanted. One of Travis's heavyweight banking clients wanted to purchase land in Yokohama to build a world-class golf course. Nearly all the details had been worked out. They needed to get 3 of the remaining landowners to sign on. 2 were not impossible, just expensive. But the 3rd was a headache. The old woman had no interest in money and could not be bought out. Her lot was where the 11th hole would be. At the morning meeting, with the client present, 2 of the banking directors gave a strong presentation about the beneficial ways of structuring the mortgage, and Solomon took careful notes. Right before the meeting broke up, Kazu mentioned casually that the old woman was still holding up progress. The client smiled at Kazu and said, No doubt you will be able to handle the matter. We are confident. Kazu smiled politely. The client left quickly, and everyone else scattered out of the conference room shortly thereafter. Kazu stopped Solomon before he had a chance to return to his desk. What are you doing for lunch, Solly? I was going to grab something from downstairs. Why? What's up? Let's go for a drive. The chauffeur took them to the old woman's lot in Yokohama. The gray concrete building was in decent condition, and the front yard was well maintained. No one seemed to be home. An ancient pine tree cast a triangular shade across the facade of the square structure, and a thin brook gurgled from the back of the house. It was a former fabric dyeing factory, and now the private residence of the woman. Her children were dead, and there were no obvious heirs. So, how do you get a person to do what you want when she doesn't want to? Kazu asked. I don't know, Solomon said. He figured that this was a kind of field trip for Kazu, and his boss wanted company. Rarely did Kazu go anywhere alone. The car was parked in the wide, dusty street opposite the old woman's lot. If she was home, she would have noticed the black town car idling not 10 yards from her house. But no one came outside or stirred within. Kazu stared at the house. So this is where Sonoko Matsuda lives. The client is confident that I can get Matsuda-san to sell. Can you? Solomon asked. I think so, but I don't know how, Kazu said. This will sound stupid, but how can you get her to sign if you don't know how? Solomon asked. I'm making a wish, Solly. I'm making a wish. Sometimes that's how it starts. Kazu asked the chauffeur to take them to an unagi restaurant, not far from there. 18. Yokohama, 1989. On Sunday morning, after church services, Solomon and Phoebe took the train to Yokohama for lunch with his family. As usual, the front door of the house was closed but unlocked, so they let themselves in. A designer friend of Etsuko's had recently renovated it, and the house was unrecognizable from the one of Solomon's childhood, filled with dark American furniture. The designer had removed most of the original interior walls and knocked out the small back windows, replacing them with thick sheets of glass. Now it was possible to see the rock garden from the front of the house. Pale-colored furniture, white oak floors, and sculptural paper lamps filled the vast quadrant near the wood-burning stove, leaving the large, square-shaped living room light and uncluttered. In the opposite corner of the room, tall branches of forsythia bloomed in an enormous celadon-colored ceramic jar on the floor. The house looked like a glamorous Buddhist temple. Mosesu came out of the den to greet them. "You're here," he said to Phoebe in Korean. When she spent time with Solomon's family, the group spoke 3 languages. Phoebe spoke Korean with the elders and English with Solomon, while Solomon spoke mostly in Japanese to the elders and English to Phoebe. With everyone translating in bits, they made it work somehow. Mosesu opened the shoe closet by the door and offered them house slippers. "My mother and aunt have been cooking all week. I hope you're hungry." "Something smells wonderful," she said. "Is everyone in the kitchen?" Phoebe smoothed her navy-pleated skirt. "Yes. Sorry, no. Etsuko couldn't be here today. She's very sad to miss you. She asked me to apologize." Phoebe nodded, glancing briefly at Solomon. It seemed impolite for her to ask where Etsuko was, but she couldn't understand why Solomon didn't ask his father where she was. Phoebe was curious about Etsuko. She was the only person Phoebe couldn't speak to directly because neither woman spoke the other's language. Also, she wanted to meet Hana, who was never around. Solomon grabbed Phoebe's hand and led her to the kitchen. Around his family, he felt younger than usual, almost giddy. The sense of all his favorite dishes filled the wide hallway connecting the front house with the kitchen. "Solomon is here," he shouted, no different than when he'd come home from school as a boy. Kyung-hee and Sunja stopped their work immediately and looked up, beaming. Moses smiled, seeing their happiness. "Phoebe is here too, Solomon," Kyung-hee said. She wiped her hands on her apron, then came out behind the thick marble counter to embrace him. Sunja followed her and put her arm around Phoebe's waist. Sunja was a head shorter than Phoebe. "This is for both of you." Phoebe gave her a box of candy from the Tokyo branch of an exclusive French chocolate shop. Sunja smiled. "Thank you." Kyung-hee untied the ribbon to take a peek. It was a large box of glazed fruits dipped in chocolate. Delighted, she said, "This looks expensive." You kids should be saving money at your age, but the candies look so delicious. Thank you." She inhaled the chocolate aroma dramatically. "It's so good to have you here," Sunja said in Korean, folding Phoebe's slender shoulders into her thick embrace. Phoebe loved being with Solomon's family. It was much smaller than her own, but everyone seemed closer, as if each member were organically attached to one seamless body, whereas her enormous extended family felt like cheerfully mismatched Lego bricks in a large bucket. Phoebe's parents had at least 5 or 6 siblings each, and she had grown up with well over a dozen cousins just in California. There were relatives in New York, New Jersey, D.C., Washington State, and Toronto. She had dated a couple of Korean-American guys and had met their families, but Solomon's family was different. Solomon's family was warm, but far more muted and intensely watchful. None of them seemed to miss anything. "Is that for Pajan?" Phoebe asked. The mixing bowl was filled with creamy pancake batter, flecked with thin slices of scallion and chunks of scallops. "You like Pajan? So does Solomon. How does your 엄마 make it?" Kyung-hee asked. Her tone was casual, though she held strong opinions about the ratio of scallions to shellfish. "My mother doesn't cook," Phoebe said, looking only a little embarrassed. "What?" Kyung-hee gasped in horror and turned to Sunja, who raised her eyebrows, sharing her sister-in-law's surprise. Phoebe laughed. "I grew up eating pizza and hamburgers, and lots of Kentucky Fried Chicken. I love the KFC corn on the cob," she smiled. "Mom worked in my dad's medical office as his office manager and was never home before 8 o'clock. The women nodded, trying to understand this. "Mom was always working. She did all the medical paperwork at the dining table next to us kids while we did our homework. I don't think she ever went to bed until midnight." "But didn't you eat any Korean food?" Kyung-hee couldn't comprehend this. "On the weekends we ate it, at a restaurant." The women understood that the mother was busy and hardworking, but it seemed inconceivable to them that a Korean mother didn't cook for her family. What would Solomon eat if he married this girl? What would their children eat? "She didn't have time. That makes sense. But does your mother know how to cook?" Kyung-hee asked tentatively. "She never learned. And none of her sisters cook Korean food either." Phoebe laughed, because the fact that none of them cooked Korean food was a point of pride. Her mother and her sisters tended to look down at women who cooked a lot and constantly tried to make you eat. The 4 of them were very thin. Like Phoebe, they were the kind of women who were constantly moving around and seemed uninterested in eating because they were so absorbed in their work. "My favorite aunt cooks only on the weekends and only for dinner parties. She usually makes Italian food. Our family always meets at restaurants." Phoebe found it amusing to see their continuing shock and disbelief at such a mundane detail of her childhood. What was the big deal? Why did women have to cook anyway, she wondered. Her mother was her favorite person in the world. "My brothers and sisters don't even like kimchi. My mother won't keep it in the fridge because of the smell." "Wow," Sunja sighed. "You really are American. Are your aunts married to Americans?" "My aunts and uncles are married to non-Koreans. My brother and sisters married ethnically Korean people, but they're Americans like me. My older brother-in-law, the lawyer, speaks fluent Portuguese, but no Korean. He grew up in Brazil. America is full of people like that." "Really?" Kyung-hee exclaimed. "Who are your aunts married to?" "I have aunts and uncles by marriage who are white, black, Dutch, Jewish, Filipino, Mexican, Chinese, Puerto Rican, and let's see, there's 1 Korean-American uncle and 3 Korean-American aunts. I have a lot of cousins. Everyone's mixed," she added, smiling at the older women wearing spotless white aprons, who were paying such careful attention to what she was saying that it looked as if their minds were taking notes. When we get together, like on Thanksgiving and Christmas, it's really fun. I've met several of them, Solomon said, worried that his grandmother and great-aunt wouldn't approve of her family, although he could tell they were more curious than reproachful. Neither of them had ever said that he had to marry a Korean person, but he knew that his father's relationship with Etsuko made them uncomfortable. When the frying pan was hot enough, Sunja poured a scant cup of the scallion pancake batter into it. She checked the edges and lowered the heat. Phoebe was lively and good for the boy, she thought. Her mother used to say a woman's life was suffering, but that was the last thing she wanted for this sweet girl who had a quick, warm smile for everyone. If she didn't cook, then so what? If she took good care of Solomon, then nothing else should matter, though she hoped that Phoebe wanted children. Lately, Sunja wanted to hold babies. How wonderful would it be not to have to worry about a war, or having enough food to eat, or finding shelter. Solomon and Phoebe wouldn't have to labor the way she and Kyungi had, but could just enjoy their children. "When are you going to marry Solomon?" Sunja asked, without shifting her focus from the frying pan. An older woman had the right to ask this sort of thing, though she was still a little afraid to do it. "Yes! When are you two getting married? What are you waiting for? My sister and I have nothing to do. We'll move to Tokyo if you want help with the babies and the cooking." Kyungi giggled. Solomon shook his head and smiled at the three women. "And this is when I go to the den and talk man stuff with Dad." "Thanks a lot, Solomon," Phoebe said. She actually didn't mind their questions, since she had been wondering about this too. Moses smiled, and the men left them in the kitchen. Father and son sat down in the armchairs in the center of the large room. Baskets of fruit and bowls of nuts topped the glass and stainless steel coffee table opposite the long, low-back sofa. A stack of today's Korean and Japanese newspapers remained half-read. Mosesu turned on the television and lowered the volume on the news. He was scanning the ticker running across the screen with stock prices. The two often talked with the television on. "How's work?" Mosesu asked. "Much easier than school. The boss is really great. A Japanese guy, but he went to college and business school in California." "California? Your mother would have liked that," Mosesu said quietly. The boy resembled her so much, especially around the brow and the nose. "Where's Etsuko?" Solomon stared at the blue background of the news screen. The newscasters were talking about a flood in Bangkok. "Is it Hana? Is she okay?" Mosesu sighed. "Etsuko will fill you in. Give her a call." Solomon wanted to know more, but his father didn't know about what had happened between the two of them. Mosesu never liked to talk about Hana, because she upset Etsuko so much. "Your grandmother and great-aunt like Phoebe. They want you to get married." "Yes, I heard that 5 minutes ago." Mosesu faced his son. "Does Phoebe want to live in Japan?" "Not sure. She hates that she doesn't know Japanese." "She can learn." Solomon looked doubtful. "She wants to work. It's not easy to get your career going straight out of college in Japan, and she doesn't have the language skills. Staying home is not good for Phoebe." Mosesu nodded. Solomon's mother had been the same way. "You okay with money?" "Yes, Dad," he replied, almost amused by his father's concern. "I have a good job now." "Hey, Dad, do you know an older lady named Sonoko Matsuda? She owns an old textile factory in Yokohama, not far from Goro-san's place." "No." Mosesu shook his head. "Why?" "Kazu, my boss, is trying to finalize this real estate transaction, and the lady, Matsuda-san, won't sell her property, It's holding up the deal. I thought maybe you might know someone. You know a lot of people in Yokohama, I mean. I don't know her, but sure, I can find out. That's not hard, he said. Your boss wants the lady to sell? Yeah, her lot is the last important piece for the golf course development. Huh, okay. That sort of thing does happen. I'll ask Koro-san or Haruki. One of them will know. Koro just sold his last pachinko parlor. Now he's only doing demolition, construction, and real estate. He wants me to go in with him, but I'm too busy. It's too late for me to start something new. I don't understand his business as well as pachinko. Why don't you sell the shops too, Dad? Retire, maybe. You're set, right? Pachinko is a lot of work. What? Quit the business? Pachinko put food on the table and sent you to school. I'm too young to retire. He shrugged. And what would happen if I sell my stores? They might fire my workers. And where would my older workers go? And we give work to the people who make the machines. Pachinko's a bigger business in Japan than car manufacturing. Mosasu stopped talking and raised the volume on the news. The newscasters were now talking about the value of the yen. Solomon nodded and stared at the screen, trying to pay attention to the currency news. His father didn't seem the least bit embarrassed by what he did for a living. Mosasu caught a glimpse of his son's darkened expression. I'll call Koro tonight and ask about the lady. Your boss wants her to sell, right? That would be great. Thanks, Dad. On Monday afternoon, Mosasu called Solomon at the office. He had spoken to Koro-san. The old lady was Korean, an old-school Cheonggyeon type whose children had returned to Pyongyang and died there. Matsuda was her Sume. She didn't want to sell the property to the Japanese. Koro-san thought the old lady was being stubborn. He said he could buy the property from the lady because she'd said he'd sell it to her. Then he'd sell it to Kazu's client for the same price. After Solomon got off the phone, he rushed to Kazu's office to tell him the good news. Kazu listened carefully, then folded his hands together and smiled. Excellent work, Jedi. I can always spot a winner. 19. Tokyo, 1989. Even in her condition, Hana could not keep from flirting. You shouldn't have come, she said. I look ugly. I wanted to be beautiful when you saw me again. I wanted to see you, Solomon replied. And you are lovely, Hana. That will never change. He smiled, suppressing his shock at her altered appearance. Etsuko had warned him, but still, it was difficult to recognize her original features beneath the reddish scabs and sparse hair. The skeleton of her body made a distinct impression through the thin blue hospital sheet. Mama said you brought the karul friendo all the way to Tokyo, Hana said. Only her voice had not changed. It was difficult to know if she was teasing or not. And I thought you were coming back to me. You will marry her, ne? Of course, I will try to forgive you because I know you love me first. With the curtain drawn, the ceiling lamp off, and only the light coming from the low-wattage electric bulb by her bedside, the room at the clinic was dark like night, even though it was sunny outside. When are you going to get better? He asked. Come here, Solomon. Hana raised her arm, stick-thin and chalky. She waved it like an elegant wand of death. I have missed you so much. If I'd never left you that summer, well, I would have made you marry me. I would have ruined you, though. I ruin everything. I ruin everything. Solomon sat on the hard chair by her bed. None of the medications was working, Etsuko had told him. The doctor said there were only a few weeks, or perhaps 2 months left at best. Dark lesions covered her neck and shoulders. Her left hand was unblemished, but her right hand was dry like her face. Her physical beauty had once been so extraordinary that it seemed to him that her current state was particularly cruel. "Hana-chan, why can't you go to America to see the doctors there? There have been so many advances in the States. I know things are much better there for this." He didn't want to play this stupid game where they wouldn't talk about what was real. Just hearing her voice and sitting in her room where she couldn't float away from him reminded him of everything magical and shining about her. He had been in her thrall, and oddly, even now, he felt so many things. He could not imagine her dying. He wanted to pick her up and spirit her away to New York. In America, everything seemed fixable, and in Japan, difficult problems were to be endured. Shoganai, shoganai. How many times had he heard these words? It cannot be helped. His mother had apparently hated this expression, and suddenly he understood her rage against this cultural resignation that violated her beliefs and wishes. "Oh, Solomon, I don't want to go to America." Hana exhaled loudly. "I don't want to live. I'm ready to die. You know? Do you ever want to die, Solomon? I've wanted to die for so many years, but I was too cowardly to say it or to do anything to make my wish come true. Maybe you could have saved me, but, even wonderful you, even you, my Solomon, I don't think so. Everyone wants to die sometimes, ne?" "That spring, when you left, I wanted to die." Solomon grew quiet, never having admitted this to anyone. Sometimes he'd forget about that time, but being with her made the memory sharp and mean. Hana frowned and began to cry. "If I had stayed, we would have loved each other too much, and I felt certain that I would hurt you. You see, I'm not a good person, and you are a good person. You shouldn't be with me. It's simple. Mama said you got tested in America for your life insurance and that you are okay. I'm grateful for this. You're the only person I have never ever wanted to hurt. And Mama told me that your carulfrendo is a nice girl and educated like you. I don't want to know if she's pretty. Tell me she's hideous but has a good soul. I do know that she's a Korean girl. Sugoi, Solomon. How amazing. You should marry her. Maybe people should marry from the same background. Maybe life is easier then. I'm going to imagine you having 3 or 4 beautiful Korean children with lovely Korean skin and hair. You have such wonderful hair, Solomon. I would have liked to have met your mother. Name one of your little girls after me, ne? Because you see, I will not have any. Promise me you will love little Hana, and you will think of me?" "Shut up," he said quietly, knowing she'd never listen. "Please, please shut up. You know that you're the one I loved. Hatsukoi was such a stupid idea to me until I met you. I've been with so many men, Solomon, and they were disgusting. All the filthy things I let them do. I'm so sorry for all of it. You I love because you are good." "Hana, you are good." She shook her head, but for a moment she looked peaceful. "I did bad things with boys after Mama left. That's why I came to Tokyo. I was so angry when I met you. Then when I was with you, I stopped being so upset. But I couldn't handle it, so I left and started hostessing. I didn't want to love anybody. Then you went to America and I was... Hana paused. When I was drinking a lot, I thought you would look for me, like in that American movie. I thought you would find where I lived, climb on a ladder up to the window and carry me away. I used to tell all the girls that you would get me. All the girls wanted you to come for me." Solomon stared at her mouth as she spoke. She had the prettiest mouth. "It's disgusting, isn't it?" "What?" He felt like someone had slapped him. "This." She pointed to the lesions on her chin. "No, I wasn't looking at that." She didn't believe him. Her eyes fluttered lightly, and Hannah leaned back into the pillow. "I want to rest now, Solomon. Will you come back soon?" "Yes, I'll come back," he said, rising from the chair. When he returned to his desk, Solomon could not stop thinking about her. Why hadn't Etsuko helped her? Something inside him hurt, and the ache felt familiar. He could not read the documents in front of him. He was supposed to run through some projections for the golf club project, but it was as if he had forgotten how to use Excel. What would have happened if she had not left him that summer? Would he have been able to go to New York and stay away for so long? Phoebe wanted to marry him now. He knew this, but she never brought it up because she was a proud person and wanted to be asked. When he heard Kazu's voice in the hallway, Solomon looked up to see his boss standing before him. Solomon's office mates were out. Kazu closed the door behind him, walked over to the credenza near Solomon's desk, and stood in the space between the credenza and the enormous window. "She's dead," Kazu said. "What? I just saw her." "Who?" "Hannah. Did my father call you?" "I don't know who that is, man. But Matsuda-san, the old lady, is dead, and it doesn't look good. When the client wanted the property, he didn't expect that the holdout seller would die a few days afterwards." "What?" Solomon blinked. "The seller is dead?" "Yes. She sold the property to your father's friend Goro-san. Then our client bought the property from him. Our client is not in trouble, but it smells bad. Do you know what I mean?" Kazu said this in a flat, calm voice, while staring at Solomon's face thoughtfully. He picked up the Hanshin Tigers baseball on the credenza, tossed it up, and caught it. "How did she die?" "Not sure. It could have been a heart attack or a stroke. They don't know. There are 2 nieces, apparently. I don't know if they're going to make a fuss or what the police might do." "She could have died of natural causes. Wasn't she old?" "Yes, I expect that could be true. However, our client has canceled this transaction for now because the news could affect their public offering next spring." "What public offering?" "Never mind that," Kazu sighed. "Listen, man, I have to let you go. I am sorry, Solomon, I really am." "What? What did I do?" "We have to do this. There's no other way. I think your father's friend responded a bit too enthusiastically about the land sale, eh?" "But you have no proof. And you are accusing my father's friend of something impossible. Goro would never do anything to hurt—" "I'm not accusing your father's friend of anything. But the facts remain that there is a dead woman who didn't want to sell her property. Everyone knew she wouldn't sell, and moments after she sold, she died." "But Goro paid a lot of money for that property. It was fair market value. And he's Korean. She didn't mind selling it to a Korean. I thought that that's how we were supposed to get around her refusal. He wouldn't have killed an old woman for something like this. All his life, he's helped all these poor people. What are you saying? Goro did this as a favor for my father and me." Kazu held the ball between his hands and looked down at the carpet. "Solly, don't tell me anything more, do you understand? The investigators are going to want to know what happened. They might not make a big deal of it, but the client is very spooked, dude. The client wanted to develop a country club. They weren't looking for a run-in with the yaks. Do you know what kind of hell they can raise in shareholder meetings? Yaks? Goro is not Yakuza. Kazu nodded and tossed the ball again and caught it. The transaction is unfortunately contaminated, so it will be put on hold. This comes at a great financial cost to the client, and it looks poorly for us as a premier banking company. My reputation... But the client got the property. Yes, but no one was supposed to die. I didn't wish for that. Kazu made a face like he was tasting something sour. Solomon shook his head. All he could think of were the innumerable times he had spent in Goro's presence, listening to his hilarious stories about his many girlfriends and his constant encouragements for Solomon's future. Goro had this remarkable clarity about the world. A great man, his father always said about Goro, a nobleman, a true bushi who understood sacrifice and leadership. It had been Goro alone who had built up Haruki Totoyama's mother's uniform business from nothing, and all because he felt bad for a single mother raising 2 boys. His father said that Goro was always doing good things for poor people quietly. It was absurd to consider that Goro could have been responsible for the lady's death. The woman would have sold the property to Goro because he was known as a good Korean businessman. Everyone knew this. Human Resources is waiting outside. Solomon, you don't know how it works, I don't think, because this is your first job at a bank. But when you're terminated from an investment bank, you have to leave the building immediately for internal security reasons. I'm sorry. But what did I do? The transaction is postponed for now, and we will not need such a large team. I'm pleased to give you a reference. You can put me down for whatever you want. I would never mention this to your future employers. Solomon leaned back in his chair and stared at Kazu's hardened jaw. He paused before speaking. You brought me in on purpose. Because you wanted me to get the Korean lady to sell. You knew. Kazu put down the baseball and moved to the door. Brother, I gave you a job, and you were fortunate to have it. Solomon covered his mouth with his hands. You're a nice boy, Solomon, and you will have a future in finance, but not here. If you are trying to imply that you were being discriminated against, something that Koreans tend to believe, that would be incorrect and unfair to me. If anything, you have been preferred over the natives. I like working with Koreans. Everyone knows that about me. The whole department thought that you were my pet associate. I didn't want to fire you. I just don't agree with your father's tactics. My father? He had nothing to do with this. Yes, of course. It was this man, Goro, Kazu said. I believe you, I do. Good luck, Solomon. Kazu opened the office door and let the 2 women from Human Resources in before heading to his next meeting. The speech from HR passed quickly, sounding like radio static in Solomon's head. They asked him for his identification card, and he gave it to them automatically. His mind kept returning to Hana, though he felt like he should call Phoebe to explain. He needed air. He threw things in the white banker's box, but left the baseball on the credenza. The HR women escorted him to the elevator and offered to send his box to his apartment by messenger, but Solomon refused. Through the glass-walled conference room, he saw the guys from the poker game, but no Kazu. Giancarlo spotted him holding the white box against his chest, and he half smiled at him, then returned to what he was doing. On the street, Solomon got into a taxi and asked the driver to drive him all the way to Yokohama. He didn't think he could walk to the train station. 20. Yokohama, 1989. Empire Cafe was an old-style Japanese curry restaurant near Chinatown, a place Solomon used to go with his father on Saturday afternoons when he was a boy. Mosazu still ate there on Wednesdays with Goro and Totoyama. Empire served 5 different kinds of curries, only 1 kind of draft beer, and as much tea and pickles as you wanted. The cook, who was always in a bad mood, had a deft hand with the seasonings, and his curries were unrivaled in the city. In the late afternoon, and long past lunch hour, the cafe was nearly empty, except for the 3 old friends sitting at the corner table near the kitchen. Goro was telling one of his funny stories, while making clownish faces and dramatic hand gestures. Mosazu and Totoyama took bites of their hot curry and sipped beer. All the while they nodded and smiled at Goro, encouraging him to continue. When Solomon pushed open the perpetually swollen front door, the cheap sleigh bells attached to the door jingled. Scarcely bothering to turn from clearing the tables, the diminutive waitress bellowed, "Irashai!" Mosazu was surprised to see his son. Solomon bowed in the direction of the men. "You skipping work?" Mosazu asked. The edge of his eyes crinkled deeply when he smiled. "Good, good. Skip work," Goro interrupted. He was delighted to see the boy. "I hear you go to the office on weekends, too. That's no way for a handsome boy like you. You should be busy chasing skirt. If I had your height and your diploma, you'd feel sorry for all the women of Japan. I'd be breaking hearts at a rate that would shock a gentle boy like you." Goro rubbed his hands together. Totoyama said nothing. He was staring at the lower half of Solomon's face, which seemed fixed. The boy's lips made a thin, crumpled line above his chin. Totoyama's own face was flushed, since it took only half a small beer to redden his ears, nose, and cheeks. "Solomon, sit down," Totoyama said. "You okay?" He lifted his briefcase resting on the empty chair and set it down on the linoleum floor. Solomon tried to speak, then gasped. Mosazu asked his son, "You hungry? Did Etsuko tell you that you'd find us here gossiping like old women?" He shook his head no. Mosazu laid his hand on the boy's forearm. He'd bought the dark blue suit Solomon was wearing now from Brooks Brothers, the time he'd visited Solomon in New York. It had been a nice feeling to be able to buy his son however many interview suits and whatever else he needed at such a nice American store. That was the whole point of money, wasn't it? To be able to get your kid whatever he needed? "Have some curry," Mosazu said. Solomon shook his head. Goro frowned and waved the waitress over. "Kyoko-chan, give the boy some tea, please." Solomon looked up and stared at his father's former boss. "I don't know what to say, Goro-san." "Sure you do. Just talk." "My boss, Kazu, said that the lady, the seller, she died. Is that right?" "That's so. I went to the funeral," Goro said. "She was ancient. Died of a heart attack. She had 2 nieces who inherited all that money. Pleasant girls. One married and one divorced. Beautiful skin. Nice open brows, real Korean faces. They reminded me of my mother and aunt." The waitress brought his tea, and Solomon held the brown squat mug between his hands. These were the same mugs that Empire had used ever since he could remember. Totoyama patted the boy's shoulder gently as if to wake him. Who died?" "The lady. The Korean lady who sold the property to Koro-san. My boss's client wanted this property, and the lady wouldn't sell to a Japanese, so Koro-san bought it and sold it to the client, but the lady is dead now, and the boss's client won't touch the deal. Something about having a clean public offering and possible investigations." Totoyama glanced at Mosazu, who looked equally puzzled. "She died? Is that so?" Mosazu glanced at Goro, who nodded calmly. "She was 93 years old. And she died a couple of days after she sold her property to me. What does that have to do with anything? Goro shrugged. He winked at the waitress and tapped the edge of his mug for another beer. When he pointed to the empty beer mugs of Mosesu and Totoyama, the men shook their heads. Totoyama covered the top of his beer mug with his hand. What did you pay for the property? Mosesu asked. A very good price, but not crazy. Then I sold it to that client for exactly what I paid for it. I sent Solomon's boss the copies of the contract. I didn't make a single yen. This was Solomon's first deal, and... Mosesu and Totoyama nodded. It was unthinkable that Goro would ever seek to profit from Solomon's career. The client bought it for less than what he would have if he'd bought it himself. Solomon said slowly, as if Kazu was in the room. That client got a piece of property that he would never have gotten because he's Japanese, and she had refused on several occasions to sell it to him. He got it cheap. Goro grunted in disbelief. So now the client is saying he won't build the country club? Bullshit. Kazu said the project will be on hold because they didn't want the bad news contaminating the public offering. What bad news? The old lady died in peace. Though it might take time to wash away that dirty Korean smell, Goro said. I'm sick of this. Totoyama frowned. If there had been something questionable about her death, I would know. There's been no complaint. Listen, the deal's done. If this little prick wants to cheat you out of your cut, fine. I didn't expect him to give you a fair bonus, but remember this. That bastard will not profit from you again. I will watch that motherfucker until the day I die. Goro inhaled, then calmly smiled at the boy. Now, Solomon, you should eat some curry and tell me about this American girl, Phoebe. I've always wanted to go to America to meet the women there. So beautiful, so beautiful. He smacked his lips. I want a blonde American girlfriend with a big ass. The men smiled, but they didn't laugh as they would have before. Solomon appeared unconsoled. The waitress brought Goro a small beer and returned to the kitchen. Goro watched her walk away. Too skinny, he said, smoothing back his dyed black pompadour with his brown hands. I was fired, Solomon said. Nani? The three men said at once. For what? Kazu said that the client is holding off on the deal. They don't need me anymore. He said that if there was an investigation because of... Solomon stopped himself before saying the word Yakuza, because suddenly he wasn't sure. His father wouldn't have associated with criminals. Should he be speaking like this in front of Totoyama? He was Japanese and a high-ranking detective with the Yokohama police. He wouldn't be friends with criminals. The suggestion alone would have hurt all the men deeply. Goro studied Solomon's face and nodded almost imperceptibly because he understood the boy's silence. Was she cremated? Totoyama asked. Probably, but some Koreans get buried back home, Mosesu said. So ne, Totoyama said. Solomon, the lady died of natural causes. The niece said it was the heart. She was 93 years old. I had nothing to do with her death. Listen, your boss doesn't actually think I killed the old lady. If he did, he'd be too scared to fire you. What would keep me from killing him? This is crazy stuff from television. He used your connections. Then he fired you by making up some excuse. The client just wanted the Korean shit to go away. You'll get a better job in finance. I'm sure of it, Mosesu said. Goro was visibly irritated, however. You should never work for a dirty bank again. Yeah. Solomon majored in economics. He studied in America, To work in an American bank. Travis is a British bank, Solomon said. Well, maybe that was the problem. Maybe you should work in an American bank. There are a lot of American investment banks, ne? Mosasu said. Solomon felt awful. The men at this table had raised him. He could see how upset they were. Don't worry about me. I'll get another job. I have savings, too. I better go now. Solomon stood up from his seat. Papa, I left a box at your office. Can you send it to me in Tokyo? Nothing important. Mosasu nodded. Here, why don't I take you home? We can take a drive to Tokyo. No, it's okay. I'll catch the train. It's faster. Phoebe is probably wondering about me. When she didn't answer the phone, Solomon returned to the hospital. Hana was awake. Pop music played on the radio. The room was still dark, but the dance hit made the room feel lively, like a nightclub. You came back already? You must have really missed me, Solomon. He told her everything, and she listened without interrupting him. You should take over your father's business. Pachinko? Yes, Pachinko. Why not? All these idiots who say bad things about it are jealous. Your father is an honest person. He could be richer if he was crooked, but he's rich enough. Goro is a good guy too. He might be a yak, but who cares? I don't. And if he isn't, I'm sure he knows them all. It's a filthy world, Solomon. No one is clean. Living makes you dirty. I've met plenty of fancy people from IBJ and the BOJ who are from the best families, and they like to do some sick shit in bed. A lot of them do very bad things in business, but they don't get caught. Most of the ones I've fucked would steal if they had the chance. They're too scared to have any real ambition. Listen, Solomon, nothing will ever change here. Do you see that? What do you mean? You're a fool, she said, laughing. But you are my fool. Her teasing made him feel sad. He missed her already. Solomon couldn't remember ever feeling this lonesome before. Japan will never change. It will never integrate gaijin. And my darling, you will always be a gaijin and never Japanese, ne? The Zainichi can't leave, ne? But it's not just you. Japan will never take people like my mother back into society again. It will never take back people like me. And we're Japanese. I'm diseased. I got this from some Japanese guy who owned an old trading company. He's dead now, but nobody cares. The doctors here, even, they just want me to go away. So listen, Solomon, you should stay here and not go back to the States, and you should take over your papa's business. Become so rich that you can do whatever you want. But my beautiful Solomon, they're never going to think we're okay. Do you know what I mean? Hana stared at him. Do what I tell you to do. My own father doesn't want that. Even Goro-san sold his parlors and is doing real estate now. Papa wanted me to work in an American investment bank. What? So you can be like Kazu? I know 1,000 Kazus. They're not fit to wipe your father's ass. There are good people in the banks, too. And there are good people in Pachinko, too, like your father. I didn't know you liked Papa. You know, after I got here, he visited me every Sunday when Mama needed a break. Sometimes, when I was pretending to be asleep, I'd catch him praying for me in that chair. I don't believe in God, but I guess that doesn't matter. I never had someone pray for me before, Solomon. Solomon closed his eyes and nodded. Your grandmother, Sunja, and great-aunt, Kyunghee, visit me on Saturdays. Did you know that? They pray for me, too. I don't understand the Jesus stuff, but it's something holy to have people touch you when you're sick. The nurses here are afraid to touch me. Your grandmother, Sunja, holds my hands. And your great-aunt Kyungi puts cool towels on my head when I get too hot. They're kind to me, though I'm a bad person. You're not bad. That's not true. I've done terrible things, she said dryly. Solomon, when I was a hostess, I sold drugs to one girl who ended up overdosing. I stole money from a lot of men. I've told so many lies. Solomon said nothing. I deserve this. No, it's a virus. Everybody gets sick. Solomon smoothed her brow and kissed it. That's okay, Solomon. I'm not doing bad things anymore. I've had time to think about my stupid life. Hana. I know, Solomon. Otomodachi, ne? She pretended to bow formally as she was lying down, and she picked up the corner of her blanket as if she were holding a fold of her skirt to curtsy. The trace of flirtation remained in her still lithe movements. He wanted to remember this little thing forever. Go home, Solomon. Okay, he said, and he did not see her again. 21. Tokyo, 1989. I never liked him, Phoebe said. Too smooth. Well, I'm obviously an idiot because I did, Solomon said. Besides, how in the world did you get that impression of Kazu in the little time you had? You met him for about 2 minutes when we ran into him at Mitsukoshi, and you never mentioned this before. Slumped in the rented leather armchair, Solomon could barely face Phoebe. He wasn't sure what kind of reaction he'd expected from her, but he was surprised by how unruffled she was by the news. She seemed almost pleased. Phoebe sat on the bench near the window, with her folded knees to her chest. I actually liked him, he said. Solomon, that guy screwed you. Solomon glanced up at her placid profile, then dropped his head back again on the back of the armchair. He's a dick. I feel much better now. I'm on your team. Phoebe didn't know if she should get up and sit by him. She didn't want him to think that she felt sorry for him. Her older sister used to say that men hated pity. Rather, they wanted sympathy and admiration, not an easy combination. It was a phony. He talked to you like you were his little buddy, like he's some big man on campus and you're one of his boys. Does that system still even exist? I hate that frat boy brother shit. Phoebe rolled her eyes. Solomon was dumbstruck. She had managed to encapsulate his entire relationship with Kazu from that brief, almost non-existent encounter at the food court of the Mitsukoshi department store. How had she done this? Phoebe hugged her knees, lacing her fingers together. You don't like him because he's Japanese. Don't get mad at me. It's not that I distrust the Japanese, but I don't know if I trust them entirely. You're going to say that I've been reading too much about the Pacific War. I know, I sound a little bigoted. A little? The Japanese have suffered too. Nagasaki? Hiroshima? And in America, the Japanese Americans were sent to internment camps, but the German Americans weren't. How do you explain that? Solomon, I've been here long enough. Can we please go home? You can get a dozen terrific jobs back in New York. You're good at everything. No one interviews better than you. I don't have a visa to work in the States. There are other ways to get citizenship, she smiled. Solomon's family had hinted on innumerable occasions that he'd wanted to marry her, and that he should marry her. The only person who hadn't said so explicitly was the man himself. Solomon's head lay immobile on the back of the armchair. Phoebe could see that he was staring at the ceiling. She got up from the bench and walked to the front hall closet. She opened the closet doors and pulled out both of her suitcases. The suitcase wheels rolled loudly across the wooden floor, and Solomon looked up. Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm going home," she said. "Don't be like that." "Well, it occurs to me that I lost my life when I came here with you, and you're not worth it. Why are you being like this?" Solomon rose from his chair and was now standing where she'd been only a moment ago. Phoebe dragged the suitcases behind her into the bedroom and shut the door quietly. What could he say? He wouldn't marry her. He had known it almost as soon as they had landed in Narita. Her confidence and self-possession had mesmerized him in college. Her equanimity, which had seemed so important in the States, seemed like aloofness and arrogance in Tokyo. She had lost her life here, this was true, but marrying her didn't seem like a solution. Then the whole Japan is evil stuff. Sure, there were assholes in Japan, but there were assholes everywhere, ne? Ever since they got here, either she had changed or his feelings for her had changed. Hadn't he been leaning toward asking her to marry him? Yet now, when she put forward the idea of marrying for citizenship, he realized that he didn't want to become an American. It made sense for him to do so. It would have made his father happy. Was it better to be an American than a Japanese? He knew Koreans who had become naturalized Japanese, and it made sense to do so, but he didn't want to do that now either. Maybe one day. She was right. It was weird that he was born in Japan and had a South Korean passport. He couldn't rule out getting naturalized. Maybe another Korean wouldn't understand that, but he didn't care anymore. Kazu was a shit. But so what? He was one bad guy, and he was Japanese. Perhaps that was what going to school in America had taught him. Even if there were 100 bad Japanese, if there was one good one, he refused to make a blanket statement. Etsuko was like a mother to him. His first love was Hana, and Totoyama was like an uncle too. They were Japanese, and they were very good. She hadn't known them the way he had. How could he expect her to understand? In a way, Solomon was Japanese too, even if the Japanese didn't think so. Phoebe couldn't see this. There was more to being something than just blood. The space between Phoebe and him could not close, and if he was decent, he had to let her go home. Solomon went to the kitchen and made coffee. He poured 2 cups and approached the bedroom door. "Phoebe, may I come in?" "The door's open." The suitcases on the floor were brimming with clothes folded and rolled like canisters. The closets were nearly empty. Solomon's 5 dark suits and 6 white dress shirts hung on the long rod with a yard of hanging space left. Her neat rows of shoes still took up most of the closet floor. Phoebe's shoes were black or brown leather. A pair of pink espadrilles, which had once given her terrible blisters, stood out from the others like a girlish mistake. During their junior year, they'd gone to a party, and she'd had to walk back to the dorm barefoot from 111th Street and Broadway because the pink espadrilles had been too narrow. "Why do you still have those shoes?" "Shut up, Solomon." Phoebe started to cry. "What did I say?" "I have never felt so stupid in my life. Why am I here?" She took a deep breath. Solomon stared at her, not knowing how to comfort her. He was afraid of her. Perhaps he had always been afraid of her. Her joy, anger, sadness, excitement. She had so many extreme feelings. The nearly empty room with the solitary rented bed and floor lamp seemed to highlight her vividness. Back in New York, she had been spirited and wonderful. Here, Phoebe was almost too stark, awkward. "I'm sorry," he said. "No, you're not." Solomon sat down on the carpeted floor, cross-legged, leaning his long back against the narrow wall. The freshly painted walls were still bare. They hadn't hung anything on them because the landlord would have fined them for each nail hole. "I'm sorry," he repeated. Phoebe picked up her espadrilles and threw them into the overflowing wastebasket. I think I'm going to work for my dad, he said. Pachinko? Yeah. Solomon nodded to himself. It felt strange to say this out loud. He asked you? No, I don't think he wants me to. She shook her head. Maybe I can take over the business. You're kidding, right? No. Without saying a word, Phoebe continued to pack. She was willfully ignoring him, and he continued to look at her. She was more cute than pretty, more pretty than beautiful. He liked her long torso, slender neck, bobbed hair, and intelligent eyes. When she laughed at a joke, her laughter was whole. Nothing seemed to scare her. She thought anything was possible. Could he change her mind? Could he change his? Maybe the packing was just a dramatic gesture. What did he know about women? He'd known only 2 girls, really. She rolled up another sweater and dropped it on the growing pile. Pachinko. Well, that makes it easier then, she said finally. I can't live here, Solomon. Even if you wanted to marry me, I can't live here. I can't breathe here. That first night we arrived, when you couldn't read the instructions on the aspirin bottle and you started to cry, I should have known then. Phoebe picked up another sweater and just stared at it like she didn't know what to do with it. You have to dump me, he said. Yes, I do. She left in the morning. It was like Phoebe to make a clean exit. Solomon took her to the airport by train, and even though they were pleasant, she had changed literally overnight. She didn't seem sad or angry. She was cordial. If anything, she seemed stronger than before. She let him hug her goodbye, but they agreed not to talk for a long time. It would be better, she said, and Solomon felt powerless against her decision. Solomon took the train to Yokohama. His father's modest office was lined with gray metal shelves, and stacks of files rested on the credenzas along the walls. 3 safes holding papers and the day's receipts were located below the high windows. Mosesu sat behind the same battered oak table that he'd used as a desk for over 30 years. Noah had studied for his Waseda exams at this table, and when he moved to Tokyo, he'd left it for Mosesu. Papa. Solomon, Mosesu exclaimed. Is everything okay? Phoebe went back. Saying it to his father made it real. Solomon sat down on the empty chair. What? Why? Because you lost your job? No. I can't marry her. And I told her that I'd rather live in Japan, work in Pachinko. What? Pachinko? No. Mosesu shook his head. You'll get another job in banking. That's why you went to Columbia, ne? Mosesu touched his brow, genuinely confused by this announcement. She's a nice girl. I thought you'd get married. Mosesu walked around from his desk and handed his son a packet of tissues. Pachinko? Honto? Yeah. Why not? Solomon blew his nose. You don't want to do this. You don't know what people say. None of that stuff is true. You're an honest business person. I know you pay your taxes and get all your licenses and... Yes, I do. But people will always say things. They will always say terrible things, no matter what. It's normal for me. I'm nobody. There's no need for you to do this work. I wasn't smart at school like my brother. I was good at running around and fixing things. I was good at making money. I've always kept my business clean and stayed away from the bad things. Goro-san taught me that it's not worth it to get involved with the bad guys. But Solomon, this business is not easy, ne? It's not just tinkering with machines and ordering new ones and hiring people to work on the floor. There are so many things that can go wrong. We know lots of people who went belly up, ne? Why don't you want me to do this? I sent you to those American schools so that no one would... Mosesu paused. No one is going to look down at my son. Papa, it doesn't matter. None of it matters, ne? Solomon had never seen his father like this before. I worked and made money because I thought it would make me a man. I thought people would respect me if I was rich. Solomon looked at him and nodded. His father rarely spent on himself, but he had paid for weddings and funerals for employees and sent tuition for their children. Moses's face brightened suddenly. You can change your mind, Solomon. You can call Phoebe when she gets home and say you're sorry. Your mother was a lot like Phoebe, strong-willed and smart. I want to live here, Solomon said. She will not. So ne. Solomon picked up the ledger from his father's table. Explain this to me, Papa. Moses paused. Then he opened the book. It was the 1st of the month, and Sunja had woken up upset. She had dreamed of Hansu again. Lately, he had been appearing in her dreams, looking the way he did when she was a girl, wearing his white linen suit and white leather shoes. He always said the same thing. You are my girl. You are my dear girl. Sunja would wake and feel ashamed. She should have forgotten him by now. After breakfast, she would go to the cemetery to clean Isak's grave. As usual, Kyungi offered to come with her, but Sunja said it was okay. Neither woman performed the jesa. As Christians, they weren't supposed to believe in ancestor worship. Nevertheless, both widows still wanted to talk to their husbands and elders, appeal to them, seek their counsel. They missed their old rituals, so she went to the cemetery regularly. It was curious, but Sunja felt close to Isak in a way that she hadn't when he was alive. Then, she had been in awe of him and his goodness. Dead, he seemed more approachable to her. When the train from Yokohama reached Osaka Station, Sunja bought ivory-colored chrysanthemums from the old Korean woman's stall. She had been there for years. The way Isak had explained it, when it was time to be with the Lord, your real body would be in heaven, so what happened to your remains didn't matter. It made no sense to bring a buried body favorite foods or incense or flowers. There was no need for bowing, since we were all equal in the eyes of the Lord, he said. And yet Sunja couldn't help wanting to bring something lovely to the grave. In life, he had asked for so little from her, and when she thought of him now, she remembered her husband as someone who had praised the beauty that God had made. She was glad that Isak had not been cremated. She had wanted a place for the boys to visit their father. Mosasu visited the grave often, and before Noah disappeared, he had come with her too. Had they talked to him too, she wondered? It had never occurred to her to ask them this, and now it was too late. Lately, every time she went to the cemetery, she wondered what Isak would have thought of Noah's death. Isak would have understood Noah's suffering. He would have known what to say to him. Noah had been cremated by his wife, so there was no grave to visit. Sunja talked to Noah when she was alone. Sometimes, something very simple, like a delicious piece of pumpkin taffy, would make her sorry that now that she had money, she couldn't buy him something that he had loved as a child. Sorry, Noah. Sorry. It had been 11 years since he'd died. The pain didn't go away, but its sharp edge had dulled and softened like sea glass. Sunja hadn't gone to Noah's funeral. He hadn't wanted his wife and children to know about her, and she had done enough already. If she hadn't visited him the way she had, maybe he might still be alive. Hansu had not gone to the funeral either. Noah would have been 56 years old. In her dream last night, Sunja had been happy that Hansu had come to see her again. They met at the beach near her old home in Yeongdo to talk, and recalling the dream was like watching another person's life. How was it possible that Isak and Noah were gone but Hansu was still alive? How was this fair? Hansu was living somewhere in Tokyo, in a hospital bed, under the watchful gaze of round-the-clock nurses and his daughters. She never saw him anymore and had no wish to. In her dreams, he was as vibrant as he had been when she was a girl. It was not Hansu that she missed, or even Isak. What she was seeing again in her dreams was her youth, her beginning, and her wishes. So this was how she became a woman. Without Hansu and Isak and Noah, there wouldn't have been this pilgrimage to this land. Beyond the dailiness, there had been moments of shimmering beauty and some glory, too, even in this Achuma's life. Even if no one knew, it was true. There was consolation. The people you loved, they were always there with you, she had learned. Sometimes she could be in front of a train kiosk or the window of a bookstore, and she could feel Noah's small hand when he was a boy, and she would close her eyes and think of his sweet, grassy smell and remember that he had always tried his best. At those moments, it was good to be alone to hold on to him. She took the taxi from the train station to the cemetery, then walked the many rows to Isak's well-maintained grave. There was no need to clean anything, but she liked to wipe down the marble tombstone before she spoke to him. Sunja fell to her knees and cleaned the flat, square tombstone with the towels she'd brought for the purpose. Isak's name was carved in Japanese and Korean, 1907 to 1944. The white marble was clean now and warm from the sun. He had been such an elegant and beautiful man. Sunja could recall how the servant girls back home had admired him. Poki and Toki had never seen such a handsome man before. Mosesu took after her more and had her plain face, but he had his father's straight carriage and steady stride. "Yobo," she said, "Mosesu is well. Last week he called me because Solomon lost his job with that foreign bank, and now he wants to work with his father. Imagine that. I wonder what you'd make of this." The silence encouraged her. "I wonder how you are." She stopped speaking when she saw Uchida-san, the groundskeeper. Sunja was sitting on the ground in her black woolen pantsuit. She glanced at her handbag on the ground. It was an expensive designer bag that Etsuko had bought for her 70th birthday. The groundskeeper stopped before her and bowed, and she returned the bow. Sunja smiled at the polite young man, who must have been about 40 or 45. Uchida-san looked younger than Mosesu. How did she look to him? Her skin was deeply grooved from the years of sun, and her short hair was bright white. No matter, 73 did not feel very old to her. Had the groundskeeper heard her mumbling in Korean? Ever since she'd stopped working at the confectionery, her limited Japanese had deteriorated further. It was not terrible, but lately she felt shy around native speakers. Uchida-san picked up his rake and walked away. Sunja put both hands on the white marble, as if she could touch Isak from where she was. "I wish you could tell me what will happen to us. I wish I knew that Noah was with you." Several rows from her, the groundskeeper cleared wet leaves from stone markers. Now and then he would glance up at her, and Sunja felt embarrassed to be seen talking to a grave. She wanted to stay a little longer. Wanting to look like she was busy, Sunja opened her canvas bag to put away the dirty towels. In the bottom of her bag, she found her house keys on the key ring with thumbnail-sized photographs of Noah and Mosesu in a sealed acrylic frame. Sunja started to weep, and she could not help her crying. "Boku-san." "Hi." Sunja looked up at the groundskeeper. "May I get you something to drink? I have a thermos of tea in the cottage. It is not very fine tea, but it is warm." No, thank you. All time, you see people cry," she said in broken Japanese. "No, actually, Very few people come here, but your family visits regularly. You have 2 sons and a grandson, Solomon. Moses-sama visits every month or 2. I haven't seen Noah-sama in 11 years, but he used to come the last Thursday of each month. You could set your watch to him. How is Noah-sama? He was a very kind man. Noah, come here? Come before 1978? Hi. From 1963 to 1978? She mentioned the years he would have been in Nagano. She said the dates again, hoping that her Japanese was correct. Sunja pointed to Noah's photograph on the keyring. He visit here? The groundskeeper nodded with conviction at the photograph, then looked up in the sky like he was trying to see some sort of calendar in his mind. Hi. He came in those years and before, too. Noah-sama told me to go to school and even offered to send me if I wished. Really? Yes, but I told him I have an empty gourd for a head and that it would have been pointless to send me to school. Besides, I like it here. It's quiet. Everybody who comes to visit is very kind. He asked me never to mention his visits, but I have not seen him in over a decade, and I'd wondered if he moved away to England. He told me to read good books and brought me translations of the great British author Charles Dickens. Noah, my son, is dead. The groundskeeper opened his mouth slightly. My son, Sunja said quietly. I am very sad to hear that, Boku-san. Truly, I am, the groundskeeper said, looking forlorn. I'd been hoping to tell him that after I'd finished all the books he'd brought me, I bought more of my own. I have read through all of Mr. Dickens' books in translations, but my favorite is the first one he gave me, David Copperfield. I admire David. Noah loved to read. The best. He loved to read. Have you read Mr. Dickens? I don't know how, she said, to read. Maji? If you are Noah's mother, you are very smart too. Perhaps you can go to night school for adults. That is what Noah-sama told me to do. Sunja smiled at the groundskeeper, who seemed hopeful about sending an old woman to school. She remembered Noah cajoling Mozazu to persevere with his studies. The groundskeeper looked at his rake. He bowed deeply, then excused himself to return to his tasks. When he was out of sight, Sunja dug a hole at the base of the tombstone about a foot deep with her hands and dropped the keyring photograph inside. She covered the hole with dirt and grass, then did what she could to clean her hands with a handkerchief, but dirt remained beneath her nails. Sunja tamped down the earth, then brushed the grass with her fingers. She picked up her bags. Kyung-hee would be waiting for her at home. Pachinko. Written by Min Jin Lee.